at the Queen's Park Oval. In the other matches, the West Indies Academy will also travel to Trinidad and Tobago, where they play at the University of the West Indies campus in St. Augustus. They take on CCC, and the Leewards are placed number 2 going into this round. They face Jamaica at Sabina Park. So good action. The players, the batters, everybody is on the field, and we're set to resume what should be an enthralling final day's play, with Barbados needing an improbable, not impossible, 312 on the last day. Good morning to you, Joel.
Good morning, Sean. Interesting choice of words, improbable, to start the morning in terms of the required 312 that they need. Of course, it will be a tall order and tough task, and will require some batsmanship on the part of Barbados Pride. You can certainly expect that they will set up the morning in terms of looking to just cement themselves, get through the early period, and then maybe see if they're in a position to chase. I can guarantee you more than likely that winning this game is on their minds. But Guyana Harpy Eagles obviously have the better control of the situation, given that they have ball in hand. So it'll be interesting day 4 here between Barbados Pride and the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
And if anything goes wrong from a Guyana point of view, if the runs get away, they could spread the field and slow up the game. So the batting team is always at the disadvantage when they are batting, chasing a total on the last day. Smith from the airport end bowls a short lifting delivery outside the line of the leg stump to start the day. And how do you think this pitch will play on the final day?
Well, I don't really expect much different to how it's played across day 1, 2, 3, to be very honest. Will come true, still somewhat of a batting paradise, so to speak. Of course, we do expect maybe the only difference would be that maybe 2 or 3 more deliveries will keep lower on this service, and keeping low is something that we've known this service to do, not just in this game, but across several of the games that have been played here in this championship and the championship last year as well. So that's the only thing that I expect, maybe 1 or 2 more deliveries than yesterday to keep lower. Other than that, it's going to be a good batting pitch.
Smith none for 16. This is his second over, and that's again ignored by Braffett. The 31-year-old West Indies captain had an ordinary test series in Australia, but as he's shown, once you play at the highest level and you come back here, already one of the centurions in this game, in this tournament, got 100 against Jamaica, and everyone knows the quality of Craig. Got hundreds from on the 13 level in every tournament he's played since then. On the 15, on the 19, on the 17. First class school cricket. Everything he's gotten, every tournament he's played, he's scored 100. And who would know more than that than Joel?
Interestingly enough, indeed, given that I have grown up watching Craig play cricket, having played cricket across so many levels that he's played, especially at the junior level. I remember him at Erdiston in primary school, and he was scoring hundreds from then. Funny enough, I also remember Jason Holder being that height in primary school as well, the very imposing figure, playing for Charles F. Broome, Jason Holder, and just running through the school teams, mine included, to be honest, because I was probably, I would say, 3 feet tall at that age, playing against them.
Smith. Ignored again by Braffett. I remember Braffett in the under-17 team when they played the under-17 regional tournament in Trinidad and Tobago. My son played in that same under-17 tournament, and Braffett scored 200, I think, in that tournament. So he's renowned to be someone who loves batting long. Highest score at the first class level, 276. Yet to get a triple century though. That's a loose shot from Raffit. No movement of the feet across, just leaned into the late cut and missed the ball. Injudicious shot. That wasn't expected from Craig so early on.
Funny enough, fairly early in his innings, you actually do see him starting to reach out a couple outside of the off stump. It's actually something that we've begun to see, maybe I would say, probably across the last 6-7 months or so of Craig's career. Especially deliveries, there's some in that in-between length, you would say.
Smith tries again. And this is a short ball. Again, no problems for the Barbados captain. 1 over has been completed. The total has not been changed. It's 31 without loss.
Yeah, that's middle. It's right down over. That's it.
So Isaiah turn, like Smith from the county of Berbice. One of 3 counties in Guyana and the second largest. Will bowl the second over of the day, his third of the innings. And that's a loose shot there from the Bata McCaskey. And it goes down towards the third man position. So 2 byes. A loose shot there from McCaskey, first ball.
Yeah, just looking to drive that one, McCaskey. And what's more interesting to see is that shape away from the bat. Quite late shape at that as well, because it almost gave the impression originally of maybe an outside edge. But yeah, just a bit of drastic moving away from the bat of McCaskey. And because of that, just making a slight adjustment in the field now. A man comes into the cover region for that uppish drive, reinforces his slips as well. And that's that uppish drive I was talking about, but he gets it over the infield.
Over the head here of short cover and down to the boundary for 4. So Barbados off and away today. They've now gone to 35 without loss, but a bit of element of danger in that shot. But in the end, going over the head of the short extra cover and down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, he was placed there exactly for that shot from McCaskey. But what that shot also tells you is the intent that Barbados player are looking to have at the start of the day, which also gives you an indication, the fact that they're definitely going after these runs on the board. A lot of time here in the day, and certainly they can set themselves up by the middle of the day to be in striking zone of that particular target.
So all 3 results in play today. Good delivery, cutting back and hitting him on the box, I think. When you hit somebody there, it's very, very painful.
Yeah, a lot straighter this time from Isaiah Thorne. Just a bit of movement as well off the surface, and right into the jewels, right where nobody wants to get it. On a Monday, a Sunday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday. What's today? Saturday, yeah. Definitely want to get it there on a Saturday either.
And you get a sickening feeling at the bottom of your stomach there when you get hit there. I remember playing in the nets. There's a guy called Lyndon Joseph. We were going to Jamaica, and I was basically playing in the team as a specialist off spinner batting at number 9. And I drove him and said, shot. And Lyndon Joseph, the coach, had told us, don't bowl short to the bowlers. But Lyndon Joseph bowled a ball that cut back. And I knew it was going to hit me before I played the shot. And my box was cut in half. I kept it as a souvenir. I showed my son. I said, if this was not like this, there would not be you.
Oh, the physio Jackie is out there just having a quick conversation with Zach, trying to see if he's all good. Yeah, just going to take a bit of time to catch his wits again. Seems to be back in working order, McCaskey.
And Jackie has been the Barbados and West Indies physio forever. I remember going to Sri Lanka in 2005, and she was there, working away as hard as, and she, like me, is a cancer survivor. So, up and ready is McCaskey. Have a word with Buffett and Turn, who bowled pretty well. He started his first couple of overs down the leg side, but after that bowled very impressively in the first innings, picked up 2 wickets. Here is Turn, and pitched up, and McCaskey drives out towards mid-on, more of a defensive push than a drive.
Yeah, what's interesting to note is the change in line at the moment from Isaiah Thorne. And, I can understand why, because as a bowler, obviously you're still concerned about your figures. However, given the fact that you've seen Zachary McCaskey look to be positive, look to have that free-flowing drive, I might have persisted with that line just around off stump, just outside off stump, inviting him to drive again.
And you've got 3 slips in the gully waiting for the possible outside edge. Short ball looking to hook. And 1 signalled by umpire Bassarat at square leg. And also umpire Tuckett reinforces that signal. So every time you bowl a bumper and the umpire signals 1, especially if it's in the first, second ball of the over, you know that another bumper can't come. Well, it could come, but that it would be a no ball. Turn. Oh, that squared him up, hit the outer edge, and goes well short of Pumal at the short cover. So interesting over, bowled by Turn. The second over is completed 37 without loss. McCaskey on 22 and Craig Braffett on 8.
Horn? Horn?
It's going to be Niall Smith to continue operating with 2 slips a gully, but what's more interesting is the fact now that instead of the cover fielder who was in play for Isaiah Thorne, there's a man backward of point, and not your regulation backward point, but he's probably about, I would say, 3/4 ways back to the boundary. Once again, telling you that you're looking at the possibility of that drive from McCaskey. Wrapped on the pad, and not out, says umpire Bassarat.
Maybe going down the leg side. You always get an indication of where it's going from where the keeper is going.
Well, the keeper gave no indication on that particular occasion.
Yeah, he stood his ground.
Yeah, but certainly
appealed.
sliding down
Yeah.
the leg side there. Starting straight to McCaskey.
Smith, who's also bowled fast in the first innings, tested Braffett with a wicket bumper that had him in all sorts of trouble. Took 3 wickets in the first innings. In fact, that's his 50th wicket in first-class cricket. Smith, in the first innings, is Hall.
He was strangled down the leg side in the first innings. McCaskey went quite soft with it,
Yeah.
off of the hips. And I'm certain that he'll be looking Probably just going a bit harder down that leg to get a bit more back onto it.
Now let's remind you that the ICC T20 Men's World Cup starts on June 1 and runs up to June 29. It's going to be hosted in the West Indies and, of course, in the US of A, 3 venues, Long Island in New York. It's going to be a packed venue when India play Pakistan there.
Slight change in field now. Chase right, Shandapal comes to a leg gully position.
Semi-finals also in Guyana and Trinidad, and then the grand final at the Mecca, Kensington Oval in Barbados. Your hometown, Joel. Lovely
Fantastic
shots.
drive
Yeah.
by McCaskey.
No.
Perfect balance on that shot.
Yeah, let's look at it again. Nice on the eyes, leaned into it and caressed it through the covers for 4. Not a man move except the fielder running back to retrieve the ball. So he looks good. He's gone up to 27 from 22 balls. Looking positive this morning.
Yeah, prompts a change in the field now. That leg gully. Only in position for 2 deliveries.
Sun still out in all its glory. Sweltering heat here at Coolidge. Slight breeze. Not much. Flags limp. Smith tries again. And this time edged between the first and second slip and down to the unprotected third man boundary for 4. So consecutive boundaries, but the second one a bit more fortuitous than the first one, which was an excellent cover drive. And the total going up now to 46 without loss.
Yeah, the difference there was that in terms of length, it was just slightly shorter than the one he actually strode out and drove McCaskey. What helped him on that occasion, though, is the fact that he didn't go pushing at the ball. Yeah, he wasn't there to it. Soft hands, edge went down and got himself another boundary. So racing away here at the start of the morning Barbados Pride. Things looking good for them. However, still quite a long way to go in pursuit of that grand total.
Barbados still require 297 runs. But some fickle Guyanese fans would be a bit worried now. They didn't expect that the Bajans would be looking to go for the target. And they expected them to roll over and die. Those are the die-hard Guyana fans. Ball pushed into the offside. Good running. Excellent work by Pamal also. He fired at the stumps, hit the woodwork at the non-striker's end. But very good running between these two. Got them a single. And importantly, rotated the strike. So Smith will have to bowl to the next batsman, 47 without loss. Smith again on the line of the leg stump and clipped away. This time by Braffett for his 9th run as the over comes on in 48 without loss. Barbados starting very positively early in the 4th day.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
Visuals there of what is going to be an absolute party coming up in June. That ICC Men's T20 World Cup. The journey, well, the days are getting slimmer. Remember when it was 100 days to that World Cup? Significantly less than that. Back here with the action though, Isaiah Thorne. Finds the edge of Brathwaite, but rolls all the way along the ground. Still no signs of worry here, obviously, for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, given how early in the contest it is. But the deeper this Barbados pair is able to bat, they begin to ask questions. Of course, there are a few guys in the dressing room who can also increase that scoring rate. Zachary McCaskey appears as the one hoping to do it this morning.
Still 3 slips, Golly. This one is on the leg stump and flicked away. Good.
And, well, it finds its way into the boundary. Did the hard yards there, did Nell Smith, but couldn't keep it from going into the boundary.
Yeah, he got there in the end, but his body just pushed the ball when he slid. Pushed the ball over the ropes.
Yeah, that takes the partnership now to 52. And this is the one thing that Barbados struggled to do in their first innings, build partnerships. The best partnership of the innings between Shane Dowrich and Jonathan Drakes.
McCaskey on 32. Brathwaite, who's in strike, is on 13. Goes to 14 now with another well-judged single. This is excellent running, excellent communication between the Barbadian openers. 53 without loss. 290 needed for victory. Guyana still need 10 wickets. Or the other scenario could be a draw. Neither team wins. So all 3 results in play in the first session at least.
Back of a length to McCaskey. It'll be interesting to see also for how much longer they're able to just get that movement with the ball. Of course, it's just about 8 overs old. So still a new ball in hand at the start of today for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Yeah, slightly overcompensated has Thorne in terms of the lines that he's bowling now to McCaskey after that shot, which would have gone over cover. You know, he's asking for reinforcements in that legs, and I think that this might play into the hands of McCaskey, given that he's going to be asking the ball just a bit too much when he starts it a bit straighter. Of course, Brathwaite on strike at the moment.
Short delivery from Thorne. Easily under it.
Closes out 8 overs. It's 54 without loss.
Barbados going quite well. Run rate of over 6 so far. Early days in the final day of this match.
Can't see it on screen at the moment, but a conversation going on at the moment between Pramal and Nell Smith. prompts a change in the field now on the leg side. Just ask mid wicket, just come a bit wider. A bit too close to play that shot from McCaskey. He survives it though.
They're looking to cover drive and the ball hitting the inside part of the bat and going down to the onside. But he gets a single. Inadvertently. 55 without loss. Good start from Barbados. Conditions continue to be good.
I mentioned the
Again.
fact that the man at point was just pushed back about 3/4 to the boundary, allowing that very easy single onto the offside. It's interesting because you might at some stage consider him to be in no man's land, especially if Nell Smith is going to bowl back of a length. That man at point at the moment, at backward point, is there for what is that expansive drive ball peeling off the edge more so than not. If not, there's always going to be that comfortable one to him, and no, they're asking him to come up to what is a regulation backward point position. And here we see the difference now. Back of a length, worked away into the offside. Had he been where he was when Brathwaite was on strike, would have been a comfortable single for them. So good moving by a Guyana Harpy Eagles. Of course, you don't want to allow Barbados Pride to just continue to rotate the strike that easy. And funny enough, it is something that Barbados Pride did when Kevin Sinclair was at the crease, dropped that man back onto the point boundary and just bowled back of a length just outside the off stump, allowing that very easy single early in the innings, allowed Sinclair to get into the gears, so to speak. And then, of course, we saw what happened in that first innings because of it.
Yeah, basically the same shot played, but couldn't get a single because of the change in the field.
Uppish and safe again from McCaskey. That too will find the cover boundary.
Yeah, played through the line there. As you said, a little bit of up a shot, but no danger in it. It went well past the fielder to his right and down to the boundary for 4. So McCaskey looks to be in a positive mood. He's going to counter-attack the Guyana bowlers.
Yeah, anytime they come full, he's looking to go after the ball. But what he also does is present that chance to the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, this is the second time he's played an up a shot. Both times resulted in boundaries.
Well, he's hit that in commanding fashion. One bounce, it looked like over the rope, signal now by umpire Basaraf.
So consecutive boundaries in this over. 64 without loss.
He's extremely strong on that pull shot. Zachary McCaskey picks up length quite nicely, and hence why he would be very disappointed with how he got out in that first innings. But yeah, just sat up nicely for him, and I mentioned the fact that this surface is still very good for batting. Of course, yes, one or two might keep low, but as a batter, you cannot bat for those types of delivery. So setting himself up quite nicely, McCaskey, for that one, and collected a good result for him and the Barbados Pride.
That shot took him into the 40s. So he's showing confidence as his inning is progressing, looking better and better and better.
Opts to leave that one. A dot ball to close out what was a relatively expensive over for Smith. It's 64 without loss.
So we're going to see the left arm spin of Moti for the first time today. Got the most turn of the 4 spinners used in this game. And one would expect that he'll extract a bit more turn on the last day track here. Tall spinner, so he'll probably get some bunks too.
Yeah, I don't think he will get much bumps here, Moti, but certainly that turn factor comes in, especially from this end. This is the end from which he operated at for the majority of the Barbados Pride first innings.
Very impressed with the running between the wicket of these two. The total goes up to 66 without loss. Good stop there by Chandra Paul, tumbling to his left, a short extra cover. So a positive start here by the Bajan openers. Their run rate now, they're scoring at over 7. So Craig Rackett on 17 from 27 balls. McCaskey has done the bulk of the aggressive batting.
Yeah, that particular delivery, I think, is where Moti would like to spend majority of the time. Slow that one up just a bit as well. And he's gone flatter again on that particular occasion. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes across his spell. You probably expect maybe that he might go 6, 7, 8 on a trot here.
Yes, and usually in the first over, the spinner usually looks to find the pace and bounce of the track and adjust his pace to that. Over comes to an end, 66 without loss, 10 overs gone.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
Welcome here to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. The ICC Men's World Cup, West Indies and the United States of America, June 1st to the 29th, 2024, out of this world. But we are live and in living color. Say thanks to Joel and Sean for starting this morning. And 66 without loss. Team Barbados on a roll. They need or require 277 runs to win. 10 overs, so it means that they're on a roll. McCaskey is 42 from 31. And the Barbados Pride captain, Craig Bartlett, is 17 from 30. Good morning, Philip Spooner.
Good morning, Vernon. Good morning to listeners and viewers. It's absolutely wonderful to be back with you today. This was unplanned, so this opportunity presented is welcome and appreciated.
Here comes Sinclair from the CIA Road end to bowl to McCaskey, who's driving. Didn't really get right out to the pitch of the ball. Hands went, but Permal in the hot seat there, or the hot air at cover, knocked it down. This morning, I think the tactics from Imla a little strange. I think Guyana have to believe that they can bowl Barbados out. Barbados has come with a reverse now and maybe caught them off guard. The first 10 overs, and they're 66 without loss.
Route 66, yeah, it's direct route.
Driving again, through cover. Permal is after it. Hits the rope now, a boundary to McCaskey, who's on a roll here. He goes to 46 and putting the pressure on the Guyana bowling attack.
Well, Vernon, McCaskey was famous for making 27 on several occasions in his career. And so he's now gone past 27. So he's now bettering his bogey number. So I guess the Bajans would expect him to kick on and probably either get 127 or maybe even 227 in this run chase.
Well, he's been given the license here, and he certainly answered the call. Driving again, pass the skipper. Somebody will have a lot of running to do. Will they get around there? Looks like it is Permal. And Permal will have to do a lot of work in that area.
Come on, keep going, boys.
A lot of pressure here. 48 to McCaskey of 35. 6 off the over so far. So they're going to be able to attack Sinclair.
Oh, yes, Kevin.
Just for a moment, McCaskey was looking to whip that one. He wasn't quite sure. Got to turn your hips when you want to on drive. Look to hit the ball down the V. They got a long on.
Catch it.
Going hard at the ball again. Coming around there from cover. And Imla, the captain, in the meantime. So over number 11 comes to an end. 72 without loss. McCaskey's 48, Bratwett 17. Spoons, we had some strange things happening yesterday.
Yeah,
A lot of people scoring 99. You ever made 99, Spoons, in cricket?
I once made 96.
You did?
For Spartan against Empire. In the
That's a
local
long
derby in
time. That's a
Barbados.
long
Yeah, very
time
long
ago,
ago.
Spoons.
We won't talk about that. But yeah, the two Otley brothers, they're on a roll. So yesterday, Yannick Otley made 99. Yeah, he made 99. But that was not the first time he's ever made 99. He actually made 99 not out.
Let's explain, Spoon. There are
Yeah.
two Otley
Two
brothers.
Otley brothers.
Yes, let me make sure we clear the air with
Yannick
that.
Otley, who bats right hand and bowls left hand, and John Otley, who I pronounce that right, who bats left hand and bowls right hand. He played for West Indies in Australia a couple of weeks ago. So, but yesterday, Yannick made 99 for CCC. In 2015, he made 99 not out for Trinidad. And would you believe it that Kajon's highest first-class score is 99? So it's the first time in the history of first-class cricket ever that two brothers have made 99, right? And first-class cricket has been going on for 140 years. So this is a very unique feat. So these boys are onto something that they're not telling us.
Certainly not telling us.
I mean, yesterday when Yannick got to 99, he must be wondering, okay, I just need one now to break this bogey. But
And Justin Graves came and spoiled the party.
yeah, he got out for 99.
Bowled him down.
Yeah, so these two brothers are the 99 brothers.
Yeah. So we got the Otley brothers. We also have the Louis brothers. At one point in time, we had the Hope brothers.
Yeah.
We don't have the Bratwett brothers, do we?
But we
No.
have a hell of a lot of Brathwaite.
But we have a lot of Bratwetts.
Yeah,
we have a lot of holders, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so pretty interesting. So no holder brothers.
There are 3 holders in the Barbados team, 2 Brathwaites. Yeah, there were 3 Ganga brothers.
Yeah.
Sheldon, Darren. and Sherwin.
Sherwin.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a lot of brothers taking place in cricket. 73 without loss.
Yeah.
When it was
And the
happening.
irony of the Barbados team, none of them are related. 3 holders, Shamar,
yeah.
Shem, and Jason. 2 Brathwaite, Cheyenne, and Craig. No relation.
Yeah, pretty strange. It's almost like the Louis brothers because there's another Louis. There are 3 brothers. So they've got 2 that has made the Leeward Island team. In fact, all of the Louis brothers have played for Leeward Islands at the youth level.
Oh, wow.
So another unique fascination taking place with the brothers.
Well, there's the War brothers, but nobody remembers Dean War, who also played first-class cricket.
There you
The
go.
Mark, Steve, and Dean, and then the Chappell brothers. We remember Trevor for the underarm, and then we
had the Greg and Ian.
Greg and Ian, who both made twin hundreds in the same Test match. That was the only time in the history of cricket that 2 brothers made twin hundreds in the same Test match.
So 12 overs bowled, 74 without loss.
I'm going to give you another stat that I discovered on the 90s and brothers. Remember, there was Alvin Kalisharan, the famous West Indies
And
batsman.
Derek Kalisharan.
Derek Kalisharan. Well, Alvin Kalisharan, he made 12 Test hundreds. He made 9 Test 90s.
Ooh.
Alvin Kalisharan would have had 21 Test hundreds if he just put less than 9 runs on. So he's had a 98 versus India at the Wankhede. He's had a 98 versus India in Chennai, a 97 versus England at Trent Bridge, a 93 versus England at Jamaica, another 93 versus India in Barbados, a 92 versus Pakistan in Lahore, another 92 versus Australia in Trinidad, and a 91 versus Australia also in Trinidad.
So, McCaskey gets to his half century, receives a resounding applause from his teammates. 39 balls, 10 fours, a strike rate of 130.77. It's almost like a T20 game taking place here from McCaskey. But he's set the tone here for the Barbados chase. 76 without loss. They need 267 runs. And they're putting the pressure on the defending champions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Impressive, sure. 10 boundaries in a half century is good going.
He's getting fancy. He's turned the game around. Out comes the ramp, as we would say.
That's 4.
Anderson is after it.
Brilliant.
Big save by the young man, Kevlin Anderson. Saved the run there. That is a big, big, big effort. Score in the meantime goes up to 79 without loss. 54 is McCaskey. And the Barbados pride and West Indies Test captain Craig Bradwick comes into strike. Pressure
Excellent
on the Guyana
cricket.
Harpy Eagles.
That was excellent cricket. Decent delivery. Spinning into the leg. There, the off-feed doing what we're supposed to do. The batsman, lovely ramp shot. Scoring all the time, and then a magnificent diving save from Anderson. Good cricket.
Oh, yes, boy. Good bowling, son.
Here's Bradwick giving himself some room, staying leg side to the ball and trying to pace the offside.
Yeah, Guyana, they need a wicket. Barbados just need to continue doing what they're doing here. Get to lunch, see what happens at lunch, and then continue. Really.
Bradwick on driving down the ground. Something that I have observed, Spoons, and it's just maybe just my own recollection. That stage Sean the Paul down on the long on boundary. And sometimes I just think that he's just distant away. It's not in the action.
He's not gonna take a catch down there. I don't see it happening. Come up to mid-on, save that single, put the pressure on the batsman to go over the top. McCaskey's in an ultra-attacking mode. He's going to want to take on anything, but he's not going to get caught down there. Simple single again.
Another single again. The tactic sometimes from some of the captains that I've seen so far in the regional for the competition is, you know, I beg, even yesterday when Guyana was batting, I still couldn't understand what the ploy was. You end up getting bowled out. You can't get bowled out. Hold for a while, Spoons. Current partnership is 81. We got one more delivery in this over, and then, you know, we have to make sure that we support Spoons, the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. 81 without loss, over number 13. Down the onside.
Good shot.
And this one will run away. He can't get there, hits the rope. Moti, just to retrieve. So at the end of 13, 85 without loss, the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and Barbados on a roll here one time.
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं? Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
Welcome back. The ICC Men's T20 World Cup. Yeah, months away in terms of the action. Spoons, you know, we're talking about icons. We were talking yesterday about Jackie King, one of the physios. But the Caribbean and Trinidad and Tobago lost the Nutsman Jumbo.
Yeah, Mr. Martin.
Yes.
A legend.
A real legend, a character, man.
Yeah,
both
he
for
was-
football, for
yeah.
all sports, Queen's Park Oval.
I actually sent a message to Sunil Gavaskar to let him know that the Jumbo had passed away. You know, Gavaskar had a good friendship with Jumbo. Every time Gavaskar played well at Trinidad, Jumbo would always celebrate it. And last year when we had the 100th Test match, when Gavaskar was there, he made it his business to go and have a chat with Jumbo, and Jumbo sang Gavaskar, the little master, you know, that famous calypso, and they got on really, really well, and it was nice to see the level of respect that Sunil Gavaskar had for Jumbo. And yeah, when I did send a message to Sunil Gavaskar, he said, well, I really enjoyed my time in his company, and may he rest in peace. So yeah, he will be well remembered as someone who played a role in supporting West Indies cricket and supporting the team, and always rallying the troops when things were down and ensuring that, The guys kept their heads up, and the belief was there all the time. So we need more like him in our game. I mean, just a super fan who just loved the game, asked nothing of the game, just came, enjoyed it, and celebrated it, and a life well lived. And we thank him for his support.
Well, the thing about Jumbo that I remember is that he was one of the biggest critics, but was consistent in it. You would have heard him from miles away. But he loved Trinidad and Tobago, and when he came, there was just an art about him. He changed the business of vending, especially with the nuts. It was just fascinating to just see this guy in control. And in fact, I remember the days when, I don't know if you remember, Spoons, but in 2019, when the Caribbean Premier League, CPL, Sunshine, I think, was offered the rights to sell nuts, and there was an uproar in Trinidad and Tobago to keep Jumbo out. There was a public outcry. They had signed a deal.
I don't have any knowledge of it.
Made over by Goodish Modi. Jason is telling me I could remember that, Spoons, because I was around in Trinidad at that time, and it was a major uproar. Folks, the public in Trinidad and Tobago kicked up, because had that taken place with Sunshine, Jumbo would not have been able to be moving to Queen's Park over selling the nuts.
Okay.
Yeah, but one thing, when he's got a picture in the museum at the Queen's Park Oval that you really can, look around for. But I just loved him. The energy that he brought, both to football, both to, sports in general in Trinidad and Tobago. And he was a real character. I think, if I'm not remembering, I'm not too bad, Spoon, I think he went to St. Vincent. I think he had pulled out, he went to St. Vincent. He was applying the trade and showing them in terms of what was happening. But that was very, very creative. When he picked that and he threw that, oh man, it was amazing.
Yeah. Interesting game developing here. I think Guyana missed a trick. The seamers have been ineffective. Didn't look like they would get anybody out, to be honest.
Well,
they didn't threaten the batsmen. They should have brought the spinners in earlier. But I think the attack is. I mean, Permall is coming in. He's experienced. He's got over 600 first-class wickets, so he'd be an X factor. But a leggy here that bowls a googly would be a wonderful thing to have if Guyana could. I don't know if there are any leg spinners in Guyana worth being selected at this level, but it's something to think about. Let's see how Permal goes. I mean,
in fact, I think it is needed almost all around the Caribbean. I was looking at even the Hayden Wall situation. I saw Hayden Wall.
I know what's missing. Left arm quick. That
Point?
can swing the ball into the openers. We need a couple left arm quicks. If we can find them, I don't know where they are.
Oh, that's a poor shot by Craig Batwet. He's upset with himself. Spoons maybe spoke too early. And Craig Batwet hitting across the line of a delivery that was just never there and lost his stumps. Guyana strikes, per all.
Nothing beats experience, know-how, knowledge, awareness, ability, skill. Permal showing all of those in one.
Batwet playing out of character. That's really not Craig's style. And he's kicking himself.
Tempo was up, and he felt the need to be adventurous. But remember, mid-on was also up, as opposed to being pushed back, as it was for Sinclair. Now, had mid-on been pushed back, that's an easy stroke down there for a single. No issues, but mid-on is up, and you're going to take on mid-on when you're in this type of mode and tempo. And that's what happened. Permal coming in, understanding the game, bringing his mid-on up, telling the captain, I want my mid-on up. Sorry, I'm not going to bowl with mid-on back. Craig seeing an opening, looking to go downtown. And as they said, the rest is history. And Permal now 600 plus first-class wickets. You don't get them overnight. You don't come in your sleep. You got to earn them. And he's just proven that one delivery that he knows what he's doing. So the Guyana need 9 more of those type deliveries. And Barbados need a hell of a lot of runs. So it's still Guyana's game to lose. And as I said, a good leggy here now from the other end would be priceless, but they don't have it. So Permal is going to tie up one end for the rest of the day, one believes. And the captain is going to probably try and rotate the others from the southern end. I can see Permal ending with 5. I can see Guyana winning by 85 runs. Thereabouts. So that's my prediction at this moment. Barbados need to continue in this tempo, no doubt. McCaskey needs to get a big 100 for Barbados to win. It would be a breakthrough innings for him. He doesn't have a first-class 100, even though he's been in the West Indies setup. So this is his opportunity now to prove these selectors right. He doesn't just need to make 102, he needs to make 150 for Barbados to win this game. You've got Jason Holder, who's got a double 100 in Test cricket. He needs no introduction. You got Drakes, who made 100 in the first innings. He looks like he's got some quality about him. Reefer has played Test cricket. He can play. He will have a point to prove to the Guyanese as well. He was switched. And then coming down the line, Dow Richards got Test hundreds. He can play. We know that. So this is a good game setting up, but I would still back Guyana because Pramal is
offline here. And Cheyenne Brathwaite gets his first run. A badly lined delivery there from Pramal down the onside. And putting it away nicely.
But you see, the field is up, and it's going to be a different approach. Cheyenne Brathwaite, who's actually the nephew of Sean Armstrong, who played some matches for Barbados in the 90s and early 2000s. Sean was a stalwart at the Wanderers Club. Cheyenne is from Empire. He's the captain of Empire when they won the cup last year. Empire is the home of champions. That's Charlie Griffith, Everton Weeks, Frank Worrell, Conrad Hunt, Seymour Nurse, Roland Hall, the list goes on. You know, so Cheyenne has come from good start. Combermere School as well, under the tutelage of Roddy Eswick. Combermere's just about everybody who's played for the West Indies recently, both male and female. So he's from good start. He's highly rated. Was a good schoolboy cricketer. He has something here now to prove. He just wants to get a good score on debut and show that he belongs at this level. If he can help Muskowski win the match, that would be sensational.
Pramal, the Brathwaite, comes quietly forward. 89 for 1 was Sammy Pramal. He required 254, so the over comes to an end. I want to say good morning to Ravi Atwara. We saw Dr. Sir Richardson visiting the sports zone yesterday, endorsing the E4 brand.
You talk about Sir Richie Richardson. He also got out for 99. I saw him get out for 99 in a Test match in Barbados against Australia. Attack with Merv Hughes, Craig McDermott, Terry Alderman, Greg Matthews. Richie got 99. I think Desmond Haynes got a big 100. Sorry, Gordon got a double 100 in West Indies, won handsomely. But yeah, on the topic of 99 and the Otleys, but back to reality, 89 for 1 in 15 overs, going at 6 and over. A good chase developing, and just want to see the guys play good cricket, take this down to the wire, and we get some excitement.
McCaskey sort of lost his shape there. Was looking for a heave. Moti to McCaskey. Comes quietly forward. So they brought the mid-on in. And Torn is on the long run, boundary area. So Guyana still attacking. Slip looks a little wide to me, but Kevlin Anderson will tell me I will catch it, so don't worry, Mr. Springer. Anything that is nicked, I will take it. Just looks a little wider, but you never know. Once he can see the ball and catch it, that is important. Here's McCaskey punching down the ground, coming around nicely. Looks like the captain.
And the rate of scoring has slowed significantly as well since the spinners have come into.
I think the loss of Brathwaite too would have triggered that, even though Cheyenne got off the mark with a boundary.
Well, if you hear that the rate of scoring has slowed when Craig Brathwaite gets out, that's I think that's a misnomer. That's not how it's normally done.
And that is because McCaskey's got 55.
Well, right. And McCaskey now sees himself as a leader in the batting as opposed to being led by Craig. He's now taking on a different role. But he needs to keep going. He needs to keep the aggressive intent. But as I said, field change can make a hell of a lot of difference. And you saw when mid-on came up, when Pramal insisted that he have his mid-on up, as opposed to when Sinclair had him back. It brought a false shot, and it made a huge difference. It brought a wicket. And it brought a wicket of a guy with 5,000 Test runs, 12 Test hundreds. So that's a big chunk of the batting that you've taken out there, and you brought a rookie in. And if I was the captain, I'd also bring in a silly point.
He's out caught.
Well, you didn't need it, but the pressure, he's gone.
You're out caught. A loose shot from Cheyenne Brathwaite. He never got to the pitch of the ball. And a brilliant catch by Kevlin Anderson at first slip. Pramal strikes. Guyana on the roll here. Barbados 89 for 2.
And that's pressure. on a young man, Bradford, in his first game, playing a rather, as you said, a loose shot. The ball will spin. You got to know that on a fourth day wicket, you can't just be playing those big booming drives because the ball will turn. This is a guy with 600 first-class wickets. He's not just going to bowl you lollipops. But the beauty of that catch is exactly as you called it, Vernon. You said that Anderson looked wide, but Anderson clearly knows that moving to his left appears to be his strong suit as opposed to going to his right.
Yes.
So he made up for that to his left. He's wide. You can see it here in the replay. He's wide. But he's waiting for the edge. And when it comes, he moves swiftly to his left, snaps it up with ease, really. Almost Hooper-like. I keep saying Hooper, just obviously knows who's my favorite cricketer now.
Yeah,
but he just snapped that up. And his movement, he's so swift from both sides. You can see he's alert. And I would bring in Silly Point now for sure to the new batsman. But that was clever cricket, well bowled by the experienced spin bowler with both mid-on and mid-on up. So he's taking out that aggressive option by the batsman. And now moving swiftly to his left, the catcher. Brilliant cricket.
Drake's, the century maker, comes out.
Oh, yes, go on.
And I've been calling, Mali and myself, been calling for that silly point. And something which I find that is the captains are reluctant to put a silly point in front of, especially the new batter. He's not. You got to build that pressure. You have to look out to your left and
create
look out
opportunities for wickets because you only need 8 more good balls.
He's bowled him! Turmoil on the roll here.
7.
He played down the wrong line. And Jonathan Drakes goes for naught. Turmoil is on a roll here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Exceptional. And we called it, Vernon. We said that the experience is going to kill them. And here we go. He's bowling wicket to wicket all the time, forcing the batsman to play a shot to every ball. There's nothing free here, nothing loose, no giveaways. And in quick time, Pramal has got 3 for 4, and the Barbados innings is in tatters. So they've gone from 85 without loss to 3 down for 89, and that's the value of experience, knowledge, know-how, expertise, ability, skill, and just awareness of what your role is. And Pramal, the key for me from the get-go was squeezing Craig Bradford with mid-on and mid-off up, not giving away that single that Sinclair was giving away. And then before they say as the cat licky ear in the same Barbados, before the toss, the tide turn, the game is gone decisively Guyana's way. Pramal now 620 first-class wickets at an average of just below 21. I mean, and having made 90 in the first innings, he's already almost a shoo-in for man of the match. And his figures are exceptional, really. 620 wickets in 141 matches is mind-blowing.
Phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
Spoon, so tell us about what's going to be happening with the trophy tour for the ICC Men's T20 World Cup, West Indies and the United States of America.
I guess that's what I came here to do, but I am spellbound by this spell. I'm absolutely enjoying watching Pramal bowl. It's not often you see that. I was calling for a right-arm leg spin. I felt that a right-arm leg spin attacking both edges, both inside edge for the LBW with the googly and the outside edge with the slit, with the big spinning. The ball is turning a bit, but Pramal has put pay into that. He's just come on and bowled wicket to wicket. Very accurate. And very clever, because he's seen Barbados in ultra-attacking mode, and he realizes, look, if they continue at this rate, they're going to beat us, but they can't continue at this rate if we bowl wicket to wicket on a wearing fourth-day pitch. And this is expertise to me, and I did think Pramal deserves a lot of credit.
So the other games taking place around the Leewards, the Leeward Islands chasing, they're 65 for 2. They've lost Louis and Powell. It's now down to Justin Grays and Casey Carty. And over there at the Queen's Park Oval, Trinidad and Tobago, they're 48 for 3. So we got some exciting games taking place here across the region. And just to let you know that the West Indies Under-15 Championship is coming to Antigua and Barbuda. And so the Leewards Under-15 and the Windward Islands Under-15, they'll be starting their training camp in Antigua and Barbuda over the weekend. Jamaica Scorpions at Sabina Park will need 234 runs to win. West Indies Academy 324 and 281. Jamaica Scorpions 372. So a lot of action. We know for sure we're getting results.
Hetmeyer is Guyana's captain, not the Hetmeyer that we know. This Adrian Hetmeyer, the nephew of Shamar Hetmeyer. He'll be captaining Guyana. and that's good to see. And then there's a name I saw jump to that, me Shamar Apple, Guyana's wicketkeeper. What a name, Shamar Joseph and Shamar Apple. I mean, that's a player we look forward to seeing. You know, this an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Well, we want to see Shamar Apple in action. But on the topic of T20 World Cup, lots of action, non-stop action when it gets here in May. You can get your tickets at tickets.t20worldcup.com. Additional tickets will be coming soon. Released on the 19th of March, including tickets for the Super 8 semi-final matches. All West Indies group stage matches are available. And it's just going to be one big celebration of cricket. It's going to be out of this world. The trophy tour starts in New York early next week. Chris Gayle will be there to light up the world. And it's just going to be through the U.S. first and then comes down to the Caribbean in April. So it's going to be at every cricket ground across the region. Every place that you want to see it, it'll be there. You've got to come out and take some pictures with the trophy and have a good time.
Here is Permal.
Oh, my God. That should have been out.
A missed opportunity there by Niall Smith. McCaskey wasn't to the pitch of the delivery, but threw his hands in the air, and Smith going one-handed rather than maybe
What was he thinking?
two hands. Should have maybe taken that
He
at
just
middle.
needed to run back.
And
that
I
was a
think
sitter.
there was a misjudgment there. McCaskey, in the meantime, goes up to 59, and the score goes up to 94 for 3. 17 overs bowled. In the meantime, Raymond Reef has come out and he got off mark the first delivery. Pressure on Team Barbados Pride. They'll have to rethink their focus after being 85 without loss. They're now 94 for 3. Barbados require another 249 runs.
Well, I don't know what Smith was thinking, but he should have caught that. He just needed to backpedal, settle himself, and then.
And he was in the air for a long time
He
as
just
well.
he was in two minds, and he just jumped up and stuck a hand out, hoping for the best. But to be honest, he made a mess of that. But that's enough for me, Vernon. I've had my time.
No, Mali's coming. Mali's going to join you, man.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the other way around. Okay, welcome in Mali Richards. He's joining me. I've got 10 more minutes, so I've got an opportunity to watch Permal continue to bamboozle. You know, when you think bamboozle, you think Sherwar, Mushtaq Ahmed, Sackley and Mushtaq. You didn't think Permal, but there's a bamboozling going on here, if that's a word.
Well, at this level, the first class level, let me first say good morning to all the viewers, listeners, wherever they may be. Things were looking so good approximately 5 minutes or so ago. Spoons?
I'm still in shock, but it goes to show, Mali, as Vernon was saying earlier as well, the pressure you have to build pressure. If you're looking, all Guyana need to do is take 10 wickets. However you get them, you get them. So there's no need for anything defensive today because it don't make sense. Defense is just not on. You pack the field with pressure. Whether they get to lunch at Nundung for 125 or they get to lunch for 4 for 175, you still have the advantage. So, so you just got to build pressure all the time. And Permal did exactly that, and he's reaped the reward.
I think the shot from Brathwaite actually stands out to me, though. I think he's been slightly... the two shots that we've seen him dismissed in this match, slightly out of character. You know, looking to take on the short ball, Isaiah Thorne. He ended up being run out, but got into a bit of bother on quite a few occasions looking to take on Isaiah Thorne.
Well, I mean, Craig Brathwaite, if you've made 12 test hundreds batting that way, you shouldn't change. No matter what people say, you have to play to your strengths. I mean, Alistair Cook once told me he has 2 shots and he plays them, but they brought him 20 test hundreds.
Exactly.
So why should I try anything else? You know, Cook has a theory. I'll give you that theory. He said to make a test 100, you got to bat for 5 hours.
At least.
Yeah, you got to park 5 hours somewhere to get this test 100. So at lunch I'll probably be 30 and 30 overs, and I'll just kick on. At tea I'll try to be 80, because they're gonna get some bad balls in between there, and I'll get me up to 80 at tea. And by the end of the day, so I can get my 100 in the 5th hour, and then if I end the day 125 not out, we'll probably be 275 for 3, and that's my job.
Yeah, as we see this dismissal again. Have a look at that.
That's
A
not good.
swipe, almost agricultural from Craig Brathwaite. That's not something you see too often. Looking to go against the spin as well.
Yeah, well, I've seen him make double hundreds in Test cricket. I've seen him back like a tremendous knocks, and so I've not.
I think Australia comes to mind.
Yeah, that 100 at Perth was a gem.
The way he took on the Australian
then
quicks.
The 160 in Barbados saw 480 balls was. I remember talking to Ian Bradshaw on day 3, and I said, Brady, is he going to bat till day 5? Brady said, well, why not?
Yeah.
And he did bat till day 5 because he met 56 off 175 balls in his second innings. So Craig is a one-dimensional player. It works for him, and he has been successful, and he should continue playing that way.
Even his 100 last week, faced some 330-odd deliveries.
Correct.
So
just stick to that, Craig.
stick to that. That's for sure. Sometimes you can be lulled, the player can be lulled into feeling that they're probably in better form than they actually are. Probably just a bit of sloppy work there.
He's running. He's out.
Oh,
my
direct hit
God.
would have been close. Would have
crazy.
been close. In this situation, 3 down here, the Barbados Pride.
What would you tell the team if you got run out from long off?
Direct hit from
Direct
long
hit
off.
with 3 down. What would you tell the team?
I wouldn't say
You
anything.
probably- yeah,
I'd
you should
probably just
probably-
keep my head down and keep on walking.
You
all the way.
just head to the airport. don't talk to anybody.
Take
That
the
almost
pads
happened.
off.
That was crazy. The reefer, sorry, but that's not on. I mean, your chance in your arm there. I mean, when I saw him turn, I said, this is out. Because it had Pramal actually effected the word, it could have been out.
Yet another spanking drive through the offside from Zachary McCaskey. McCaskey's been severe on anything full and wide outside that off stump. Really loves that area.
Well, here's the opening batsman who doesn't have a first-class 100. And this is set up nicely for him. I mean, you've made a test team without making a first-class 100. This is your time to shine now. And I mean, you can still win the game. So, more power to McCaskey, but that was a spanking shot. I hope he does get 100 and at least puts his name in the hat.
Yeah, it's been tough sledding for him so far this season. But
I
what
think-
a time to come to the party.
Yeah, I think he might just got an eye on county cricket because he's a British citizen. And so I know he's qualified.
And I know he's got a bit of experience in England as well.
Yeah.
Would have played a bit of second team cricket for Middlesex.
Correct. He's qualified to play in England. So if in the early season and he gets picked to go to the tour, he could actually head up to England and play some cricket as a non-overseas player.
Yeah.
So, but a great game setting up here. I think Parmal changed it completely, and that's what experience does. Parmal is not in the team for his looks. He's there because he's got 600 wickets plus, and Morty at the other end is tending to stem the flow. But I still think he should bring the field a bit tighter. But that's only my opinion. I never played a day of first-class cricket in my life, so I just.
Well, Permal was the chief destroyer when these two teams locked horns last season here in Antigua. It was at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Oh yeah, I
though.
remember that. Shamar Joseph played in that match.
Yeah, yes, he did.
Yeah, Dow
Matthew
Rich.
Nandu made 100 on debut as
yeah,
well.
Yeah. Dow Rich was the captain, and he didn't bat or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Won by 183 runs, the Guyana Happy Eagles.
And a year ago, we were saying, "Oh, this guy Joseph, he looks okay. Is it some boy we can work with?"
I did see him as well. He did stand out to me. I think I saw him when he took that fifer down in Guyana, his debut fifer in first-class cricket. Just seemed to have something a little special about him, to be fair, a little X factor. Didn't expect to see what we saw on that tour of Australia, but boy, what a performance it was from the young man.
I can't believe it. I couldn't believe it. It's simple as that. I don't think he believed it still.
Yeah, and if you look at the composition of this Guyana Happy Eagles team, you think Niles Smith, Isaiah Thorne, Shamar Joseph as well.
Yeah.
The makings of a decent first-class attack.
Romario
Shepherd as well.
Romario Shepherd. Yeah. So it means who goes out then? Who goes out? Because Nando, Parmal and Sinclair might get nudged.
Who knows?
Test cricketer. Interesting.
What do you think of the pitches that they would have grown up on in Guyana? Maybe not the most conducive to fast bowling, and they're probably producing some of the quicker bowlers out of the region.
Don't tell Colin Croft that. Colin Crawford will tell you.
He'll say differently.
You see a difference.
It's a good arm ball there from Moti, just honing in on the pads of Reefer. Reefer's absolutely key in this situation. A bit similar to a Brathwaite in terms of a player who's known to have the ability to bat for long periods.
Yeah, but what he has to do is exactly that. He has to get off his strike and let McCaskey get most of his strike, because McCaskey is feeling good, playing well, and he wants to continue scoring.
Especially with the right-hand, left-hand
Yeah,
combination.
you can't tie him up too long, because then he's going to lose the tempo and the momentum. The innings is going to decline and just, go flat. And the chase is going to just become a, block, hit, and you don't want that. Pramod loves that. Pramod lives on that block mentality from batsmen. He bowls wicket to wicket most of the time. He bowls every ball from the same position. He doesn't change his position a lot, but he's consistent and persistent. And in a situation like this where you're chasing 330 to win a match, Pramod can eat you raw. And if Reefer continues like this, it's only a matter of time before there's one with his name on it that's going to hit the top of his arm stump.
Yeah.
So Reefer needs to find a way to get off strike.
Yeah, and rotate that strike.
Yeah.
Look to be proactive as well, not go into his shell. Things like that. Just look to work those deliveries into the gap.
You have to be good enough in first-class cricket to score in those areas. That's a ball on leg stump. You have to be able to maneuver that ball for a run. This is not club cricket. This is the big leagues.
Player with test experience as well, Raymond Reefer.
I mean, even the Shiv Shanapal down the track, good race up to long one, because long one is pushed back. That's a scoring area there. Coming around the leg, you got to be able to get it close to the umpire and away from the field.
And that's considered a low-risk scoring option.
Correct.
Just like that,
Just
as you
like
said.
that. So, yeah, but
Since that wicket of Craig Brathwaite, though, that run rate has just dipped below 6.
and that's not something that you often
See?
see. Craig gets out on the run rate slows.
Actually slows down. But Zachary McCaskey got off to an absolute flyer yesterday, actually last evening. You'd have taken a lot of confidence from that. Was hit in the box a bit earlier as well. Was a bit uncomfortable. A nasty one from Isaiah Thorne. But since then, he's just settled down.
Thorne is good value. You can't, when you see Thorne, you don't think he's a teenager.
He's a big lad, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
For his age. Only just 19.
Yeah, he's up for the fight every time.
It's the end of that Permal over, though. Barbados Pride 108 for 3. Cheyenne Brathwaite on debut. Having a tough match. Dismissed for a duck in the first innings. 4 in the second. And Jonathan Drakes, the Centurion, bringing up his maiden first-class century in that first innings. Going for a duck for Sammy Permal, picking up all 3 wickets here this morning.
And just to be clear, Jonathan Drakes is not the son of Basford Drakes.
I did ask. I was told
So there's
no
Jonathan
relation.
Drakes and there's Joshua Drakes, 2 brothers, both similar skill sets. Bat well and bowl a bit. I think Jonathan also can keep wicket.
Is Jonathan the older of the 2?
No, Jonathan's the younger. Joshua he plays for Spartan.
Okay.
And he's pretty good at the club level. Played some youth cricket. Dominic Drakes is the son of Vasford Drakes. He's a left-handed all-rounder.
That's close.
He bowls left arm seam and hits the ball pretty nicely. He was the player of the match in the CPL final years ago. So there's lots of Drakes, but 2 are brothers. One is no relation. Then there's holders. There's Shamar, Shem, and Jason, no relation
At all.
Yeah, and then there's the Brathwaites, Craig, Cheyenne, Carlos, and about 100 others.
What about the Reefers?
And then the Reefers. But they're all related. The Reefers are all related. Raymond, Floyd, Leslie Jr., Leslie Sr., George, Elvis, and now there's Nico. Nico is at Sussex. He was at Surrey before.
Left-handed batter?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then there's Jordan, who is at school at St. Bede's, I believe, or university. He's also knocking on the county doors. So there's the Reefers are everywhere.
All over the cricketing world here.
And then there was a Reefer who was a singer. I think she had top 100 chart hits in a band in Barbados.
Oh, really?
So the Reefer family very prominent, and extremely well respected and regarded in Barbados, and it's if ever there was a cricket family for sure,
It's the Reefers in Barbados.
like you, Mali, the Richards in Antigua.
Yes, here in Antigua.
Yeah, if ever there was a cricket family. So the holders in this instance not related, and neither was Vanber nor Roland before them. The Braffits, no relation. Carlos,
Craig.
Cheyenne. There
Just
was
a popular name in Barbados.
Hubert Ellis Braffit back in the 80s, and a few others. And the holders, Jason, as I said, Jason, Shem, Shamar, Vanber, and Roland. Richard Holder, you call it. No, Trishan Holder, who's in the West. He's
Oh,
with his
yes.
team.
No relation either.
No relation.
Wow.
So, yeah. And then there's also Holders Hill. Famous Holders Hill. No relation. But Holders Hill produced Desmond Haynes, Franklin Stevenson, Sam Skeet, Philo Wallace, Ricky Skeet.
Is that a village?
A village, yes. Yeah. Most Test cricketers come from Holders Hill. And as I said, but not a single holder came from Holders Hill. But Holders Hill produced Desmond Haynes, Philo Wallace, Courtney Brown, Ricky Skeet from the 80s, Neil Phillips, who played in the 80s. They produced Sam Skeet, who played for, remember Sam Skeet bowling to your dad?
Yes.
Yeah. And just about, they produced Scofield Hewitt, Adrian Griffith, Raymond Griffith.
Wow.
And Holders Hill actually took a team to Lords to play a match against the MCC with Sigarfi Sobers as the manager under the auspices of John Paul Getty.
At what time period
That
was
was
this?
in the early 90s.
So John Paul Getty, I
Yeah.
know about his ground in Oxfordshire.
Yeah, Desmond Haynes was the captain of Holders Hill that went to Lords. And you would have heard of Claremont de Pisa
Yes.
from the 50s that added our huge partnership with Alex Atkinson. Claremont de Pisa, I think, was the first legendary cricketer from Holders Hill.
Any relation
area.
to Givante de Pisa?
No relation. no
Okay.
relation. And then Holders Hill just produced endless cricketers, and there's area all around Holders Hill as well. Corny Brown, even to a lesser extent, Vasper and Otis from that general area. So, I mean, you call name Shamar Brooks, his
Also
family
from Holders Hill.
from Holders Hill area. I mean,
What is it about Holders Hill, you think?
it's like, I guess it's just the atmosphere and
Is there a cricket club in the
it's a
community?
cricket ground, yeah.
Okay.
Cricket ground, very small ground, but very lively atmosphere, and it's just the epicenter of where the cricketers come from. I guess when you grow up and you see people around you doing something and being successful, it inspires you
Yes.
to want to be part of this good thing that's going on.
Oh, yeah, that's straight.
And that's what happened. But Desmond stands out. Desmond always reminds me of all the things that I've ever done. I've played the most Test matches by a Bajan. Played 116. He's
He reminds you of his record.
yeah,
does he?
he's the one player from his club before Culmere's to play Test cricket. And I always said, my club, Spartan, produced 25 Test cricketers.
Wow.
Desmond said, yeah, but all of them don't add up to
And
116.
16 Test matches. So he still trumps
So he
them.
still trumps Spartan. And this is a Spartan with me and Daniel Collis King, Sir Wes, Sir Clyde, Philo Wallace, Solomon Ben, Brooks, so yeah.
A fair few Centurions, cricketing knights from the island of Barbados.
Yeah, we have quite a few. And on that topic, actually, there's going to be the unveiling of the Sir Charles Griffith statue in a few weeks at Kensington Oval. So there are going to be 3 statues now. There used to be Sir Gary by himself. Then Sir Wes was added. Now Sir Charles Griffith is going to be added. So that's going to be Sir Gary.
Charlie Griffith.
Yeah, Sir Gary surrounded by two of his soldiers, so to speak. And that's really wonderful to see that the Barbados Cricket Association, in conjunction with the other stakeholders, have seen it necessary and to do such a wonderful honor for Sir Charles to put up his statue. 92 Test wickets in 28 matches, I believe.
There's that shot you were talking about, Philip. That just worked away by Reefer. Once again, pushing for 3.
He's out.
Should be close, but not quite.
This is with some kamikaze.
Yeah, he's really chancing his arm there with the running. Taking a few risks.
A bit wild. A bit wild there, but we'll take that.
Yeah. 3 runs added to the total. 228 still for the Barbados Pride.
Oh, I just got a message from Kevin Stout, and it's really error on my part. I don't know Ryan Hines.
Yes.
He's Holders Hill too.
Oh, wow.
And his brother Jason. Jason played
Prolific,
a handful
prolific.
of matches for Barbados back in the day. So Kevin, shout out to you, man. Thanks for that. Ryan Hines also came from Holders Hill.
Wow.
And Franklin Stevenson, they rate him as the greatest all-rounder never to play a test match.
Something in the water in Holders Hill.
Yeah, Cookie Monster, as they call him. I got more respect for him than that. Good Frankie. He was also a pioneer, you know, in Holders Hill. And he played in that match at Lords when Desmond Haynes was captain. So, yeah, Holders Hill, nice area.
Someone still involved in coaching. And
Yeah, Cookie still does a lot of work. Franklin Stevenson Academy, every year they go to England, take a group of young cricketers up to England, and good sponsorship, good relations, truly great man. And as I said, he said he's the greatest cricketer never to play a test match. Now, this guy did the double in county cricket. When county cricket was flourishing, he 1,000 runs and 100 wickets in a season. And obviously because of the system at the time, he never played a test match. Ezra Mosley was the only one from the Rebel era who played a test match. But I remember, what a shot.
that's a beautiful shot. Just played through the line there from Zachary McCaskey. Bit too fast, I think, from Gudakesh Moti. He's got to bowl the right pace on this CCG wicket. Once again, just in the slot.
And I've received another message. No, people in Barbados are listening. And so Spartan, Derek Seeley. Derek Seeley was the pioneer. Now, he was a legendary Barbados cricketer back in the day. So Spartan has got 25. Harold Eastman, Spartan manager and statistician. He's Bertie Clark. And these are names that probably not be familiar. But the first Barbadian to make a Test 100 was George Carew. He was a Spartan man. And the first West Indian, I always remember this. The first West Indian to make a Test 100 was Clifford Roach.
I did see that the other day.
And I remember one time telling Darren Bravo, I said, Darren Bravo, do you know who's the first West Indian to make a Test 100? He said, no. I said, Clifford Roach. He said, oh, Clifford Roach Drive. that is at the academy in Couva. And then he made sense of it, right? And I said, there you go.
He made the connection.
And Derek, he's also the first West Indian to make a double 100 in Test cricket. Clifford Roach, right? And this is all back in the 30s. Yeah, and so I thought Bravo said, "Oh, this makes sense," because he was wondering what that meant.
And these are things that should have been highlighted at the time in terms of when that facility was being built.
Yeah. So Harold Eastman has just told me about Spartan. So we've got Wayne Daniel, Otis Gibson, Alvin Greenwich from Spartan, Tony Howard, David Holford, the late Peter Lashley, the late David Holford, the late Malcolm Marshall, the late Ezra Mosley, the late David Murray, Cammy Smith, Philo Wallace, the late Sir Clyde, Shamar Brooks, and there's a guy called Teron Gibson. Kid, he's just a kid right now, but he's an outstanding wicket keeper. We would like him to make more runs, but I think he's about 20. If Dowrich ever gives up the gloves or anything, that I think you'll see this guy play.
Really?
He can really play. He can really play. So Spartan is hopeful that he's our next Test cricketer.
Well, I know you've got a couple wicketkeeper batters in Barbados. Rivaldo Clark as well.
Rivaldo Clark is good. He's very good. Teron Gibson is another one that's very good. A couple of young ones. And they're just talented, but just Dowrich is good. And Dowrich is holding on the position now, and you're not just going to replace a guy for replacing him sake. So these are the things that happen. And in the case of Teron Gibson and Rivaldo Clark, you've got to go and make 1,000 runs in the club season and earn your play. And, wicketkeepers can play as batsmen. And you just get in. When you get in, you take your opportunity, and you take it from there. But there's high hopes for Teron and for Rivaldo for sure. Two good young and they're
players.
athletes. They're not just keepers. They look so fit and look so agile and look so ready.
Would be able to go out into the outfield.
You dive around, start the ball, run out people, take catches that slip like Anderson, moving to the left and to right with ease. Nimble, make it look easy, like Carl Hooper. like Savory.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm very impressed with Savory's glove work.
Okay.
Very, very impressed with his glove work. But he shouldn't be keeping, because Imlat should be keeping. But that not being said,
that's another thing in itself.
Yeah,
the West Indies reserve wicketkeeper not keeping in the domestic season.
It looks strange. I mean, Savory is a good keeper. I'm not getting it wrong, but if Imlat looks at his career and see where he want to be and where he should be, and if the West Indies are picking you as the number 2, well, then you just got to be keeping him.
I think Sean was saying that Savory is considered the better gloveman out of the two in Guyana.
Well, I mean, when you think about the Barbados in the 80s. Mike Worrell was the better gloveman, but Telson Payne was the West Indies number 2. So
Yep.
what do you do?
Yes.
He has to get the job, and Ridley Jacobs. There was Harris, Livingston Harris, but Ridley Jacobs came along as the next West Indies man, and Harris just had to make room because here's a young cub who's destined for great things, and you've got to make room for this guy. It's just how it goes sometimes.
With that ability to really
Yeah, you see it in
score
football.
as
You
well.
see it in football. I mean, Manu's got this person, but then another guy comes on as an international, and you say, "Sorry, old guy, but we got to move on."
May the best man
May the
win.
best man win.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it happens. So I think Imlat should be keeping, and but even when they were in South Africa, when De Silva was the A-team captain, Imlat was keeping because De Silva was playing as a batsman. So Imlat was being pushed and being given the opportunity. So now he comes here where the opportunity exists. He's not taking it. I find that strange. But I don't know.
I think even in the case of a Shane Dowrich, I think the international retirement has just thrown a little spanner into the works in terms of how long do you persist in a franchise system with a player who isn't eligible to represent the West Indies.
Well, having retired don't mean that you can't come out of retirement.
That too.
So
That too.
if the carrot is dangled and the call is made, I would take it. If I were Dowrich, I don't know. I mean, I am not playing a sport.
I think that would have happened in that ODI
Because-
series against England.
I mean, why am I playing a sport that has international opportunities and I'm turning them down? I don't get that.
Yeah, it was
But
very surprising, to be fair. After
well, I
waiting
got the
so
call.
long for the opportunity.
I got the call. When I got the call in the morning, I said, somebody spreading fake news.
Oh, you were media manager at the time,
yeah,
were you? Yes, yes.
De facto.
Yes.
I said this must be fake news, and then I called the manager Raw Lewis, and he confirmed it. I called the chief selector Desmond Hayes, and he confirmed that I was shocked. So then I had the responsibility of calling Dowrich and having that conversation with him to let him know exactly what the plan was they're going for. He was very comfortable with everything. He seemed clear in his mind what his decision was and why he made it. But I still believe there's opportunity that opportunity door can come knocking again, and I think if I were to advise him, I'll tell him take the opportunity, please, because you can resurrect your career from anywhere. I mean, when the Olympic comes up in a few months, you're going to hear stories of somebody that sat out a year, and now they go with medal contention. Things like this happen.
I think Dwayne Chambers comes to mind.
43, easy, and he's
Yeah.
still running 10.
Still running
10 low.
Yeah, and running fast times in the 60 meters, making finals,
Yeah.
world championships. So
Yeah.
some inspiring stories out there, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's never over till
The fat lady sings, as they say, or
we
till
don't want to be.
yes,
No disrespect to
the larger
to
folk. Thorn back into the attack here. That's whipped away quite nicely from McCaskey.
Yeah, I think I like this bowling change. I like the change of tempo here. I will have a more attacking feel, but I think Thorn has an X factor about him. I mean, not bigging him up beyond expectation or beyond what he's achieved so far. I mean, nobody's saying this is no, Fidel Edwards or no Malcolm Marshall coming back here. That's going to take 4 in the over. But he had the skill set. He knows what he's doing. Automatically, look, he's changing it from over to around the wicket. He's going to attack the left-hander from a different angle. He has a good field set, and this is a good bowling change because giving the young man also opportunity to win a game or to try to win a game. Well, bowled.
And yes, he's only 19, but he would have experience in a multitude of different conditions around the world, different pitches.
Correct. He's
up
been to
against
Sri Lanka.
Yes.
He's been to South
Africa, obviously here in the Caribbean.
He had a stint in the Junior Pakistan Super League.
Yes.
With McKenny Clark.
Yes, he did, and Nathan Edward as well.
And McKenny Clark, right? So he's been exposed, and he was ruthless against the Ireland Academy. He just destroyed them. They were actually running.
Yeah.
And he
was way too much for them.
Way too much for them. And now he's here in the big leagues and looking right.
Showing that development. Obviously, he's got all the raw materials you'd want for a fast bowler.
Yeah. And he's a good listener. He's a student. and he's willing to learn. And these are what players also need to be coachable. You might be good, but you need to be coachable. You need to, that's all part of development and part of growth. And I guess coaches, like anybody else, teachers like students that are teachable. Vernon would know that from his experience as an educator. And coaches like players that are coachable. It is not that you don't have the ability to deal with difficult people, because people come from different environments, backgrounds, and challenging situations, and you're going to work with what you're sent to work with. But it makes life a little bit easier when you have coachable players.
Yeah, and
and teachable students.
he looks like the type of player as well that's always willing to put in maximum effort whenever called upon by the captain. He goes short there, doesn't quite get as high. We've seen that on a couple of occasions. We're probably going to start seeing it more as this ball becomes a bit older on the CCG pitch.
Yeah, and that puts to bed the myth about the pitch being a good or a bad pitch. That's rubbish, I think. It's a 4-day match. The pitch is supposed to deteriorate.
Yes,
it's
over
not going
time.
to stay
Yep.
green and fresh for 4 days. That would be realistic. So you don't expect, because the ball doesn't bounce and carry on the fourth, you say, oh, that pitch is no good. The pitch is expected to deteriorate, and this is where you play spinners. So that in the fourth innings, whether it's a 5-day match or 4-day match,
They
the
look to
spinner
exploit
comes
those
into play.
conditions, yes.
Exactly. The pitch can crack up. It can
The
deteriorate.
foot marks outside the off stump.
Nathan Lyons' first innings stats versus fourth inning stats are completely different, chalk and cheese, because
And the role that Mitchell Stark plays in that.
exactly.
Yes.
As the game gets older, the spinner comes into play, and that's why your spinner is expected to win you the game in the fourth innings. Simple. Thanks, Mally. Really appreciate the time. Great talking to you as always. I will make way for.
Yeah, I think we'll have a double change now, actually. We'll
I'll
have
make way for the elder statesman in Endeavours.
Joe
Someone
Manning.
I've known since 1988, actually, Sean Devers. Believe it or not, we are that old. And thanks again to all your listeners for tolerating. And I hope that McCaskey can get 100 and state a claim and put his name in the hat, or whatever you call it. Hope that Pomal can get 5 and prove me right. And I expect Guyana to win by about 75 or 80.
Yeah, well, good afternoon, good morning, good night, wherever you're in tune to the YouTube, West Indies CWI YouTube. Pomal, who's gotten all 3 wickets to fall.
Good work, Ghana. Ghana, run you out, Ghana.
Very experienced campaigner. We're Sandy Pomal,
Out, Ghana, leave this, Ghana.
624 first-class wickets, I think. Good morning to you, Joel, once again.
Good morning, Sean.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
Just about 28 minutes or so up until that lunch break. Barbados Pride will be hoping to lose another wicket. Guyana will be hoping to take one more.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Keep going. Keep going, boys. Keep going.
Interesting discussion between Philip and Mali. As the over comes to an end, it's 124 for 3. The run rate has dropped below 5. 219 required for victory. Philip was talking about Sir Charlie Griffith, one of the pioneers of fast bowling. He will have a statue unveiled at the Kensington Oval on the 25th of March. So that's good for Mr. Griffith. Barbados is a beautiful place. Torn. Continues from the commentary box end and then loses his rhythm, aborts the run. Of course, when you talk about Barbados Multinose Sports Club, the club that I play for will be touring Barbados from March 15 to 21st. They will play in several matches, including two 2020s. Shaquille Williams, who was part of the University of the West Indies team, played first division cricket in Barbados. He will captain that side.
Yes.
Good running again. Football work there from looks like Ali Mohammed, and goes wide of the goal. So the total going up by 127. So as I said, the team will be led by Shaquille Williams, and the head coach will be Felix Walker. He played some cricket in England also. Hello to all of my friends in BIM. This is Baina. Good day to you and your family. Loose shot there played by Zachary McCaskey.
I wouldn't necessarily consider it to be a loose shot. I mentioned earlier this morning that anything short of a length, he's going to look to latch on to. What I think he didn't pick up there was the particular line of the delivery. We've seen quite a few deliveries that he's pulled so far in the morning period. Probably going with that angle more towards that middle and leg. He's capitalized on those on this occasion. That ball just wide of the off stump.
But this has been a tremendous innings from him, especially the positiveness of it. Played uppishly down towards the mid-on position. Looked at that ball a lot straighter. Came back and hit the inner part of the bat. But his 73s come from centre ball, so he's scoring at more than a runner ball. Chasing a big total, giving the Bajans still hope of winning this match. It's going to be a difficult task, but with him there, loose ball, wayward delivery, and that was 4 byes. So a gifted boundary to Barbados. They are now 131 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, a lot of work to be done there by Savory. Couldn't pull that one back in on that particular occasion. As you mentioned, very wayward there from Isaiah Thorne. It's going to be very interesting here. And in observing how things were going, yes, Guyana picked up those 3 wickets after what was a false shot by Craig Brathwaite. I think that shot actually let them back into the contest in terms of determining, okay, the possibility of what could be a win for them even sooner than they might have hoped in terms of having to play towards the end of the day. But I think they missed a trick in terms of not bringing back the seamers from the time Raymond Reefer came to the crease, and explain after this delivery. Go short again, but we've noticed that with Reefer, and we saw it in the first innings as well, very early in his innings, especially to the seamers, pushes quite hard at the deliveries, presents that chance for the catch at gully, which we saw as well in that first innings. The thing about the matchup with Pramal and Moti at the beginning, I think that would have been what Raymond Reefer would have preferred to face at the start of his innings, get himself in. You saw that he played roughly about 5-6 overs from the 2 spinners, and now his hands are moving in a much better position. And I don't expect that there's going to be that much of a challenge for him now facing the seamers, now that he's in to his rhythm, so to speak. 2 runs there from McCaskey, who continues to look good.
Yes, Isaiah Thorne, the 19-year-old, continues. He's looked good also. I know that Sir Andy Roberts has a lot of time for him. Spoke a long time with him yesterday afternoon. And he's a good listener, the young man. Very big for his age in physical stature. Very strong. Oh my dear, that one was just over the off stump and looked to pull it away down towards the mid-wicket boundary, which is unprotected. That might have influenced the shot. And the over's been completed, 127 for 3.
In fact, just a little behind on our scoreboard at the moment. 134 for 3, but yeah, that big ball that you can see all around the Caribbean. Every country that's going to have T20 cricket played at it will have that giant ball located all around the country, and there's also a chance to scan that ball. I think the scan might be on that particular one. I do know that the one in Barbados, you can actually scan it and it takes you on what they consider to be an out-of-this-world experience, and then you have the chance to see how you can purchase tickets for the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. It's certainly going to be an exciting time come June here in the Caribbean and the USA.
That will be from June 1 to June 29. And of course, Barbados will host the final. Guyana and Trinidad host the two semi-finals. Will also be played in Antigua and several other countries. Ball hit down to the long on position, and they get another single. So 135 now for 3. Another partnership beginning to build here though, after the 3 wickets from Pumal.
Oh yes, Guyana. Oh yes, Guyana. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
Pumal in its 8th over, 3 for 23 already.
That's worked away nicely by McCaskey. Adds another boundary to his tally.
Just a bit too short there. Another prodigious turn of the ball like Moti, and depends on consistency, bowls wicket to wicket.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
And it also brings up the 50 partnership between Reefer and McCaskey.
And it's still a healthy one, 4.88.
Oh!
Excellent delivery.
Good work, Guyana. Good work, Guyana. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
Spun past the outside edge.
Keep going, ledge. Keep going, ledge.
They call Pumal the legend.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Keep going, fellas. Keep going, boys. Work, 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 work. Oh!
Oh, a loose work there from Pumal. Should have stopped that. And allows the batsman to go through for another single. So the over is completed. 140 for the loss of 3.
McCaskey will be hoping they can do like Drake's and bring him his first class 100. He's got the time, he's got the opportunity.
And he's got the class and ability also.
This is shake.
Looks a very good batter. Zachary McCaskey. And the very experienced campaigner is Ramon Reefer. He's on 18. That's an ideal partner to get. And in addition to that, it's a left-hand, right-hand combination. So if they keep rotating the strike, the bowlers will have to bowl different lines to the pair. Going to make work harder for them. Where's the delivery? Pounded in short, and a wide called by umpire Tuckett.
One turn. One McCuskey.
An umpire Tuckett telling McCuskey that's 1 for the over. So wouldn't expect any more bouncers in this over. Back of a length and fended away, and they hustled through for a single. So good rotation in the strike here. I'm sure the umpire, Bassarat, wouldn't want them to be rotating the strike like that because he's got to go from square leg to square leg. Guyana will play the Windward Islands right here next week Wednesday, while Barbados will travel to Trinidad to play at Port of Spain against the home team. The next round starts next Wednesday. Oh, that's a good delivery. Refer was looking to play and then pulled out of the shot. Dropped his gloves. Good technique in the end.
Yeah, this is what I was mentioning in terms of Reefer's hands and how he's gotten moving after a period of time. Very early in his innings, especially to the seamer, is very susceptible. Hands usually go away from the body, pushes quite hard at the ball, likes to feel it on the bat, and usually presents a chance relatively early in his innings to the seamers. Now he's had the time to settle in and bat versus the spinners.
He's faced 44 balls so far, and that's another short ball. Easier to evade this time.
Yeah, but I was mentioning the fact that now that he's had that time to get in, now he gets himself into much better positions. Now he gets his hands moving out of the way. Now he doesn't find himself feeling for the balls because he's already had time out there. He's also had a couple of runs as well, been able to rotate the striking. Yeah, hence why I think that Guyana just might have missed a small trick at the beginning of Reefer's innings. Yes, I know that Pramal and Moti were into good spells, but I'm a firm believer in that horses for courses type of scenario, especially in situations where you're looking for wickets.
Again, good running in the end. Might have been problematic had that ball been picked up cleanly, but good communication between the two batters. 143 for the loss of 3 brings the total down required to 200 runs. So game on, Joel.
Yeah, it was always on from the start of this morning. Obviously, those wickets certainly changed the complexion of things for the Barbados Pride. At this stage, though, still quite a long way away. Yeah, and they're still going to have to work on still setting that base because there's still that possibility of losing from here as well. The Barbados Pride will certainly will be looking to back themselves into what is that position where, okay, the draw now becomes the first reality for them instead of the loss. And then once they're in that position, then they're able to continue going after what is the remainder of the runs.
Maybe surprised the Guyana team with their approach this morning. Especially McCaskey was blazing away. He's still there, 83 from 87 balls.
Changes his angle now.
Goes around the wicket and aborts the run, losing the rhythm. We saw that consistently when he was bowling from the airport end and Smith. There was some problem with the run up. There was some issues with the turf, and that must have been fixed overnight. Again, he starts and stops. McCaskey this time not ready. So just the solitary slip on the gully. Started with 3 slips on a gully. Turned the fastest bowler in this game.
That's over.
So that's the end of the over. 143 for 3. Gurkesh Moti has now been switched to the far end.
Yeah, Perez has also made his way onto the field to replace Kevlon Anderson, who's just gone off. 10 minutes until we get to the lunch here on day number 4 of this round 4 clash between Barbados Pride and Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Good morning to you, Basil Morgan, in the volcanic hit island of Montserrat.
Well, he's given it away.
Soft dismissal, very, very soft reefer. A full toss, hit it straight to the man at extra cover. And just before lunch, as you said, he's given his wicket away. Big blow there, though, by the Guyanese.
Well, he simply cannot believe it. A full toss to Raymond Reefer. And he just pushed it. And, well, he's got to take that long, disappointed walk back to the pavilion. He knows that he's given it away and also provided another opening here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. He goes for 19. It's 143 for 4. Well, it brings Jason Holder to the crease now. You see, 1 brings 2, and we saw that a little earlier today. And now in terms of that left arm spinner to right-handed batter matchup, once again completely favouring the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The likes of Moti and Pramal once again. And that's where Raymond Reefer really posed the threat
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
in terms of having that matchup favour him. Certainly would feel as if he gave it away there. It's going to be an interesting period. An interesting couple of minutes into the luncheon interval.
Keep going, boys. Keep
So
going,
very
boys.
experienced, the former West Indies and Barbados captain, Jason Holder.
Oh yeah, Moti. Oh yeah.
I know at the moment you're seeing Shamar Holder on the scorecard, but it's in fact Jason Holder that is out there batting. So we'll have that corrected very soon for you.
Oh no. Oh.
Ball that skids on. Holder, Jason Holder,
Moti.
equal to the task.
Oh yes.
Forward he comes using his long levers. He's very tall, so when he pushes forward, it's a long way forward. And the over is completed. 143 for the loss of 4. That was a poor shot there from Reefer 10 minutes before lunch. Really threw his wicket away with his experience and level-headedness. Really surprised at that shot, especially at the time when it came. He was well set on 18, or well 19, and he'd faced a lot of balls. But everyone is got some excuse for concentration problems. He's a human, and he just lost concentration there, I feel. Brings Jason Holder now to the crease just before lunch and turn round the wicket.
Well,
That's a
Zachary
lovely
McCasty
shot.
will continue how things were going before. Doesn't pick up a boundary as there's protection.
Short and pulled it away. He looks in total control, total commanding innings so far. Would love to see him get 100 as a cricket fan, a West Indian cricket fan. He's batted brilliantly.
Still around for you.
And he's actually played a lone hand. Even though there were big partnerships, he dominated those partnerships. 144 for 4. Barbados require
Coming over to you.
199 runs.
Opting to come back over the wicket now to Jason Holder. In that first innings, Holder played a lovely drive and then was caught in the slips shortly afterwards.
Well fielded there by Nandu, coming to the left at mid-on. The second session will be very important to the outcome of this game. McCaskey has to keep going, and the Guyanese have to come out and pack up their bowlers with alert fielding, energetic work in the field. And their bowlers have to be on target.
It's very interesting the manner in which Jason Holder left that delivery. And you saw him make a little bit of an adjustment and a rehearsal after that, but originally when he left that ball, his bat was still hanging quite high and outside that off stump as well. Fortunate for the ball not to take. There's a piece of that there, you see it. Drop the hands relatively late maybe, but still safe in the end, Jason Holder.
Had a lot of experience recently in white ball cricket. Hasn't played red ball cricket for a long time. In fact, in 4 years, this is the first time he's been against the Guyanese team in a first-class match. Opted out of the Australia series to focus on 2020. Should be a key component in the ICC T20 World Cup, which runs from June 1 to 29 in the USA and the West Indies. This time he's in a better control, a better position, just tucks the bat inside the line and the ball goes by to be taken by Savory.
Well, he's really having trouble here, Isaiah Thorne. Maybe with the 5th time that he's pulled up. 2 deliveries still left in his over, and depending on how quickly he's able to get through with him, might be able to squeeze in one more over before lunch. Guyana Harpy Eagles will certainly be hoping that they could squeeze in one more.
Two slips now. And the gully. That's over pitched. Holder just strokes it back towards the bowler. So 199 required.
I'm just looking at Zachary McCaskey, and he's understanding the situation. It is smart work on his part.
Ensuring that this should be the last over.
It's taking just a bit more time out of it. Wrapped on the pad, this looks good. Says not out. Yeah, and I thought they had their man. Oh, big inside edge onto the pad.
Saved Holder.
And with 11:59 on the clock, we were able to get in one more before that lunch break.
McCaskey, who raced his 50 from just 29 balls, decorated with 10 boundaries, is still there. He's on 84. Holder's yet to score. That's Jason Holder, no relation to Shamir Holder.
Oh yes. Keep going, go to Kish. Keep going, go there, keep going, go there.
Moti 1 for 19. This is his 10th over. Will be the final over before the lunch break on the final day of this encounter.
Oh yes, oh yes. Keep going, Moti. Oh, that boy!
We saw in the Guyana innings when Sinclair was well set. He was dismissed cotton bowl in the final over before break.
Oh yes. Nanu.
4 wickets down. Moti's picked up 1. Pomal picked
Catch
up
it.
the other 3.
Yeah.
Final delivery now before lunch on day number 4 of this round number 4. And now he's asking leg slip to come to first slip, making a slight adjustment in the field as well. Bringing deep mid wicket to regulation mid wicket, mid on. Rather long on comes to mid on. Also opts to go around the wicket. This motive for this final ball before lunch. Oh, wow. Oh, they pick up 2 to take Barbados Pride to lunch. 146 for 4. They start today at 31 without loss in pursuit of what is that, 342. So lunch on day number 4 here. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back in roughly about 40 minutes or so, we'll have the second session of action.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
Good afternoon and welcome to we could say the second session on the final day of the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. And Barbados Pride require 197 runs. I'm Vernon A. Springer and I'm alongside my colleague Molly Richards.
Good afternoon, Vernon. Good afternoon to all the watchers, listeners in the region and around the globe. Just 2 sessions left of this encounter between the Harpy Eagles and the Barbados Pride.
Yeah, thought that Tevin Imler missed a trick for me. Permaul has to bowl at least 40 overs today. And there's no way that I would have been taken off Permaul from the CIU road end. He's been the main wicket taker. He's been the destroyer. This is his hunting ground, Cricket West Indies Championship. You might not rate him at the test level, but this is your trump card, and so everything else has to be rotated around Versamy Permaul.
Yeah, he's really brought his team with a very good chance of getting a second consecutive victory in this West Indies 4-day championship. Versamy Permaul, that triple strike this morning, first with Craig Brathwaite, very uncharacteristic stroke from the West Indies captain. Since then, you know, the old adage, 1 brings 2.
2 brings 3.
Yeah.
That's what has been happening. But I just want to see some more purpose from the leadership of Tevin Imler. You have to believe that you can get 10 wickets. That's your objective. That's why you batted yesterday. That's why you went back to bat. If you didn't feel that way, then you'd have batted out the entire day's play yesterday and come back today and still be batting. So if you want to win this game, based on how the game is set up nicely, the dressing room has to believe that they can get 10 wickets.
Yeah, and it also has to be execution from the Guyana bowlers. Now Smith going to take up the attack from the media centre end. They've got to execute. You've got 3 slips, or is it 2 slips and a gully now?
And right now, Mali, runs does not matter. It's about getting wickets, about building pressure and getting the wickets. The big wicket here will be McCaskey and Holder. 2 big wickets.
Oh, and it's edged. First delivery after lunch. Maybe still a bit full from that lunch. A bit of a lackadaisical stroke that from Jason Holder. Went quite hard at it though.
Yeah, it would have taken it would have had to be a screamer of a catch if it had gone to hands.
And it's imperative on both these batters. Jason Holder, a wealth of experience, international experience. It's imperative upon them to really concentrate here after the break, Vern. You know what happens, what tends to happen. We see that trend of batters losing their wickets after drinks break, after lunch, after tea.
150 comes up for Barbados. So they're now 150 for 4. Require 193. Here's Holder slapping that for 4. You won't mind that. Niall Smith also looks like he's also bulky from the luncheon period as well too. 2 freebies. Well, I must say the second one was really a freebie. That was almost like a long up. And he was looking down as if the rhythm was just not right at all.
Yeah, really allowed Jason Holder to free the arms on that one from Niall Smith. Nothing delivery, just touching down outside that off stump.
And
a
now
player.
he wants Chandapal to stay sweeping.
Yeah, he's going to stay on that point boundary, but a player of Jason Holder's class can't afford to bowl that.
So 8 runs out of the first 2 balls so far after lunch. 154 for 4. Holder is 8. Smith to Holder. Not interested?
Once again, just outside that off stump. Maybe a bit fuller in length there. I think it's important as on this day 4 CCG pitch. Now Smith in particular from this media centre end, he's got to be bowling in between wicket and wicket. Look to exploit whatever inconsistent bounce is available to him.
For me, has to be Permaul. Anybody else bowling from the media centre end. We got 62 overs to go. Permaul has to bowl 30 of those for me.
From CIU Road.
From the CIU Road end. Naughty shot by Jason Holder. The right foot really not going anywhere. He wasn't backing across. Had he been backing across, he'd been able to just punch that out to Chandapal. He was caught in no man's land. Still maybe in the T20 mood, Holder. Just looking to use his hands. He's got long levers.
Yeah, he's been traversing the T20 circuit over the past few months, Jason Holder. Opted out of that tour to Australia, a tour in which the West Indies would have drawn the Test Series 1-1.
Maybe he has his eyes set on England.
This one's behind square to that third man region. Chandapal pulls out the dive but can't save that one. So another boundary here in this over. 3 boundaries off Niall Smith. All 3 coming to Jason Holder.
So Holder goes to 12 and the score quickly racing away. In a hurry?
Yeah, this little period just reminds me of Zachary McCaskey's little innings yesterday evening. Was just served up a few deliveries outside that off stump. In that area in which he really likes. He's strong, square of the wicket. Loves to drive as well. Good extra cover drive.
158 for 4. Make it 159. Chandapal comes in off of the deep point boundary. It's almost like in no man's land there for Chandapal. Over completed 13 of the first over after lunch. And Barbados, they've started the mission because they look like they're chasing the score for sure. And it really does not make sense to just go and play for a draw. You might as well try and challenge for it. And if you can't get it, then the second option would be to try and have a drawn game.
Yeah, but the Guyanese bowlers here have to stay disciplined in this situation. They've got to make run scoring as hard as possible or as difficult as possible for these two Barbadian batters. It's going to be Moti though.
Yeah, Imla is gone for Moti. You got to go for your trump card. Your trump card is Versami Permaul. Yes. Moti is the test bowler, but on this given day, Permaul has understood how to bowl here. Just find that Moti's just been bowling just too fast.
Yes, he's just been a bit too quick, has Gudakesh Moti. Maybe doesn't find the conditions here at CCG to be ideal for his bowling, but he's still got to find a way. Starts with another quick one.
And that's what I like about this competition this year, Mali, is that the different countries get a chance not just to play against the host country, but other countries in different conditions. Test their character. Easy single by Jason Holder, staying low to the ball and just undriving it down to Versami Permaul.
And that stroke also just highlights the pace, as you were saying, Bern. It's a bit too quick. Almost played him like a medium pacer there was Jason Holder. I think when Moti is dangerous is when he manages to get those revolutions on the ball. The ball drops out of the air quite quickly. Looks to toss it up.
14 to Holder. McCaskey 84. He gets his first ball after lunch. A lot of pressure would be on McCaskey. He himself would want to get his first class 100.
It's a mental game for him here, actually.
Yeah, it is. I just find giving him up an easy single. He's an 80 something. You just come back after lunch, and you got Ali Mohammed. You gotta build pressure. You're leading. Ghana look like they're behind the game and they're trying to save the game.
Seems like our graphic scoreboard on the screen is probably just 8 runs or so behind.
More than 8.
It's 162 for 4.
Holder is 14. And McCaskey is 85.
Oh, yes.
Well, I'm going by the manual one. Manual saying
I think the manual is one ahead.
8 ahead.
So Jason Holder should be 14, Mali, because he hit 3 boundaries and 2 singles. So he should be 14. McCaskey 85. That's according to my tally in the book.
A wee bit. middle.
So 161 should be the score. 161 for 4. That should be the score. I think the manual scoreboard is a run ahead. Make it almost said 162, so it should be 161 for 4.
Just having a few internet connection issues here.
Yeah. I want to say good afternoon to the folks in the Emerald Isle, Montserrat. We've got the St. Patrick's Day weekend this weekend.
I know quite a few people have gone down for that, Vern.
Yeah, it's a big action. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if it's this weekend, but
it
Tea
was-
and Winter, was it last weekend?
No, probably this
This
weekend.
weekend, I think Tea and Winter is going to be down there.
I was going to say former West Indies fast bowler Lionel Baker. His party was last night.
Last night, yes.
A Dubai affair, all white.
And also had the return of the body of Hero Castle last evening. So they had some celebration, some small celebration in Montserrat. They was greeted home with the masquerades and the iron band. Pretty somber moment for those folks in Montserrat as we speak. But really, a history lesson this morning from Philip Spooner. Really got to learn so much
Yeah.
more about Barbados cricket.
A real encyclopedia of a Barbadian and West Indian cricket.
Yeah, certainly, man. It's good to have those conversations. That is something that has to be documented and taught to our youngsters in the academy and around the region. McCaskey punching out to cover, can't score.
I think that's the length, Vern. He's got to bowl that hard length into the pitch here. Now, Smith can't afford to just float these deliveries, especially with McCaskey in the form that he's in, 85 from 100.
You know, Mali, patience is ugly, right? But you got to stay the grind. You have to stay the grind. And one of the things that I found around here is that our bowlers just try too many things.
Too soon, that's right.
Just be patient. You know, you got to make it. It's a cycle. This is why it's called 4-day cricket. That's why it's called Test cricket. It's not T20 cricket where you're trying things. Got to be patient. Driving again. Somebody could be in trouble. And they got away with it. I just found that the feeling by the Ghana team, they've just been caught on their heels. Everybody is like they're not expecting.
And you'd expect a team hunting a second consecutive win. Here, you probably expect them to look a bit more hungry in the field. I think a lot of that is led by Raymond Perez. Every time we've seen him in the field, he's been an absolute live wire.
Yeah, and they got to find a way to get him into the team. I know Ali Mohammed got 5 wickets against the Leeward Islands, but you got to bring a live wire into the field. You need that. We saw what happened when he was on the field when Craig Brathwaite got run out.
Yeah, I think he also has to find a way to make better use of the opportunities when given.
Yeah, but at the same time, I suppose he scored runs.
He looks quite stylish.
Yeah,
indeed.
he is.
looks
But you need that, and it depends on your backroom staff. Backroom staff might not want you to play in that particular role. They might want you to play like a Tevin Imla and like a Kemal Savory. But he's a stroke player. And that's something with Mali which I find that is moving away from the West Indies way of cricket. We don't see natural stroke players like the Sawans and the Hoopers and company. We need that. We need a little flair.
Oh, that's a beauty. That hard length, as we were saying. They go up hard. He's given. So Zachary McCaskey once again falls short of that maiden first-class 100 here. An absolute rip-snorter from Niall Smith. Hard length. Seemed to have just taken that glove on the way through to wicketkeeper Savory. And the 5th wicket down now for the Barbados Pride. McCaskey goes.
Let's see that again, Mali. Cameraman has done an excellent job. So too is Jason.
Not sure. Possibly looked like if it didn't take a bit of glove, probably took the shirt or a bit of shoulder just on seeing the replay. Not sure. The umpires seeing that on real time as well, in real time.
Yeah, he did paused for a while. Tuckett, he was
did take
registering.
his time, yes.
He was registering it to his mind. But McCaskey knocking his bat as if like he maybe just got a faint edge. Jason will pull it up for us. Two of the most experienced players now in this Barbados lineup in the latter part of their batting right now has just come to the crease. Shane Dorish joins Jason Holder, and the way he was striking the ball in the first innings, just break it down, man.
Have a look at this, an extra close-up angle here. Brilliant work from Jason and the 360 team.
Perfect.
Have a look at this one. He's just on about...
He's a genius, Jason.
Almost on off stump, middle and off guard there.
Yeah. I think the alignment there as well too, Mali. Let's look down. He wasn't quite sure. Just now Jason is kind of working that out for us, and he's got a little space between his grip.
Having a look at that setup.
Yeah.
That delivery there. Looked very comfortable in this innings was McCaskey.
He did. He started with intent. And you've seen that.
We see it here
See
again.
it, right.
Oh, not sure. Rip snarter indeed. Extra bounce from Niall Smith. Possibly a thin glove or just a little bit of shirt or shoulder there. Tough decision in the end. Umpire Tuckett says McCaskey has to go. His wait for that maiden first-class century continues, but he'll be happy with the fact that he's now rounding into a bit of form here.
So there's a little indecision in terms of the field placing here. Moti has to find out what he wants.
He's got to find the right pace on this pitch, as Moti.
Yeah, and he's now sending for Sammy Pamal, the shortest fielder, down to lawn. And I'm sure Jason Holder will clear I don't think Jason Holder is even thinking about that. He's got to just knock the ball down the ground for a single.
Suggests he's going to toss the ball up a little bit here as well.
I hope so.
Got to look to lower Holder. It starts with a quicker delivery.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
And in fact, he's proved to be more threatening from the media centre end. Extracted a bit of turn and bounce yesterday.
Hey, don't let you get one. Smithy.
Savory was saying, don't let him get one, but they scamper through for a comfortable single.
The thing about it, Mali, is that we've seen even the West Indies Academy team. You would have had Ned and Bishop, and you realize how they would have rotated their lines here. Just as what you said. When Moti bowled from the major centre and he looked more dangerous, he looked like the real Moti. When he's bowled from the Sierra Road end, because that end suits Permal based on the bounce and the consistency.
Keep going, Moti. Keep going, Moti.
No silly punt in front of Dorish.
Don't let you get one. Don't let you get one. Good work. Good
Got to
work.
put a silly point in front of him.
Wicketkeeper Savory, don't let he get one.
That's why you need the silly point.
Yeah, he's well up for it here. He's keeping his team well G'd up. That wicket would help in that regard. And also CIU Road end is just slightly downhill
It is.
at the CCG, and I think
It doesn't fit
that
Moti.
end doesn't suit Moti all that well.
And because of that, that's why he's bowling so fast.
Probably just
'Cause he's
getting
just
through
rushing.
the action a little too quick there. Every time he just manages to slow it up, toss it up a little bit more. We've seen the ball, seen him get a bit of purchase out of this wicket. Goes quick again. More side spin on that one from Gudakesh Moti. He's got good skills. Someone who does look to give the ball a massive rip.
Oh, yes, it's straight.
End of that over. Just the one run.
So it's rebuilding time now, Mali, as late Arrow would say. Rebuilding time for the Barbados Pride team. They would have maybe come out with some motions and some plans as to, McCaskey continuing after lunch in the same sort of vein. But as you rightly said, after the break, sometimes coming out after lunch, you tend to lose a wicket. Gone for 87, 103 ball. Made his debut in 2023, Ghana versus Barbados at North Zone. So, pretty young for someone coming to of this nature. But Barbados has always got a factory of players. The problem is finding the right balance and as to
Finding
who to push.
opportunities, yes. He's forging his way now, as he said, 14 matches to his name. It's reminiscent of a Gordon Greenwich, the way Shane Dowrich played that stroke.
Didn't bounce a lot, Mally.
He didn't, kept his eye on that one, which was good.
It was in his area. So
look at the flick pitch. Hard ball. As we said, Guyana Harp Eagles have to be disciplined. End of that Niall Smith over, though. 174 for 5, Barbados Pride.
Continue with the ABC to the semi-final. Jawaki Jones, who's had a couple of stints in England, he's been, you have to say, the leading bowler for Pigots this season, 4 for 26, a young fast bowler. Vincent Shadrack Jr.
rolling back the years.
Yeah, 2 for 18. And Damari Benter, 2 for 11. So that game is not over by a long shot yet. 104 for 9.
Yeah, 104 for 9.
They got Mackenzie Athenes, I think the Pigots team, but they got a Powers team as well too. Got Kadeem Henry, Eason Warner, the 2 Benters.
I think Lillibert Blackhawks probably would have overlooked this Jennings Tigers team slightly coming into this semi-final. Maybe just looking too far ahead. And so far,
But the return of Kofi James and Kareem Agor would have
you would
certainly
have thought
boosted.
so.
Yeah,
You would have thought so.
yeah, certainly boosted their. Those are professional guys who've got contracts, but cricket is played on the day, Mali. Too easy. Too easy. That's what we were talking about, Mali. There's no urgency from the fielders as if like they want to make something happen. There had to be a brain freeze there from even Kevin Sinclair.
Not something you see too often. He's a bit deep there, to be
Yeah,
fair.
he
at a
is.
point. Not sure you can save a single from that.
But they have to be
position.
they have to be tighter. They're just being caught on their heels, the Guyanese fielders.
I think that extra cover has to be a little deeper to a Shane Dowrich, though. He will look to go aerial if presented with that width. Has that hit pad first?
Not out.
Umpire says no.
I think it is pitch outside the line.
He's besides himself, Gudakesh Moti.
Moti is upset, but I think this one would have hit him outside.
Let's have
the
a look
outside.
at this again. I'm not so sure. I think the only thing there is whether the umpire thinks a bit of bat was on that one from Shane Dowrich.
Yeah.
Seemed to be sliding into that off and middle stump there.
On our review, it looks like it would have maybe taken out the leg pole. But it would have been a close one.
Not sure the reasoning umpire Basrath would have given to
Unless,
Moti.
like you said, Mali, that he heard 2 sounds.
Yes.
That would be the only thing. Moti's still upset.
Yes!
He has to forget that. He has to come back. Or produce it again.
5 wickets.
Get
That's
the
what
silly
they
point
need.
in.
Oh yeah, Morty!
Get the silly point in. If you're making that ball talk like that, you need to get the silly point in.
Yep.
Force Dorish to try something different.
Get the silly point in and just push that extra cover back slightly.
Hey boy!
He's gone on ball there. Quicker, faster delivery. Just managing to get an inside edge on that one was Dowrich. So just starting to create a few chances here is Moti.
Loving the pace, Mort.
He's still questioning umpire Bassarat about that decision.
Sometimes that's what you need as well. Just something to get under your skin a little bit. Get you up for the fight.
Well, let's see if he's up for the fight. Jason Hall is certainly up for the fight.
Oh yeah, Morty! Good work. Keep going, boys.
Just get that sense though. Anything in his area. Anything just slightly full. Tall guy.
Yeah,
He's got a long reach.
He's going to go with it.
This ground isn't big enough for Jason Holder.
Oh, Morty!
But I think the mood today will change, Mally, based on the circumstances. I don't think Holder wants to be in a position, based on what he would have seen from Craig Bartlett, to give his hand away. He doesn't want to be called out.
That's for sure. And also, I don't think he'd want to get bogged down too much either. Jason Holder. Yeah, very uncharacteristic from Craig Brathwaite. I was actually looking at him during that luncheon period. He was just sitting
Yeah, he was
quite dejectedly.
Yeah, he was in a daze.
Yeah,
Because he knows that if Barbados lose this game, it all depended on him. And as you rightly, called it, Mali, that opened the gate straight away because they just 1 win, 2 win, 3.
Especially with the experience or inexperience of the Barbados Pride top order. Apart from Craig Brathwaite, you got McCaskey only playing 14 or 15 games, and you've got Cheyenne Brathwaite on debut, Jonathan Drakes as well, just 9 games. Just open that door. This one's pulled away. Not quite out the middle, though, from Dorridge this time. It will trickle into the boundary. Beats Isaiah Thorne. So another 4 to Dorridge. And he continues in this attacking vein.
Yeah, but that was also short, too. That was a nothing delivery. If you're going to hammer it, you got to get anywhere in the 6 meter to 4 meter and really kicking up there. That was way off target. And Dorridge saw that from a mile.
Yeah, he did. Actually didn't get up quite as high as he thought. He kept his eye on that one, and that's been a hallmark of his play in this match. Got 40 odd in the first innings, 13 or 14 here in the second innings. He's looked as good as anyone.
The thing about it is that you got to play positive cricket, so he's going to come out with a positive intent.
Especially with his well-publicized issues against the short delivery in the past. This one doesn't quite bounce again. They scamper through for yet another single.
Holder lost his bat. He might be looking for the golf club.
It's got a bit of time tomorrow. Not sure when they leave or what time their flight's out tomorrow, but if he's got a bit of time, I'm sure Jason Holder will make it to Cedar Valley.
Leeward Islands 144 for 3. Carty gone for 61. Justin Graves fighting his 45. Hamilton has come to the crease. So we have a game on there. In terms of that game, we go over to Jamaica at Sabina Park just to give you an idea in terms of what's happening there. Just to let you know, tomorrow starts the CG T20 series at Warner Park. I think the Leeward Islands will be turning out first in that game, but we're here. And Niall Smith to Holder. Holder just turns it to the short middle area. Torn fires a return back very quickly. Jamaica in trouble, Mali. 89 for 5. They need 145 to win.
Yeah,
What's happening there?
I mean, it's been their Achilles heel, hasn't it? Their batting is just...
Brown North, Mackenzie 47, Blackwood 27, Lug 2, Brandon King not out 5, and Salmon 1.
You know one name that's missing?
Woo!
No Chadwick Walton.
No Chadwick Walton.
He's been the mainstay.
And Nkumabana has been out injured.
Injured as well.
Yeah, and I saw Andrew McCarthy came into the squad. I thought he was going to play, but maybe just as a backup. Compact. Lovely shot there by Holder. That hit the bat hard. He was back on the cross. Nice high elbow, punching it up to cover.
Interesting you mentioned Andre McCarthy. He would have made a few headlines in Jamaica not too long ago in terms of just airing some grievances about his treatment and the treatment of other players in the Jamaica franchise system. So good to see that he would have been called
pretty
back.
strange in terms of what has been happening. Well, I guess maybe because of the speak out, that's why he would have been called back.
We've also seen young Kirk McKenzie just struggle to really replicate performances that we've seen from him in the West Indies Academy, even for the West Indies senior team. Seems to struggle when going back into that Jamaican franchise system.
Yeah, and he's gone from 3 now to the top.
I think he's actually
better suited
as
at
an
the top,
opener.
as an opener. Perfect.
Would have scored that double century here.
Right
in the
here as
opening
well.
position.
Niall Smith to Holder. Holder steers this down to third man. Coming around the stage under Paul. They'll only get 1 run. Sinclair diving away, but can't stop it. Got 1 more expected delivery left in the over. But Holders look very compact.
He has 17 from 28. think the standout shot from him would have been that extra cover drive.
Guyana, they have to believe. And right now, I don't think that they're believing. They're hoping that somebody's going to give them something, but nobody can't give you anything. You got to make something happen.
And to be honest, I think they're still fairly confident, or doesn't seem like the heads have dropped or anything.
Well, they maybe would have felt that the Shane Dowridge leg before decision could have gone their way.
That would have gone a massive, a long way in terms of them picking up another win.
Yeah, so on top of that, over completed, 182 for 5. We make way for Joel Rain and Sean Devers.
Joel Manning.
Why am I saying Joel Rain? Yeah, Joel Rain is also a broadcaster, Joel Manning. Yeah, so 182 for 5, 40 overs bowled. McCaskey 87, Craig Brathwaite scored 23. Over to you, the big two.
Dad! Dad!
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Well, they're going to name me after weather, Vernon. I prefer Joel Sunshine. 182 for 5 here at Coolidge. Still 161 runs needed for the Barbados Pride. 5 wickets left for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Oh yes, Moti.
Certainly in for what should be an exciting finish here on day number 4, round number 4 of the West Indies Championships.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, Motes. Keep going, Motes. No, you're right there. Somebody get run out.
A good early call by Jason Holder, and it results in those long legs getting him home safely.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to you, Joel. And good running again from the Barbadian pair. Long legs. Made like about 4 strides and he was down the pitch. Reached the non-strikers then Jason Holder.
Keep going, boys, hey.
Fell short of his 50 in the first innings, Shane Dowridge. Got to 41 before he played a sweep, which resulted in his demise.
Oh yes, got a cash.
Lost the sweep.
Keep going, boys. Keep
In
going,
fairness
boys.
to him, he's one of the better sweepers in regional cricket. Lost the cut also on pull.
Oh yes, Moti.
Well, he gets that one through the covers. 4 runs to close out the over. That produced 5. It's 187 for 5.
You can't afford to bowl too short to Dowridge. Bring him on the front foot consistently. Once you bowl short, you go in his range, in his zone. He'll cut you and pull you. And on that occasion, slap you through the covers off the back foot. So the current run rate, just below 5. Pomal. Switching ends. Ball from both ends during the course of the day. 3 for 28. Starting his 9th over. This is going to be a key partnership for Barbados. Because if one of these batters go quickly, then Guyana are right back in the game. Not that they're out of the game.
Just a couple adjustments to the field. Mohamed's back sweeping on the boundary now. Comes up to cover. As you mentioned, yes, certainly this pair will be very important for Barbados Pride. Certainly probably the last recognised pair. With just Roach, Warrican, Shamar Holder and McAllister to come. So the bulk of the work needs to be done here by Holder and Dowrich.
The pitch hasn't really deteriorated as much as I expected. It's really good for batting, and this is day 4. The odd ball will keep low. And you don't usually see so much of green on a day 4 pitch. But the grass has made no impact in how the pitch is played. It's been basically a good batting surface and slow. We've seen the fast bowlers get a couple of balls to bounce with pace, especially Turn, McAllister and Smith.
Off the leading edge.
Looking to play across
Off the
that
back.
ball. That's what he should have done, played it straight.
Just one delivery left in this Pramal over. Negotiates it. A maiden. It remains 187 for 5.
Three wickets for Pamal, 1 for Moti, 1 for Smith.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Use this one to the 0. Stop it, Naldo. Good work. How is it keeping it? Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Working, skip and working, lads. Smith.
Clipped away nicely by Dowrich, and certainly does enjoy playing off of that back foot.
Smitty.
Ticking off the run for Barbados Pride, and of course the closer they end up getting to that target,
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
more we might start to see
Keep going, fellas. Keep going, boys.
Ghana
Stay
Harpy
there,
Eagles
boys,
starting to
eh?
slow things down. Of course, a
Come
lot
here,
of time
boys,
still
come here,
left
boys.
in the day's play.
Yeah, over a session left. But because of the initial positivity of especially McCaskey, Barbados
Keep going
have
here,
now
boys, yeah, keep
put
going, fellas.
themselves in a chance of winning this match.
Stop it, hey, Jerome. Good work. Loving the pressure.
Having
Stop
said
it
that,
in
the
there, boys.
5
Keep going,
wickets
boys.
fallen. This is the last recognized
Keep going,
pair.
boys, keep going, fellas.
They can't afford to take unnecessary risks.
Oh yes, Moti. Oh yes, keep going, boys. Keep going there, fellas. Keep going there,
Guyana can
fellas.
afford now to bowl tight
You try not to be punished, boys.
for a
Keep
while
going.
without taking wickets, bring down the run rate, and make it harder for Barbados to win the match. And then come back maybe after tea and try to win the match themselves. But I am very impressed with the competition so far. This round, all the matches have gone into the 4th days. It's very competitive, good big scores. And some of the younger players, the emergent players, have scored big runs.
Yeah, it certainly has been a feature of the tournament thus far. We've seen by far better batting performances across the rounds of the first class championship thus far, and hopefully it can continue to get better as well, heading into what is going to be 7 rounds of cricket this season of the West Indies first class championship.
Hole is still there. 41 balls he's faced. Dowridge just 1 run less than him, but 22 balls he's faced. But that's a good partnership though. One person being the supporter, the other person being the aggressor. Rarely you see, mostly in one-day cricket, 2 batters going helter-skelter in a big partnership. Or many times you see them take turns being the aggressor and the supporter.
You hear them out there saying 1 wicket away.
Yeah. They know the importance of getting a breakthrough here. And that's a beautiful ball. A rare ball that spins from Pomal. Pitched on the line of the middle and off stump. Brought holder forward and beat the outside edge. Excellent delivery. The big difference in the first innings was the partnerships. Nobody got 100 for Guyana, but they had 4 big partnerships. Only 1 from Barbados with Drakes and Dowridge.
Another maiden over from Pamal comes to an end. It's 189 for 5.
At lunch, Barbados 146 for 4 with McCaskey 84, holder yet to score. At that stage, they required 194 runs to win. Since then, they've lost McCaskey, who fell 13 short of his maiden first class half 100.
Well, Dowridge continues to go after it. Will take some chasing, but the ball wins the battle.
Keep going.
So with that shot, Dowlin actually passes holder. Parship now 30 from 50 balls.
Yes, get it.
Slight adjustment in the pace on that occasion from Moti. Also held it back slightly in comparison to that previous delivery that Dowridge was able to clip over that mid-wicket region.
Oh!
Fantastic from Moti making that adjustment.
going, boys. Hey, keep going, boys. Oh! You ain't got a cash.
He's truly settled into what is
Keep going,
a
boys.
very good rhythm.
Work, fellas, work.
As good a
work,
catch,
boys.
Morty.
Yes, and he's got good variety. So him flight the previous ball and bowl a quicker ball, the next ball.
Good work, padlock.
He's got good variations.
Son, the next day there's one. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Get it to cell. Oh, yes. Got a cash.
4 runs coming that over. It's 193 for 5.
The required runs for Barbados to win now is exactly 150. So they're still scoring at a good clip. The wicket of McCaskey was a big wicket for Guyana, but they need to get another one here from a Guyana point of view. You don't want too many partnerships to be building. If you're a Guyanese supporter, a Barbadian supporter would love that.
This has been a feature of this partnership. Of course, they know each other well. Dulwich and Holder have played many years of cricket together, but just in the moments that matter in terms of that early call, and not just the call, but responding to the call as well, has been fantastic from them.
I've been impressed with all the batters from Barbados. The running between the wicket, the various pairs, they've run well between the wicket. Good understanding, good communication. Good stop there, short cover from Isaiah Thorne. He's always in the thick of things. If you don't look at Isaiah Thorne's face, you would think he's about 29, the way he's built. That's Pomal's strength. Bang on target. You miss, I hit. Like before, bowl down. Makes the batsman play almost every single ball. Turn there at cover. Couldn't prevent the single this time. And another feature of this partnership, well, most of the partnerships that have built so far from Barbados is the rotation in the strike. You don't get the opportunity to bowl to one batter for too many balls. Bowlers, especially spin bowlers like that, tend to bowl a lot of deliveries to one batsman and then set them up. That's a good delivery also. A little bit of bunks. That's something we've not seen much.
Overcalled, overbowled. It's 195 for 5. looks as if we're going to have a drinks break here. We're 46 overs into the innings, 195 for 5, still requiring another 148 runs. Barbados Pride, Guyana Harpy Eagles in pursuit of 5 wickets. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more action from day number 4 of this round number 4 clash between Barbados Pride and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. We're back to action with Gudakesh Moti to continue his spell. He's into his 17th over now.
Catch it!
And hunting for a second wicket in this innings.
Keep working, boys!
Guyana in pursuit of 5 to collect some much needed points and give them a jump up the table. Currently sitting at 6, the Harpy Eagles. We've had Anderson been on to that one quicker. Could have been problems for Holder.
Ridge lucky that ball was inside edge just past the leg stump also.
Yeah.
So intense battle in the middle here.
Boys.
Bat against ball.
Something on give here, boys.
Moti now to holder.
Oh yes, Moti. Keep going, boys. Keep going. Catch it.
Turned
Possibly
away.
consider 2 here.
Yeah. Easy to, because the keeper had to run behind the ball. There was no backward square, no short fine leg. So Savory had to speed behind the ball. And despite all his efforts, couldn't prevent the second. So total goes closer to the 200 mark. 198 now for 5. I want to say good afternoon to Shaquille Williams, the multi-nose captain who played for the university in Barbados. The multi-nose team is going to go to Barbados for an inaugural tour from the 15th of March to 21st of March. They'll play several matches, including 2 2020s. And the team will be led, as I said, by Shaquille Williams, the off-spinning all-rounder.
Oh.
So not over comes to an end. At the end of it, it's 198 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, that's middle.
Dorridge retakes his guard as Pomal begins his 12th over. Most successful of the bowlers used today. 3 for 30. 145 more runs required. And this is played into the offside. Half volley, but he played it off the back foot. Almost like Richie Richardson would do playing the Pacers. Ooh, that's a dangerous shot. But he got it in the middle of the bat. Kept a bit low. But good hand-eye coordination on that occasion. Reminds me of Mally Richards' father, Viv Richards. He used to walk across and played it into the onside. Used to say if there are 5 men or 6 men on the offside, why would you want to hit the ball there? There are big gaps on the onside. So he'd walk across, leave his stump exposed. But he was a fantastic player. His eyes were very good. His reflexes very good. I think he's the most dominant West Indian batsman when he walks out there with his swagger. Red, maroon West Indies helmet. Well, he never wore a helmet, a cap. And chewing his gum. That was an intimidating sight. So 199 for 5. Barbados Pride 144 runs away from a possible win. Guyana 5 wickets away from a possible win. In the end, now those scenarios might play out. We come to a draw.
I don't think this match will draw with all the time that's left in it. I've taken draw out of the equation a long time ago. 199 for 5.
catch it. Padlock.
It was a little aerial as it passed Nandu at short leg. Quite a distance away from him though.
Catch it!
Well, he's lofted this one. This could present an easy chance. Pamal settles. Pamal takes it. And Dowrich has got to depart.
Yeah, Dowrich going for 26 from 36 ball. A bit more flight on that, teasing flight. And Dowrich took the bait, looked to hit it over long off for 6. And in the end, caught on the long on boundary by Pamal. So big breakthrough here for Guyana. Can this be a turning point in this game? Or we can see more turning points, Joel?
Yeah, certainly has made the contest just a little more interesting now, because that certainly was the last recognized pair for the Barbados Pride, and still quite some distance away from that target. Still 144 runs required. Dorrit certainly will be disappointed with that shot that he played, of course. Looking to take on the long on, is always going to take a big hit. Never really got to the pitch of it, to my mind. And in the end, he has given away his wicket and opened up another avenue for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Sensing now that this could be their time, this could be their moment. There's a lot of work to be done with the Barbados tail.
Please. Thank you.
The fall of Dowrich brings Kemar Roach to the crease.
Oh yes, got a cash. Oh yeah, buddy. Keep going, boys, eh?
35-year-old Roach, known more for his bowling. But he has played crucial innings in the past for both Barbados and the West Indies.
Oh yes.
But most times there was a specialist batsman at the other end. Holder, an all-rounder, who can bat very well. And a lot will depend on him if Barbados is to challenge this total.
Oh yeah, Moti. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Oh yeah, catch it, Dada.
Well, Roach survives. A wicket maiden for Moti. It's 199 for 6.
I didn't see.
We say thanks to Joel and Sean, Barbados and Guyana combination. Good afternoon, Mally.
Good afternoon, Vern.
Game on.
Absolutely, Guyana. That wicket of Shane Dowrich, maybe just tipping the balance in the favour of the Guyana Harpy Eagles there. That partnership with Holder just looked to threaten to take this game almost away from Guyana Harpy Eagles.
In
Dowrich.
fact, they were approaching by tea with another 40 minutes to go. If they got to about 250, they would be in the dance there.
Yeah, 230, 240 or so, maybe just 100 runs or so to get in the session.
But in
Give them a
fairness,
good
Mally,
chance, yeah.
they've just scored too quickly, and Tevin Imla has to find a way to slow down the scoring rate. They're scoring if we look at it, Mali, the strike, they need 144 runs. They're 200 up now, so 200 up for 6, and the strike rate is just really too high. When you look at it, it's just been 4.07.
Yeah, and
This is the highest of the game.
it was up at 6s for long periods of the day, 7s at one point. Too many boundary deliveries, especially to McCaskey early, allowed him to get away. This one's good pace, a little slow up from Vesami Permal. Every time we've seen these spinners just bowl the ball a little bit slower, they get a bit more out of this pitch. Wouldn't say spin-friendly conditions at all here at the CCG.
Here was Roach pulling out the sweep, and Nando making evasive action when he was almost hit into the back of his pads. He's okay. He's padded like a goalkeeper, one of those hockey goalkeepers. Pads in front and pads behind.
Yeah, the ball almost ricocheted back onto the stumps.
Roach is not. For Sammy Permal, bowling with good pace, good variation. You know, he's not going to flight anything, but he's in his variations of his round arm action, he's been able to just slow it down.
I think he's actually better suited coming from the CIU road end here.
Yeah, that's his end.
As we see just a bit of turn and bounce. Tossed up again from Vesami Permal.
That's his end. That's his end. I would have a switch. And like I said, he needs to bowl 30 overs. If Guyana is going to win this game, Permal has to just bowl.
And it's the end in which he picked up that triple strike in that first session as well.
They have to believe. One run coming out of that over. Barbados require 143 more runs.
And it was Philip Spooner that was actually saying that run rate now has dipped to 4. It was up at 7s at one point when Brathwaite and McCaskey were at the crease. It's not too often you would see that run rate fall at the dismissal of Craig Brathwaite.
But they were 85 without loss.
Yeah, a bit of an anomaly there.
But McCaskey being the engine to push that, and that started from night 3. You know, where the Barbados batsmen just came out with a sense of approach intent and took the intent to the Ghana bowling. They were 30-something over without loss overnight.
Yeah, they cashed in on some poor deliveries. Maybe didn't make best use of that new ball yesterday evening.
Keep going, loving it, boys. Keep going, boys.
Ghana have to believe 200 for 6. And could this option of Barbados who won the toss up into field really fire back on them now?
Good work, Paddy.
Just want to say to the captain Imla, he keeps going wide at that position all the time. He just needs to go to his right. Because automatically in terms of the angles, both him and Shandapal are doing the same work.
I actually expected this pitch to deteriorate a little more than it has here
And
on the day 4.
it has played great. It has been a perfect cricket wicket. It's good for everybody.
Apart from the yard delivery, it's been a fantastic wicket. The yard delivery just kept a bit low. This should be
Somebody could be in
close,
trouble.
but slow to get it out of his hands there at cover was Shandapal.
Yes, come on. The alertness of the fielders, they're just not tight enough. They've been caught like on their heels. And that's what I'm saying. They're just waiting for something to happen. You got to make something happen.
I think also he was running to his left, had to throw back across his body, didn't anticipate. It was a sharp single. It was quite tight. But
So finally, Mali.
Finally,
Finally.
mid off. A silly point.
Finally, Mali. How long? It has taken us day 4 on over number 50.4.
Just 44 remaining in the match.
Oh, wow. I can't believe that I'm witnessing this finally.
Even when Jonathan Drake strode to the crease, yes, he was dismissed in the end for a duck. But you think early in his innings, maybe doesn't get the feet moving quite as he would like. There was still no silly point. He was still caught on the crease, though.
See, what do you think is happening here now? Straight away, Roach is falling over because he's got to look out of his left eye, he's got to look out of his right eye.
Also, you can't just think, I'll just plop my foot down for a routine forward defense. Just there, has to wait for a second. Looks to get the front foot out the way. Uses his bat. Well played from Kamar Roach. Yet to get off the mark. Barbados Pride at 201 for 6.
Holder will be asking Roach to just stay with me. With Warrican to come, who we know is going to play shots.
Yeah, he's going to look to put back onto ball. I don't think Warrican will be coming in looking to save the game. Depends on when he actually comes in, to be fair, if he does come in. I think the situation will dictate how he plays. I think with Holder at the crease, there's still a slight chance, though, for this Barbados Pride team.
Yeah, but his mindset now would have to change on the loss of Dorish, who I thought really gave his hit away. In this game, he's just looked brilliant, and then all of a sudden he just decided that he's had enough. He's going back into the hut.
Yeah, he's looked in absolutely no trouble whatsoever. Scored that, 40 out in the first innings.
Played all the shots. And he's an experienced player. He's a natural batsman on any given day. And it's a conversation that maybe needs to take place, Mally, because if he's not going to wicket keep, then he can maybe make this Barbados team as a batsman. That's another conversation. I don't know if they maybe would be interested in that, but it's a conversation.
One to be had.
More pressure here. The big man for Sammy Pomoy, 3 for 33. The Chris Gale's number. The world boss.
Triple century.
Mm.
I think his test career is slightly underrated, isn't it?
No, his whole career, Mali.
I think he gets the
recognition
the
in the white ball, but not in the Test cricket.
Yeah, known as a universe boss in that arena, but
because
really he's an all format cricketer.
Oh, he is.
He's been successful in every format of the game.
Sometimes we have to remind people that he's got to. Oh, that hit him, maybe on his thigh. No, we didn't get that one. It's got to stick. It's got to stick. Pressure here.
Sean just reminds us that Chris Gale was one of only 4. Gale, the universe boss indeed. And fantastic all-round, all-format player for the West Indies. Tends to get pigeonholed, but if you've been a follower of West Indies cricket, you know just how good a player he was in the Test arena as well. Permal wheeling away once again. Final delivery of his 14th over. Almost a tired delivery on that one.
I think he was trying to entice him there with that one, but he was not interested. And it's too early for a Roach, really. You got to bowl Roach. That's why I feel that if Permal goes from the CIU road end, and Moti comes from this end, it's a whole different ball game. Conversations taking place, so maybe we just might see the change.
We haven't seen Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Actually, just the 1 over from him.
Yeah.
Kevin Sinclair, just 2 overs for 17. Quite expensive from the young man.
Yeah, kind of.
He's yet to really get into this second innings. It's been mainly the left arm orthodox spin. Just to remind
folks of Chris Gale's career: 103 Test matches, 7,214, high score of 333. 1,537 half centuries at an average of 42.18. We overestimate, we underestimate, his contribution.
I don't think we have a batter in our 11 right now averaging 40, to be fair, do we? Can't think of one. I think for long periods, Craig Brathwaite's average was well above 40. I think it's just come down in the last couple of years.
It's just remarkable. Chris Gale, it's been a monster when it comes to the world game.
Do you know Sean mentioned him on day one as well? I think of a vastly underrated player in the West Indies has been Ramnaresh Sarwan as well.
Oh yeah, Moti.
Stylish. Burst onto the scene as a youngster.
125 centuries by the world boss in all formats. That's remarkable.
Oh
And if we have to add up those half centuries, Mali, it's even more amazing. His contribution that he would have dominated. I was going to the IPL list the other day in terms of runs, and he's right up there.
Definitely. He's arguably
And to
the
combine that,
greatest T20 batter.
we take him for granted, right? 73 wickets in Test cricket, 167 in ODIs, first class cricket 132, list A cricket 229, 83s in T20s. He's just made a huge contribution. One run out the over, Mali, so we look as if we've closed shop here once Kamar Roach came out.
Yeah. Just one run off that over. Kamar Roach, he's always exhibited a pretty sound defense, hasn't he?
Always.
He's blunted some of the world's best attacks. So you would expect him to at least, he's already faced, 19 deliveries? Expect him to spend a bit of time here with former West Indies captain Jason Holder. Both vastly experienced, would have played a lot of their cricket together as well.
You're talking about Ramesawan, Mali. 87 test matches, 5,842 runs, a high score of 291 like your dad. 1,531 50s.
1,587 test, we said
Average of
test matches.
87, average of 40.01. And that's not bad for an outing.
I think at one period as well, his one-day international record was absolutely outstanding.
$3,300 in his first-class career, Ramesawan. Good afternoon to you, Zaz. Now turned into one of Guyana's young top businessmen.
Is he still chairman of selectors?
Nah,
no,
he's
giving that up.
I think he has. Did he go back? No,
I think
I think he
still
went.
is. I think
yes,
he's a selector.
Yes, he went back Mali. Yes, he did go back to Guyana. He quit the West Indies, cricket West Indies, but he did go back to Guyana.
Yeah, he did have a few issues. He was involved in Jamaica Tallawahs, and then that whole fallout with, we mentioned Chris Gale previously.
The world boss. Not that. Going down turmoil. Umpire Carl Tuckett is not going to give that out.
And knowing both of them, I've known the relationship they would have had over the years. Very close friends. So it's sad to see that that relationship had broken down publicly.
We were talking outside Mali about the late Ranaka Moten, passed away in 2012.
That was fuller.
Yeah, but still
maybe
outside.
a little straighter, but still possibly just missing that leg stump.
Still outside the line. The leg stump. Still outside the line. Still outside the line. You could see it.
Bit of turn. Actually turn back.
Yeah, but then
probably missed that off stump.
by a wee bit.
We're not directly behind the umpire.
He's laughing.
Yeah.
He's giving Carl Tuckett a hard time. Come on.
That's a good decision.
It is.
He's been good in this match, has Tuckett. Both him and Basarath, more often than not, have made the right decision. This one's driven through the covers nicely. Fielder at
Niall Smith.
Niall Smith tries to do a bit of an acrobatic save. Doesn't work. 4 runs. Roach off the mark. Niall Smith there putting his body on the line for his team. Some would disagree with that, saying he's a fast bowler. No need to take such a risk. Just hobbling slightly is Niall Smith. Just moves a bit wider at long off. In between wicket and wicket again is Permal. 5 runs coming from his 15th. Barbados Pride at 208 for 6. They require another 135 to win this match. Would be quite a surprising win if they were to do so. They've been behind the 8 ball for the majority of these 3 days. Well, 4 days now.
You think Barbados thinking about winning still, Mali? 135 runs.
I don't know if they're thinking about winning, but I think they're just thinking they need a partnership here going into tea. They can't afford to lose any more wickets going into the tea break.
It's 207 now.
Keep going, boys.
Lost Reef at an inopportune time just before the luncheon interval.
What Guyana has to do, Mali, as we speak?
It's got to keep plugging away here, but they've got to stay disciplined, stay accurate. Obviously, you've got to set the right fields, have the boundaries protected. But they've still got to be pushing for wickets here. If you remember this Guyana team, even at the start of this West Indies four-day championship, a lot of Guyana cricket fans would have saying this is probably the weakest, one of the weakest four-day squads they would have seen in a long time for them.
But once the international players came back, then it was a whole different ball game. And you have to take into consideration they're still the defending champions.
Well, really, it was only one, to be honest. And you think Imlach, or actually Kevin Sinclair as well.
Kevin Sinclair.
Kevin Sinclair as well. He's
And Moti.
And Moti as well. They've made a massive difference. But if you think about it, the match in which they did, it was a close match with the Leewards that they did lose.
Yes.
But they won against the West Indies Academy here.
And Holder playing out of context now, Mali, so I think he's deciding that he's going to tee off.
I think he's just picked up the line of that one. That one's just pitched outside that leg stump. Almost a free hit for him. Didn't execute.
Keep going, boys.
He's going to take that option with Moti going around the wicket.
He's going to tee off.
That was more of a controlled shot from...
Didn't try to overhit it. Just a check drive, just to, ease the pressure, get Roach back on strike. And rotation of the strike is also going to be important as well. No sense, I find a lot of the Caribbean batsmen, you just come and it becomes monotonous. They just come forward. They don't try anything. They don't try to get deep into the crease and get a single, nothing, or find a gap.
Yeah, it was Joel that was speaking about Jason Holder's love for golf. That was a bit of a chip from about 60 yards away.
Another boundary ball again.
Yes, too many boundaries being given away by the Guyana Harpy Eagles on day 4. They're just keeping Barbados Pride interested.
Now he wants a feeler to go there, Moti.
I think that's just a poor delivery. You can't set fields for bad bowling, to be honest. Not sure the reason of why he's gone around the wicket here. Just trying to change the angle.
Yeah, but bowling to Roach, you started with
and he's bowled it round his leg. So what do we know, Vernon Springer? Not sure what Kamar Roach was trying there. Almost looked like he went for a little ramp as opposed to the full-blooded sweep that we had seen previously. Let's see this one again. Bowled round his legs. So Roach has to go 7 down. What do you make of this, Vern?
He misjudged the length. It wasn't there. He was maybe hoping for the same delivery which he paddled around for 4. That one was just a little bit too close to him. And he lost his stumps. Holder really looked disappointed as if, come on, Kemar. You can't get out now.
To be fair, I think Gudakesh Moti would have been slightly ahead of us here, just looking to aim for those foot marks that you could see outside the right-hander's leg stump. Just in there. Hits that foot mark. Prodigious turn. Beats Kamar Roach. So Gudakesh Moti recognizing the match situation here and absolutely expert execution from the young man.
Well done. He's gone 3 for 49 now from his 21 overs. Barbados require 126 runs to win. I say good afternoon to Adrian Donovan, who would be glued and listening in Barbados. Milton Small, former Test player. Franklin Stevenson, what a veteran. It's just unfortunate that we have all these human resources, Mali, and we're really not using them. I talk about home here. We have Eileen Baptist. What are we doing? Why is Eileen Baptist not involved in a program? Why is Dave Joseph not working with our young batsmen? it irks me, Mali, when I look around and I see the wealth of talent that we have around, and we're really certainly not using them.
And I think not just the men, but I think you mentioned Eldine Baptiste. I think Eldine Baptiste would be an absolute perfect candidate to move on and develop the women's game, especially here in Antigua and around the region. Someone that comes with a wealth of experience, not just in the West Indies, but around the globe.
Gotta find a way, Mali. We gotta bury our differences. I don't have to like you, Mali, but I have to respect you.
Yeah, we've got to have these guys are in and amongst it, especially with the youth, the young players coming through.
Holder, driving through cover for 4. That's what you talk about. No, cut off nicely.
I think that pole is just blocking you
Yeah,
there.
it did. Sorry about that, folks, but that looks so nice that they deserve 4.
It was through the gap, but now Smith is quite wide at long off.
Pressure. You got to mount some pressure here on.
He's going to come into the circle now for the new batter in Jamel Warrican.
You have to. Got to put some pressure. They got to believe. You just never know. Moti's got 3. So too is Permal.
Scored 13 in the first innings, did Warrican. Looked to be quite aggressive as well.
He starts that way.
Yeah, he's going to look to put bat on ball, especially with just 112. If you say just, well, 125.
Chanderpaul hit
remaining.
on the back of his calf, more or less. Limping away. He's down for the count. He only needs the referee to say 1, 2, 3, 4. Out comes the physio. She already arrived as yet?
It's 5, 6,
7, 8.
I think it's a TKO.
I think so too.
I mean, similar to that fight. I'm not sure if did you see Joshua versus Francis Ngannou the other night?
Gosh, Mali,
Wow.
I don't know what happened there.
Wow, well, I know what happened. That was one of the most brutal knockouts that you would
You
see.
see in a very long time.
Wow.
But Joshua was always that sort of guy, you know. He just fell off there a while, and I think he's trying to.
He's back now.
He's back on a mission.
Yeah, I think he's just waiting on the
The
winner.
problem is that nobody looks like they want to fight him now.
Well, I think he's going to have the winner of Fury and Usyk.
But if that comes off, there's a little bit cat and mouse game going on with that.
Yeah.
Fury, like he's not sure that he's ready yet.
Well, that fight would have happened already, but I think Fury suffered a cut in training, which would have postponed the fight a couple months. So I think it's now happening in May.
May is just around the corner.
Yeah.
Man.
It's been pushed back. It was pushed back, I think, 8 or 12 weeks.
But that's going to be a good fight.
Yeah, it is going to be for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world.
It's going to be in UAE again?
I think it will be in Saudi Arabia.
Well,
yeah.
they seem to be the home of sports now, with all the big money that's been lurking around.
Definitely. You've seen it in the football.
The golf.
Just waiting for the impact in cricket as well.
Yeah, I think they're going to make the move maybe after the Olympics. I think after the Olympics, Melly.
Formula One as well.
Yeah. It's a lovely place. We haven't been there yet, but boy, everybody who's gone has been talking about it. Wrestling?
Yeah,
Oh,
WWE, everything. Sports entertainment, they're in the game. Concerts, hip-hop, everything. They're looking to really dominate.
Yeah.
The Saudis.
Well, they're spending some of the old money.
I like it. I like the disruption.
Get away from Europe.
It's gone hard.
It's caught!
I'm not sure it took the edge. I'm not sure it took the edge.
You don't feel somebody?
Nah, I think that was just spin.
But it's a brilliant catch.
It was
if
a
it did.
fantastic catch.
Let's look at it again.
Missed it by a long way as far
Yes,
as
he
I'm
did.
concerned. I think it just took the gloves of Savory.
Yes, but it's an excellent catch by excellent display of catching by Kevlin Anderson.
Took a sharp one earlier as well.
So things are happening here, Mali. Only a matter of time. 3 for 39. Looks as if Warrican is not going to hang around, Mali.
You did say that.
Plays with a nice straight bat and says, I played test cricket like you two, Versame Pamal. Another big carrier landing at the VC Bird International Airport. It's back and punching that. Turner almost was going to put his body on the line there.
Just the one run.
Yeah. Holder comes in to strike.
We were saying Kevlin Anderson, he's been sharp in there at that slip position.
His body language reminds me of Dr. Sir Richie Richardson. Cool, calm customer. Just even though he goes about his batting, conserves his energy, focuses on what he has to do.
Took a sharp catch off Cheyenne Brathwaite. I think thought it went to him very quickly and took it very comfortably indeed. Also highlights maybe that this young man is in a bit of form, the way he's seeing the ball in terms of catching at slip as well, not just with the bat.
You've always been told that if you're catching well, that goes well with your confidence. Well, you know, Mally, you came up under us. You know, everybody, you had to be able to feel. If you couldn't feel, you couldn't make our team.
That's for sure. Not too many passengers
You had
tolerated.
You had to be able to feel. The late Ralston Otto, the late Hayden Walsh, two of my
Fielding and catching.
Oh gosh, you had to. Time you finish a session with Hayden Walsh and no, Otto, Ralston Otto.
He's known for that.
You know what was going to be happening. You had to go and soak your hands.
At times, probably would have injured a few
Oh,
before
yes.
a match.
Yeah, he did. He was just a big, powerful guy.
Yeah,
man.
whenever he was hitting catches, you wanted to be in the other line.
That's
for sure. And he'd tell you, come closer, come closer.
Come closer. Barbados Pride, say good afternoon to Basil Morgan.
Going for the reverse sweep is Warrican. So a similar mode of operation here by Gudikesh Moti, looking to hit those footmarks outside the right-hander's leg stump.
And Holder applauds him.
Holder likes what he sees.
He does.
Goes again. This time it's going to be 4.
Not a boundary.
I
But
think
Guyana don't mind that.
yet another boundary delivery here.
No, that's okay. They're still on their mission. They know that they get one, game is over. That's what they're hunting for. 219 for 7. Barbados require 124 runs. Philip Spooner did say on air that Guyana would win by 85 runs. We're on track. We're certainly on track. Also, Barbados can win. Holday's still there. Comes out again. 4 more.
Still think we can have 3 results here, Vern.
Yeah,
Could
we
still be a Barbados win, a Guyana Harpy Eagles win, probably the most likely.
A draw.
But also could have a draw as well.
Or we can have the rain gods.
Oh,
Sean,
wow.
Sean can call in the rain.
Well, I'm not sure he would need to call in the rain.
Oh, he's been calling for. He wants rain. Sean wants to see rain in Antigua. I just don't understand Sean at all. No rain today. 227 for 7.
I remember being in Guyana for an under-19 tournament
before the under-19. The
Before
the under-15 tournament.
Yeah, but it wasn't under-19 actually, where it rained for 3 weeks. Not one ball was rolled.
Oh, amazing. Guyana, a wonderful place, eh? Wonderful country. Wonderful country, man. Produce some real greats.
A cricket-loving public as well.
Yeah, certainly knowledgeable about their game. They are the CPL champions, the Guyana Amazon Warriors. And with the final coming back to Guyana, who can beat them? Who can bet on them? Anyhow, Imantaya proving the entire world wrong.
Nah, it's pitched outside that leg stump. End of that 8 over. 8 runs coming from it though. 227 for 7 are the Barbados Pride.
Partnership 10, and Warrican has got 8. I'm not saying anything to mean anything, Ali. So don't read anything. Don't read into what I just said.
He's the senior batter in this partnership.
Well, as you can see, he certainly is demonstrating that way.
Definitely the more adventurous of the two so far.
Holder 34 from 72. He's batted with some pace, and I think Holder getting out of the white ball format back into the red ball format now. You now see him coming into his own.
Struggled a bit physically over the first couple of days.
Yeah, but the big man will catch up sooner rather than later.
And for you, does he come straight back into the West Indies squad, or do you want to see some performances from him in this 4-day championship?
I think we got to take him to England if he's available. I think he will go to England. He'll make a major difference in England, both in batting and bowling.
In those conditions,
in those conditions, just his presence too. You need someone, especially in that team, with his technique.
He's played a bit of county cricket, so he'd have that experience as well.
Yeah, here he goes.
Down the ground.
Straight. Smack the long on and the long off. Split them. Lovely shot. It was in his arc and he just used his levers.
Didn't overhit on that one. Held his shape quite nicely, didn't he?
Yeah. Head position, everything was right in line. Looked down at it. So he was almost like he was hitting a golf ball.
He's got a beautiful backswing. Long.
Goes to 40.
Seems like he uses little effort. Oh. Ali Muhammad once again in that mid-wicket region just seems to not pick up these deliveries.
I think he dropped it.
Looked like it got to him on the full. He would have dropped one in that first innings as well, in a similar position.
Yeah. For Sammy Pomal's
beside himself, to be fair.
Yeah.
He's not happy with that effort.
Yeah, he's disappointed. Especially Jason Holder. Goes to 44, he gave away a boundary.
106 now. I think Barbados just looking to get that into double figures. He's gone aerial. Not quite to that extra cover though, so the last couple of deliveries here, just a couple half chances. Not sure if that one went to Ali Muhammad on the full. But Sami Permal seemed to think so. I think I'll take his word for it.
I certainly will. Holder playing in his 97 first class game.
This one's inside edge again, almost onto the wicketkeeper's pad. You can't call that one a chance, but it's all happening now. The last 3 deliveries. Maybe Jason Holder just starting to lose concentration slightly. He's been out there for 77 deliveries now.
He maybe had enough to. You never know. He want to go and put up his legs and think about getting on the golf course tomorrow morning in the Cedar Valley Golf Course.
Maybe just a subconscious checkout, really, considering he would have been playing the shorter format for the last few months.
Exciting over, Mali. A lot of things could have happened during that time.
And 10 runs came from it as well.
Yeah, so the current run rate now is 4.09. 237 for 7, 58 overs bowled. We've had a competitive game here for sure.
Well, yeah, those last 2 overs proving quite expensive for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. That run rate now back above 4.
I'm wondering if they're believing that they can win this. And they have to be thinking like that. If they're not thinking like that, then something's got to be wrong.
I think with Holder at the crease, like we said earlier, they'll definitely think they've got a chance. Warrican just has to support him. Times look to rotate the strike. Let Holder face the majority of these deliveries. Moti has changed. He's gone back over the wicket now. But looks like he's... No. Staying around.
So at least Warrican has upset his line because the short leg is gone, so we have a silly point, no short leg.
And he's just opened up that stance as well, as Warrican.
I would have still kept the short leg.
Definitely.
I would have still kept the short leg.
He's just opened up that stance, maybe trying to get 2 eyes fully on these deliveries. Trying to eliminate that blind spot from around the wicket.
Out he
Goes for
comes
that
again.
reverse again.
That's why you need the short leg. Because every now and again he's going to give you a chance.
I don't think they'll mind too much with him employing that. It's a very difficult shot to control. Morty will be hoping he can just get one to just bounce slightly. Take that top edge. You've got Thorne in the position, just waiting for the catch there. In that short third man position. First slip as well.
Leeward Islands, Rayner's top play in Trinidad. Lee was 180 for 3. And in Trinidad and Tobago 150 for 4.
Yeah, they were 30 odd for 3 at one point, weren't they?
Yeah.
Trinidadians. So they've recovered quite well.
Certainly. I think the captain Joshua De Silva is at the crease. I'll come back to that. Let's go to the game at Sabina Park in Jamaica. Jamaica Scorpions require 120 runs to win. They're 114 for 6 against the West Indies Academy.
How many they require?
120 runs to win with 4 wickets remaining.
120 more runs, or is it 100?
120.
Ah,
Yeah. So
they should
they should get over there.
West Indies Academy, what facing?
No, they require 120 more runs to win, Mali. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the academy. in
The
this
academy pushing hard there. Let's find out what's happening. If Brandon King can be able to get them across the line. He's not out 19, and he's got Mansing with him. So this is going to be a good game.
Those two are going to have to bat probably for the rest of the day.
Mackenzie scored 47 at the top of the order.
Another 40.
Yeah, Joshua Bishop 3 for 35. Ashmin Ned 2 for 36, and Yon Lane 1 for 13. West Indies Academy making a statement. So too is the combined campuses and colleges team. And we look around here now. Trinidad and Tobago need 35 more runs to win with 6 wickets remaining. And we look into the scoreboard here just to find out what's happening. This has been a cat and mouse game. Jason Mohammed 15. Joshua De Silva is on 38 not out. And Gooley is on 76 not out.
So he's continuing his good form.
He certainly has. He's got a century already for the tournament.
Jid Gooley.
So here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies, Barbados require 106 more runs. Holder forward, textbook style.
I'm not sure where. I think it was on social media. I saw it. I think it was the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. They would have been highlighting Jid Gooley's performances, maybe earmarking him for international selection.
To bat ahead of who?
Don't know. I just hope he continues the good form. That's what you want. Pressure on competition for places.
But when we identify, then we have to be able to make sure that we can match up. I like those sort of conversations, Mali. I think Spoon said something today. Sometimes you've got to go and come hard again. We give you one season and then give you another season. But things have got so easy, Mali, that if Mali Richards comes and scores 600 runs, we said, well, yes, he's supposed to be into the West Indies team. And Sean Devers has been there. And we said, well, Sean has to go and give room for somebody else. Everybody's got to start somewhere. We got a young group of players around, made over by Versame Pamal, and we have to give them some time.
Definitely.
What I'm concerned about, Mali, is when they go back to the franchise level, how they are treated. Sean kept mentioning it yesterday. You have a guy like Ashmin Ned. Had it not been for the franchise or the West Indies Academy, Ned would have been sitting on the bench somewhere, not being able to play. I'm not saying that you just get up and just give him a game, but I was just looking at the systems, and I just used Ned as one example.
Yeah, and I think also it's taken him a bit of time to actually recognize what's required as well. You could see just how his body has changed in the last couple of seasons. He's really put in the work on his fitness.
Guyana's going back to pace now, Mali.
Yeah, it's going to be Smith.
You like this plan?
Well, no Sinclair, just the 2 overs from him.
2:31, 9 minutes before tea.
Yeah, don't mind this, to be honest. 2 left-arm spinners have been bowling for a while. Now Smith would have been well rested, just bowled 8 overs in the second innings.
I don't know. Not from the CIO end. I think from the media center end.
I know we tried him already. They tried him already from the media center, and didn't they? He just seemed to struggle for a bit of rhythm.
You think? Yeah, but his runs seem to have got longer from the CIA road in.
I think he's just got a long run up in general, isn't he? Something that I think Tayu Tate was here on day one watching, and he did mention that. He was saying, the former Leeward Islands Antigua player as well, he was saying, oh, now Smith, he's running from the boundary almost.
It's for sure it's more than 30 yards. He's outside of the 30-yard circle, as you would say.
He doesn't race in though, does he?
No.
Some
So he's
measured
almost
run up.
Yeah, so he almost looks like into a position, when you're warming up in track, then, you're trying to get your strides to work out. The coach says, you got to get your stride pattern. Yes, that's what he looks like sometimes to me. But, hey, he's the man here. 1 for 6 or 7 from 8. Pretty expensive. He's back.
I think that last spell of his probably would have done the majority of damage to those figures. He seems to be not moving as freely
The left foot.
as he would like.
Yeah, he looks gingerly there.
Yeah, ever since he actually tried to
stop
save
that
that ball on
volley,
the
yeah.
boundary when he dived, he hasn't been moving as well as we've seen him in this match.
The other thing which I'm kind of beckoning about is that they've only got 13 players, Mally. God forbid that something happens. They also have another game here. You look around in the squad, so there might be some niggles. Maybe they could have had a 14th person that kept low.
And also he's coming back from injury. Quite a long layoff for him.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't look... And maybe he should have just told the captain that too. Say, Skip, maybe not up to it, but he doesn't look that way.
I don't know. I think as a fast bowler as well, you've got to be able at times
To play through pain.
yeah, manage pain.
We have to ask Courtney Walsh and Curtly Ambrose about that.
I mean, after a while, after you play enough matches, you never really go into any cricket match 100%, especially bowling fast as a fast bowler.
Any sportsman, in general, sportsman or sportswoman, you always have something. There's always a tinge of something. That's why you've got a backroom staff that looks after you.
That's why the mental side as well is so important. Being able to block out pain.
Mindfulness. The
Wide
current
slashed.
run rate is now gone down to 3.94. Barbados require 105 more runs to win.
Does love a slash outside that off stump.
Yeah.
There's Jason Holder.
But the right foot didn't get across to execute the shot. So because he's got long levers, he tends to just use his levers. He's got good bat speed to his hands.
I think with the man on the backward point boundary, probably tried to hit that a bit in front. Maybe tried to hit it a bit too hard as opposed to using the pace. We've seen him use the pace on a few of those deliveries outside that off stump.
Barbados would be geeing up. The return of a Kevin Wickham will certainly help their batting. Holder driving loosely again.
And that's what now Smith has the ability to do. Ball that heavy length. Good carry through here on day 4 for the young man. He bowls a heavy ball. I wouldn't say he's out and out rapid, but he's consistently bowling that heavy ball, as they'd say.
The ICC Cricket World Cup, the 9th edition, the biggest World Cup, T20 World Cup, 20 teams. The West Indies and the United States of America, June 1st to the 29th. Final at Kensington Oval in Barbados. Back and across and defending that, getting a very easy single, caught napping again. They can't stop it. And one of the legacies, Mali, that I would like to see at least 2. 1, at the Annas Vale complex be named after Winston Davis, and the Providence Stadium in Guyana be named after Sir Clive Lloyd. I have to put some pressure on Sean so that he can champion that cause on his program. We already got the Darwin Sammy Cricket Stadium in St. Lucia. The Sir Vivian Richards Stadium right here in Antigua and Barbuda. Why not we have a Sir Clive Lloyd Stadium and a Winston Davis Stadium? That'd be beautiful.
Well, I will say, though, to that, and you're 100% right, there's one thing to be naming these stadiums after these legends, but the management and upkeep of the stadium has to go along with it as well.
239 for 7. Mali, you know how I feel about maintenance and our ambience and what we are presenting. All
It's
that.
one thing to slap a legend's name on it.
Yeah. But the Darren Sammy Stadium is certainly well kept.
Definitely.
Yeah, it is
Formerly the Beausejour.
Yeah.
Actually, I would have played there when it was the Beausejour Stadium.
Yeah, it's well kept. Could tell you that one for sure. Kind of like there's a lot of work, Mali, that takes place also at the Queen's Park Oval. They have a staff. I mean, I've been there for a while, and just the way how they've organized themselves at the Queen's Park Oval. Well, the Queen's Park Oval, in a way, it's more than just cricket, because they're involved in soccer, they're involved in hockey, they're involved in
Cycling,
tennis,
table
so
tennis.
It's a whole business concept, and I think, as you rightly said, Mali,
Squash as well, yeah.
we have to turn most of the stadiums into a business-oriented. We can't just say, I'm building a stadium and it's just cricket. We got to find a way to be able to make sure that we get an indoor facility in a couple of the facilities that we have around that can host other events, mainly maybe put a squash, something, racquetball,
tennis court,
tennis
basketball court.
Yeah, something. We got to create something
Indoor-
else.
indoor cricket.
Yeah, we got to get some indoor nets especially. That's one of the things which I feel all those are supposed to be our legacies in hosting World Cup events, that you can be able to look around and say, well, the money was worth investing. We've called for Sinclair. He's finally come through.
He's finally been brought back into the attack. Only bowled 2 overs today.
Not for
Sinclair.
17. Made his test debut for the West Indies against Australia. Holder says, not today, Sinclair.
Day 4. Pitch. Just a short leg in for Kevin Sinclair. No turn.
Don't expect either.
Yeah, probably
The
just
legs-
looking to find his line here.
The leg spinners are the ones who are causing the problem.
I think this is a situation, when he does find his line and length here, I think this is a situation in which he could choose to go around the wicket to a Jason Holder, look to exploit that angle across him, maybe try and get the ball to drift away from Jason Holder, bring that first slip into play.
45 to Holder. He'll be looking for his 16th first-class half century. He's got 300 to complement that down the onside. See if he comes across nicely. Good take, good glove work. Under the circumstances, not a bad effort, not a bad outing here at all by Savory.
Also look to exploit those footmarks outside Jason Holder's leg stump, a la Gudakesh Moti.
Somebody just reminding Ronaldo Ali Mohammed to stay in the game.
It's been tough on him, hasn't it? He's been largely a passenger throughout this match, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Sometimes these things can happen, but he's got to stay switched on out there in the field. One could come to him. That catch could make all the difference, a run out as well, so he's got to stay highly engaged.
So it's tea time, Mali. Barbados Pride 239 for 7, 62 overs. Holder and Permaul will go back to the dressing room. And when we come back, it will only be a matter of time. It's either that Barbados is going to win, Guyana could get the remaining 3 wickets, or we can have a drawn game.
Still
3 possibilities.
All 3 results still
All
possible.
3 results still possible. 239 for 7. Let me thank Jason and his compatriot here on the television screen. The current run rate is 3.85. Jason Holder not out 45. Jamal Warrican 9. And we say to the folks who are viewing and listening to us, thanks very much for supporting West Indies cricket.
Dad! Dad!
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं
Welcome back, everyone, to the final session of play here on day number 4, round number 4 of the Guyana Harpy Eagles versus the Barbados Pride. Guyana in pursuit, in hunt of 3 wickets. Barbados in pursuit of 104 runs. Before we get back to the action, we have the question of the day, the West Indies Championships question of the day. And that question is, what are the odds of Guyana winning today? And what are the odds of Barbados winning? So you can put those answers in the comments. What do you think the odds are right now in favor of Guyana or in favor of Barbados? I've got Sean Devers alongside of me once again to take us through the first half hour of this final session. Sean, I'm going to pose that question to you. What are the odds right now in favor of Guyana? What are the odds in favor of Barbados?
40-60 in favor of Guyana winning.
I figured you might go a little higher and say maybe an 80-20 for Guyana, which means that you're looking at the possibility then of Jason Holder and Warwick Khan making what will be a decent inroads into that remainder of the 104 required.
Yes, I'm certainly hoping from a Guyana point of view that this partnership can be broken. Because if this partnership is not broken and they go to, say, 75, 50, the tailenders could manage that.
Well, let us know your thoughts in those comments. Sean is saying that he's given it a 60-40 in favor of Guyana. What say you today? That is the West Indies Championships question of the day. Well, Niall Smith is going to get things going after tea for us. It's going to be Warwick Khan to face and Jason Holder at the other end. Well, more odds coming in. As our producer Jason saying 100% odds in favor of Barbados. I'm not sure if he has the lotto numbers for today with those types of odds.
I'm sure those comments are coming from BIM. First shot and a miss after tea. Warwick will look to play shots. That's his nature.
The interesting thing about it is that he's actually perfect partner for Jason Holder in this particular scenario, given the fact that if he's able to squeeze out what is a very quick 30, 40, even for argument's sake, a 50, looking at the time that he takes to do it,
It's quick.
it definitely eases Jason Holder, and it is a stark contrast to what would have been the partnership that he would have been able to build with Kemar Roach. Where he can willing to take a risk or two more than you would have probably seen from Kemar Roach, and as such, you saw scenarios where Jason Holder was getting a boundary, or rather getting a single off the first ball, and Roach was then just blocking out the other 5, maybe getting a single here and there, whereas with Warwick Khan on strike, he's occasionally also looking for that boundary. And you saw when he had the 2 reverse sweeps, which would have brought about boundaries for him. And it's just moments like that that could definitely help the Barbados cause here in this final session if he's able to stay out there and bat with Jason Holder.
And it's not like Warwick is just playing recklessly or slugger. Even though he's playing inventive shots, he's playing proper cricket shots, or sometimes too, most of the time. Like he left alone the ball. A bit too short to challenge him.
signal the first for the over.
In Trinidad at the Queen's Park Oval, the home side on the verge of victory against the Windwards, which will certainly open up the tournament. Windwards starting this round as the number 1 team. I understand there's rain also in the Leewards match, so they're number 2. Barbados starting at 3. Guyana play the Windwards in the next match next week Wednesday right here.
Well, we get started with a maiden over after tea. It remains 239 for 7.
Still 104 to get. And it's going to be difficult. Even if Holder and Warrington stays here, to get 104 runs in the last session of a 4-day game. It will take a lot of doing. It's not impossible, but it will be difficult. It's a big ask.
It depends. Obviously, in the scenario that they are in right now with 7 wickets down, yes, certainly will be a tall task, a tall order, because it requires that positive mindset. Had them in a by far better position in terms of that wickets column, would have probably been the easiest scenario for them, especially given how this surface is playing. So still very attainable.
And the size of the ground is very small.
I wouldn't necessarily say very small, but
well, well, not as large as many other grounds. And the big levers of Holder, he could clear any ground.
Yeah, just the fact that it's still a very good batting surface means that the ability to play what is positive cricket still remains a possibility for the likes of Jason Holder.
He's 5 away from another century, another half century at this level, and he's been there for 93 balls, which means he should be well set.
It's going to be Isaiah Thorne to appear from the other end. He's yet to pick up a wicket in this second innings. He's had some troubles as well with his run-up.
We saw just before the break, Holder looking a little bit flustered, lost his concentration. He's had a relaxing tea, I hope. And now he's back, refreshed and refocused. Solidly forward, full face of the bat. And with each tight over bowled, it lessens the chance of Barbados getting the victory. So it's bowling tight and taking wickets. Because we saw too many boundary balls being bowled in the previous session by the Guyanese.
Just feeding at one outside of that off stump Holder. Of course, knowing this Barbados side still definitely in hot pursuit of that victory. First runs after tea go to Jason Holder. Edges him closer to what will be a 14th first class 50.
Ali Mohammed is off.
No question here with regard to whether or not Ali Mohammed is off of the field.
Off.
It's confirmed there now by umpire Tuckett.
Yeah, that's middle.
So that's Perez there at backward point, the 12th man.
thrown quite easily by Warrican. Of course, Ghana Harpy Eagles will be hoping to bowl the majority of deliveries at Jamel Warrican. Still to come, Shamar Holder and Jeremy McAllister. So not much in terms of the runs department.
So these two will primarily be the pair to do it, to take Barbados home if they do get home. Ghana needs 3 wickets. Oh my, that's an inside edge. Down towards long leg. To get a single though.
2 runs coming from an over. It is 241 for 7.
Next Wednesday, as I said, Guyana play the Windwards right here at the Coolidge ground. Barbados go to Trinidad to play the home side at Port of Spain, at Queen's Park Oval. West Indies Cricket Academy also travel to Trinidad, but they go to St. Augustus campus to play at the UWI ground. They play CCC, and the Leeward Islands play the home team Jamaica at Sabina Park. That's the games set for next Wednesday when the 5th round starts. Good delivery in the block hole. Oracle showing that he's not only an attacking batter, but he also has a good defense. And that's what you need from a low order batter. A good defense first of all, and if you can attack, better yet.
Well, Ali Mohammed has made his way back onto the field now. And he comes into play there now at cover. No ball though signaled by umpire Bassarat.
That's been a consistent problem for Niall Smith, even before his injury.
Yeah, I think back to that first innings where no ball would have helped John Hendricks to his 100, and the fact that Shamar Holder was caught at first slip off of the no ball allowed that pair to continue that innings.
Guyana not known in the past for really producing fast bowlers. Had Colin Croft.
There's a quick switch of the bails there to see if whether or not it could be a change in fortunes for the Harpy Eagles. Ali Mohammed the one doing that quick bail switch.
But now a long line of Guyana fast bowlers, especially from the county of Berbice. Both Turn and Smith from Berbice. Shepherd also from Berbice. Shamar Joseph from Berbice. That's back of a length and punched off the back foot. Dot goes into the scoreboard, scorebook. Score technological side of it. There's no dot going in there. There was a fast bowler called Leslin Lambert. Played in the 80s. In fact, he played in the 1983 Guyana team, which won the double under Clive Lloyd, and played for GDF. He would have certainly been a candidate for West Indies selection now. So has Lyndon Joseph.
Oh, that one squirted away. And should probably challenge the boundary.
Yeah.
Hits the ropes now for Warrican. And that now takes the runs required to less than 100 for Barbados Pride. Back of a length and just open the face on that one, Warrior Can. 97 runs now needed for Barbados Pride. Still 3 wickets for Guyana Harpy Eagles to get.
The only fast bowler, Esiquibo, the largest of Guyana's 3 counties, has produced a Skimo Paul. Short delivery again, easily out of the way. 97 runs to get, as you said, into double digits.
There's a bit conversation now between Holder and Warrior Can. Just practicing getting out of the way. Warrior Can. 2 slips in the gully, a man at backward point of cover. Mid-off. Whitish mid-on, mid-wicket. And a man at deep backward square leg. In fact, very wide, fine leg maybe. In behind it to close out the over. It's 246 for 7.
Niall Smith has picked up a wicket, but he's been relatively expensive, going at just under 7 runs and over. Bowling now in tandem with the 19-year-old West Indies under 19 player, Isaiah Torn. In only his 5th first-class game. Good running again between these two. And Modi coming in from mid-on, had a shy at the stumps. Missed, but even if he'd hit it, Orakan would have been far home.
That single takes the partnership now between Holder and Warrior Can to 30.
The run rate has dipped though. It's gone now below 4.
Pretty even in terms of the contribution of both batters to that partnership. Watching Warrior Can bat here, and how easy it appears for him, it makes you question what might be going through the minds of some of the batters who were unable to get themselves going on the surface when they look back at some of the strokes that they played to bring about their dismissal. I could think on both ends, both Guyana Harpy Eagles and the Barbados Pride, in terms of batters who should have done a lot better on a surface like this.
Yeah, just 1 century being scored. People getting set and giving their wickets away, most of the batters. There were very few batters on both sides who got out with an unplayable delivery. Thinking of Anderson comes to mind. He got a good ball that left him and was caught at slip. But generally, most of the batters here didn't capitalize on their good starts and just threw their wickets away. Dowridge was looking very good. That was a good partnership building for Barbados. When Moti just flighted the ball and he fell into the temptation of hitting it for 6 and the hold out to Pomal. So yes, many of the batters give their wickets away.
Back and punching that one. Just 1 run to close out the over. It's 248 for 7.
So Niall Smith has been replaced by Pomal. If you were looking at the scorecard, wherever you are, in your homes, on television, in your offices, if you're working on a Saturday, on your iPad or phone, you would see that Pomal is now 3 for 50 from 18 overs and replacing Niall Smith, who's bowled 11 overs and conceded 73 runs, picked up 1 wicket, the most expensive by far of the Guyana fast bowlers. Plus, he's been plagued with a no-ball problem. But this is his first game back from a hamstring injury. That might have contributed to his performance in this game. So Pomal, who bowls wicket to wicket.
Interesting banter going on out there. I'll say it for our viewers after this.
Get you there now.
A discussion between Warwick Khan and Savory. Savory questioning whether or not Warwick Khan can bat out at the remainder of the day. Warwick Khan said, well, hey, as long as I score more than you, I am happy. At the moment, his 15 in this innings.
Well, both Savory and Warkan will know that Warkan will not need to bat out the day.
Oh yes,
Is either the runs come before
keep going,
or Ghana get their 3 wickets. I don't think this will go down to 5:30.
The battle of runs. Warwick Khan has won in the first innings. And should Warwick Khan get to 23, he'll win the battle of the second innings.
Oh yes, yeah, one not take one. I would take one there. Come on, boys, keep going, boys. That's what we just come so far and you're not gonna win this game. Don't worry about it.
To come so far and not win this game.
That's what
Keep going, boys.
Savory's worried about.
Oh yeah, don't only get 2. Pass straight.
If hold this to hit 4 boundaries in this over, all that chatter will stop right away. But this is what Guyana needs to do for the next half an hour. Drag the scoring rate down. Even if you don't get wickets, make it harder in time for Barbados to achieve the target, which is now 94 runs required.
Keep going, boys.
One closer to that 50 holder, one less to get for Barbados Pride.
50 worry, guys, 250 worry. Worry.
Current run rate 3.73.
Now by blocking. Gotta keep scoring.
Partnership building 33.
The end of another Pomal over. 2 runs from it. It's 250 for 7.
So Barbados 250. 7 wickets down. 93 runs for them to win this match. Guyana needs 3 wickets.
It's going to be another bowling change. Gudakesh Moti. The spin twins for Guyana on at the moment now. 3 for 57 from his 23 overs, Moti.
Guyana's produced a lot of quality spinners. Nagamutu and Magarel in recent times. Hunted in pairs. Then Bishu.
Left arm around.
And Pomal. Now Bishu has gone. And Moti and Pomal.
No!
But in the 80s, Guyana had a perfect, on paper, spin attack, leg spinner and 2 off spinners. Different types of off spinners, but Harper and Kalicharan. But of late, the fast bowlers have now emerged, even though the tracks in Guyana remain slow.
Can't get that one through.
But again, Sir Andy Roberts says nothing with the pitch. It's you, the bowler, that bowls fast. Colin Crawford back up that.
Not taking any risk in that over. Made an over from Moti. It remains 250 for 7.
That's it.
They've been doing a lot of singing out there.
Yes.
Kevlon Anderson.
Yeah. That reminds me, I want to say hello to Leon and Kenneth, who took me to a karaoke bar last night. I don't know where it was. Somewhere in Antigua.
Oh yes!
Forward he comes.
Sonny. Keep going, Ghana. Keep going, Ghana. Yeah, don't put it here, bro. God, it's about to happen here, guys. Keep going. Oh yeah, worry.
Showing good patience at the moment.
Keep going,
Is
boys.
Warwick
Hey!
Can. Slight contrast to how things started
It just braces
for him when he came to the crease. You just wonder what the instructions might have been for the Barbados pride coming out after tea.
Oh my, just when you said that,
As soon as I said that.
an injudicious sweep shot from wide outside the off stump.
The interesting thing is that he's opted more so for the reverse sweep to the left-handers. Granted, it was Moti coming over the wicket to him. The reverse sweep probably would have been the better option on that occasion.
Keep going, keep going, keep
Pramal
going,
making a
Ghana.
switch in his field.
Who's got the most patience?
Oh!
Pamal or Warwick?
Jeez, man. Ghana. Just on four there, just on four. Keep going. Oh! Worry! Living dangerous, worry, living dangerous, worry! Keep going, boys, keep going, boys!
Reminds me of that song. You're living dangerously. One ball left in this Pramal over.
You could have gone to the karaoke session
Watch
with
he
me
walking on the
last
track
night.
there, yo.
Not my forte.
Oh, man, that's illegal, man. Man, even start run up here to he walking in the truck. Worry! Worry!
Well, things remain even Stevens between
I'm bringing you, I'm bringing you.
Pramal and Warwick Can. It remains 250 for 7.
The only thing is that the current run rate keeps getting lower, and that could work in favor of Guyana. Because if this continues for any long length of time, Barbados will know that for them to get the score, they'll have to score faster, and they'll have to take a few more risks. And with just 3 batters to be dismissed, it could be 70-40. 70-30 for Guyana.
Well, still can't get it past Sinclair in the cover region. Still looking for that 50 Jason Holder.
Jason Holder served the West Indies and Barbados cricket so long, for so well. 1450 in sight. I think he's got 300 at the first class levels. Fairly good test record also with the bat, especially against England. West Indies set to go to England the next tour. New players in this tournament looking to impress the selectors and get picked on that tour. Anyone you've seen yet halfway through this season that has really put up their hand? The new players? Forward he comes.
Yeah, another Moti maiden over. The score still remains 250 for 7.
Bring him. Oh, you mean? Gotta bring him. Keep going, boys. Work, fellas. Work, boys. Hey, work, boys. Worry, gotta try something here, boys. Gotta try something here, boys.
Been able to string together a couple maiden overs here.
Huh?
The Ghana Harpy Eagles.
Bring
You did pose a question
bring
earlier in terms of that patience factor. Who
Honestly,
will
they watch it, Worry.
be the more
Keep
patient
going. He's looking at Worry.
of the two?
Keep going, boys. Oi.
Some spin there for Pamal,
He's looking at Worry cage.
but it was too wide.
Well, that reverse sweep comes out again.
Salah.
So it seems that
But
in
like I said,
patience,
hey, see me come out
Warkan
here and
will
do
lose the
scoring?
battle.
Lucky
He's
for him, he's
already
not
got-
lost the
Keep
war
going,
just
boys.
yet.
Yeah, he's already got inventive there.
Stop it. Good work, Dala.
Keeping the pressure on the batters. Pomal and Moti in
I like
tandem.
the. I like the gunny.
What Permal is also doing now
I like the gunny. We got to
is giving himself a second line of defense, asking long off to come up to long on now.
Yeah, Smitty.
And
Oh,
ensuring that he can keep where he can
Moms, where's this, moms?
on
Moms.
straight.
Drop back and come in. Drop back and come in.
Come on, man. Don't leave bluff.
Or asking Warwickon if he wants the score to go over the top. Take a
I
risk.
like how you're backing yourself, Gunny. Come on, don't do my ball, don't worry. Don't do my ball, don't worry.
Mid off and mid on.
Don't do my ball, don't worry.
Inside where the 30-yard circle be in a one-day game.
Gwen Ledger.
Inviting Warwickon to go over the top.
Oh, yes,
And he
worry.
looks to advance when he gets there, not to the pitch, but defends.
You're throwing it up too high, though, Gunny. You're throwing it up too high. Keep going, Gunny. Just you don't get one.
Able to rotate the strike now.
About flat knee. Feel bounce in your body.
I believe in miracles.
Bounce, but you got bounce, boss.
Yeah, it's been some time. So the holder has faced
One
Permal.
minute.
There's one delivery left now.
Who's doing all the singing there? Savory?
It's Kevlon Anderson with the sweet voice. At least he would like to think it's a sweet voice.
Says, I believe in miracles.
Oh, he uses the feet. Still unable to get it past. Cover Jason Holder regardless of who he's facing.
Cup in the Caribbean and at 3 grounds in the US of A. Long Island in New York presently building a new stadium that could probably hold, they said, 40,000 people. And the first match will be there, Pakistan versus India. A lot of expatriates from Asia live in America. The other matches, the other grounds will be in the West Indies. Barbados has the final, and Guyana and Trinidad, the 2 semi-finals. Their match is also in St. Lucia, Antigua. So exciting times ahead in terms of 2020 cricket. Looking for a big ambitious shot and didn't get it past the short mid-wicket.
Just flighted a little more there on that occasion from Moti. Warwick's eyes certainly lit up at the prospect of what could happen. Well, this time he gets the connection he's been seeking.
Just dropping short of the boundary and goes 1 bunks into the boundary for 4.
You know, it was only a matter of time when it came to Warwick and in terms of playing a shot or two.
But Moti wouldn't mind that. He'd want him to continue, that's a high risk shot, would want him to continue to do that. Because he's playing against the turn. Moti, the biggest turner of the bowlers in this match, and that's a straight ball, arm ball. And in some trouble there, Warwickon goes back. No eventual damage done. Total kept on 255 for 7.
He goes over again, Warrican.
So
And
two
finds the
boundaries
boundary.
in the over. Yeah.
So very productive over for Barbados Pride on that occasion. 259 for 7. 72 overs have been bowled. The final session of play. 88 runs still needed for Barbados Pride and 3 wickets for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Keep going, boys. Yeah, keep going, boys.
Warrican in the previous over just releasing the pressure a little bit
Keep going, boys.
with
Keep
those
going,
two
boys. Keep going,
boundaries.
Ghana. Ghana, watch worry, yeah? Watch worry. Relax, straight on. Progress, no?
260 for 7.
Thorn.
Originally Thorne was fielding behind square. Now Moti is pulling him quite far in front of square. Almost towards Noah. Deep mid wicket. Just a couple steps off of the boundary.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Yes, Nandu. Miss out there, boys. Miss out. Keep going, boys. Keep going.
Feeling as if he missed out Warrican. A lot of vacant space behind square on the leg side. Switch now in Nandu. Comes onto the leg side catching. Looking to drag that one from a mile outside off stump.
Keep going, Wala.
Warrican.
Holder will have a word with him, maybe some advice. Good afternoon to those watching the YouTube channel
Keep going, boys. Keep
in
going,
the
boys.
US
Keep
of
going,
A.
Ghana. Keep going, Ghana.
Derek Ali Charan, Basil Butcher, the son of the former Guyana player, the late Guyana player, Basil Butcher Sr.
I like how you're flying when you want to hit you. Put him on my spot, boy. Oh, you. I'm my spot down there. Put him on there, boy. You're gonna you can bowl though.
Well, Warrican is taking on the challenge. He's taking on the spinners here. He's dealing in boundaries at the moment. Is that initial step
I like the gunner.
towards the off stump.
Just put
And
him
the
out.
last 2 or 3 deliveries, he's been doing that. Tipper ball, just taking a big step towards that off stump. Signaling his intentions.
Keep going, Ghana. Keep going, Ghana. Keep going, Ghana. Loving it, Gunny. Oh, yeah, by the ball right again, Ghana. Keep going, boy. Keep going. Keep going.
5 runs coming from that Pamal over. It's 264 for 7.
79 runs required, 2 relatively expensive overs in a row, one costing 8, the other costing 5.
Run it.
Just will bring up that strike rate now to current run rate to 3.62.
Spin it. Fire 5.
Moti has finished his spell, and he's going to be replaced by the right arm off spinner in Kevin Sinclair.
Right arm over.
Kevin Sinclair, another of the Barbadians in this Guyana team, hails from the town of New Amsterdam, Guyana's oldest town. Was built when the Dutch was ruling Barbados. Comes from Angoy Avenue. Is the nephew of former Guyana first-class fast bowler Kevin Darlington.
Field quite spread for Sinclair.
Too full, but didn't find the gap.
Push on the man apart, lah. Watch it, big J.
Doing the work of his own bowling, Sinclair. Somewhat of a contrast in terms of the field, though, that I would have seen Moti operating with. So there's a long off, long on a man at the deep mid-wicket boundary. And a man sweeping on the point boundary as well. This time, he's able to get the single. 50 for Jason Holder. His 15th at the first class level.
Could turn out to be a crucial innings from the former West Indies and Barbados captain.
Catches the cry. Will it be taken? No.
Just one bounce.
Agonizingly short of Tejan Chandapal coming off at the boundary. A lovely shot by Jason Holder, given room. And those long levers allowed him to reach that one.
.264 for 7 means that 79 runs more are required. And when you're bowling to someone like Warrican and Holder, I think Holder is one of the taller players in this tournament, you've got to bowl the ball different lengths. You've got to pull it back a little, bowling to Holder, because if you bowl the same length to Warrican, it's going to be a half volley or full toss to Holder, because he's so tall.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, Ghana. Get already on it!
Oh, then look at the scamper one.
Ooh.
Might have been close.
Let's have a look at that. Had it hit, would have he been out.
Yeah, the thing about it is that Warrican was on the back foot, and that would have slowed down his ability to get moving. Yeah, would have been gone.
Yes.
Warrican had that one hit.
They needed a Perez there.
Yeah, it's just small moments like that that could be the difference. Moments of magic, we call them.
And in addition to that, Warrican's shot showed that he just tried to slug it as hard as he could. Lovely shot there by Holder, though.
Yeah, good use of the feet by Holder. This time, getting it all the way over the boundary.
Keep going, Ghana. Keep going, Ghana. Nothing wrong,
Got to the
Ronnie.
pitch of that one. And Holder. Takes the score up now to 277 for 7. There's a slight delay on our scoreboard on the screen. And now gets the single. So things starting to tick along now for the Barbados Pride.
Barbados getting back the momentum now. In the last couple of overs, too many easy runs after a tight period of time.
Catch it.
Nearly yorked himself with that one.
Keep going,
More
boys.
he can.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Keep going, ledge. Keep going, ledge. Oh, yes, Connie.
Coming back.
Keep going, Ghana. Keep going, Ghana. Keep working, boys. Keep working, boys.
slower through the air from Pramal. The end of the over, it's 277 for 7. Thing just starting to just look a little easier for Barbados Pride. Obviously still a long ways away from that target. But there was a period where you saw some maidens, you saw pressure build, and they've been able to slowly break the shackles. Then you also had slight moments like this where they're able to squeeze wands.
Pushing the Guyana feelers on the back foot. They've got to hustle in, be on their toes. This is crunch time.
And funny enough, that's exactly how cricket goes occasionally, whereby you build periods of pressure and teams are aware, alert, but then you have moments where, okay, batters have gotten past that. Then all of a sudden,
The pressure is eased.
not just the fact that the pressure is eased, but you find that players start to lose the alertness ever so slightly. Then instead of walking in, all of a sudden you're sitting back on your heels, and that's where moments where you're able to scamper the wands and rotate the strike, and all of a sudden it happens again and again, and then the pressure starts to ease. You start to get a couple more boundaries in between as well. Then you catch yourself, and all of a sudden 25, 35 runs have been scored in what is a by far shorter period in comparison to on the back of 4 or 5 maidens.
Well, Warkan has been there for 68 balls since joining Holder, who's been there for 120 balls. He's gotten his 15th first class 50. And all of a sudden a partnership beginning to build.
No!
But international players, some of them on the Guyana team, should understand that there will be partnerships in cricket. You can't just let the partnerships build and you lose momentum and lose intensity and just drag your shoulders and bow your head. You've got to keep fighting. Those things will happen in cricket. Partnerships.
No!
And that's going to be frustrating for the bowler. Sinclair, just one bounce to mid-off. Cricket is also mental. Very much mental. Oh my dear.
Did that carry is the question.
No!
We'll just have to look at it on the replay.
It brings us to the end of the over. Took the edge of Warrican's
They are
bat.
definitely. No,
Yeah,
it dropped
well
short.
So, the end of the over, it's 281 for 7.
Yes, they say fortune favors the brave. Their batters are certainly doing a courageous knock for Barbados. You can't underestimate the contribution in this partnership by Warrican, who's played all sorts of shots. But he's still there on 31 from 71 balls. They require now 63. $281 for 7.
party too. Huh? It's always back party. Okay. Square middle. Yeah. Keep going, fellas. Keep going, boys. Keep going, go to Kish.
Oh, good to catch Moti. It's back into the attack.
I'm sure the question that you asked with the odds, they are certainly changing rapidly in favor of Barbados.
Changing, yes. I wouldn't just say rapidly just yet. Still some distance away. And just another period of concentration required by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I mentioned the fact that they're in that period now whereby they're starting to just be on their heels instead of being on their toes, to paint a metaphor, so to speak. It's just going to take a moment of concentration, a moment of brilliance.
Oh,
Where somebody
good work, Paddy. Good work, Paddy.
is alert, and when they scamper for that single, are able to effectively run out, something like that. Where they're able to turn a half chance into a catch.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
And all of a sudden, you realize that, yeah, you're still in this game.
That one. Keep going, boys. Keep going, Morty. Oi. Good work, good work.
Well, that's the end of the over. It's 284 for 7.
So welcome back. It's been a long thought that either Sean or Joel would have brought on the game for one of their countries. So we might have to maybe execute it in a very big way. 284 for 7. Barbados Pride require 59 runs. Thought this game would have been done and dusted by now. Mali, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vern. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, the Barbados Pride. We did say Jason Holder was absolutely key in this situation, but what a hand Jamel Warrican's played in this situation. Don't want to put the mockers on him just yet. But 34 from 78.
There we go. Over, wide, long on for 6. Jason Holder getting out the long levers.
Yeah, that's 6 now, taking this partnership to 72 for the 7th wicket. I think with Jason Holder at the crease, we did say earlier, Barbados Pride could pull off one of the more remarkable victories that we would have seen at the first class level here in recent years.
Well, I think what has also happened, Mali, is that Tevin Imler, they didn't really bowl in partnerships and they just gave away too many boundary balls.
Far too many, that run rate, 3.75.
After at one time it was 7.
Yeah, so you could say they've done well to really pull it back. But to be fair, too many boundary balls being provided, and the Guyana, Barbados Pride batters have executed as well. Jason Holder here on 70.
Guess I might have to go down to the dressing room and apologize to Craig Brathwaite and say to him if he wins this game, that maybe he did the right thing, but we don't know yet.
I'm not too sure about all that, to be fair. But at the end of the day,
somebody's going to win.
To be behind for as long as they have in this match, it would be a remarkable win, but still a fair way to go just yet.
Yeah.
1 wicket.
Could change the whole landscape. They need 53. There are a lot of time in this game, Mali.
And
no threat of rain around.
And as good as Kevin Sinclair has looked with the bat in this tournament, and he's also developed quite a fair bit with the ball, this is the area of the game in which he has to improve. Fourth day pitch, you expect your main spinners to come into the game, but he's actually only bowled, 6 overs here on the final day, which tells you that maybe Captain Imlach doesn't see him as a viable wicket-taking option on a fourth day. Or on this pitch in particular.
On this pitch in particular. 36 boundaries, Mali, and some 3 sixes.
And where I think he's also just missed the trick, Imlach, is in the ends in which the spinners are employed. We saw Permal persist quite a few overs from this media centre end, and Moti from the CIU road end, when, in fact, it was Permal with that triple strike this morning from the CIU road end, and Moti, even in the first innings from the media centre, actually getting the most turn and bounce that we would have seen in this match so far, consistently.
Major discussions now taking place. The umpire may be just going over to this scoreboard, Mr. Blacks and company, and indicating to them it's just the start of the final 15. No, think he's changed.
No, it's just a bit of a
with the
bowling
overs.
change.
No, I think he went to
the scorers.
Yeah, the scorers.
I've been transfixed by the conversations going on field. It looks like it's going to be Ronaldo Ali Mohammed into the attack. Well, only bowled 1 over in this inning so far, so maybe that move just signaling now that the Guyana Harpy Eagles maybe just starting to panic slightly. A bit of a desperation move this.
But I would have gone for Permal from that end, Mali.
Had to switch them over again.
Got to switch him.
Yeah,
Permal has to come from that end.
Over.
All he wants is just one.
Over 600 first-class wickets.
Just one. He just need one. He's got, 621 now? 624. He just needs one. You put him from that end, he maybe just trap Warwick or hold the leg before, and they're in the dance again.
But at the same time, saying all that, can Ali Mohammed actually prove to be a bit of a golden arm here?
I'm not too sure about that. His body language on the field. In fact, he's warming up now, and he's bowled the ball past Smith.
It's actually the perfect opportunity for the young man to make an impact in this match.
Well, let's hope
He's been a passenger throughout.
Let's hope for his sake, Mali, that he can. Certainly was not brilliant in the field. But they've got a live wire in Perez on. Who's Perez on for? Not Torn. So who are we looking for here? Perez is on for someone. We've got to search around and look around for a good while and see who is it? Is it Nandu? Where is Nandu? Nandu is right there, so he's on for someone anyhow. So they got the live wire on. 290 for 7. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed will start. Barbados require 53 runs. Warwick has played a beautiful hand. He's 34. And he's come on to bowl a wide delivery. So the concept here would be for Ronaldo Ali Mohammed to bowl as wide as possible outside the line of the off stump. So they started with a slip, a gully, a third man, a wide backward point, a cover, and almost a deep cover, not 3/4 of the way, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, or short mid-wicket.
I'd have an extra man in that offside field there.
I'm not too sure about that, Bali. You remember Ronaldo Ali Mohammed? Does he have that sort of control?
I mean, you need to win the match, right? You've got that catcher in Chandapal. He's not express pace. So if he gets anything full of length here and outside that off stump, I can see Jamel Warrican throwing everything, throwing the kitchen sink at the ball going aerially through that offside. He goes for a leave there.
It's going to be interesting to see when Jason Holder comes on strike what his approach will be.
Yeah, but it's also important that these two batters
bat right down.
Yeah, and stay on top of their mental side of the game. Can't afford any lapses in concentration at this stage. They may think, oh, Ali Mohammed, no real threat. These are kind of bowlers that at times can just produce something.
Here is Warrican just opening the face of the bat, staying it down to Perez, who's on the field as a substitute. And the score in the meantime goes up to 291 for 7. This has been an excellent cricket game. And it's also been a real final round of matches here in the Cricket West Indies Championship. It's our championship, and we've got to make it happen.
Yeah, it's coming down to the final day. Yeah, the final session between these two giants of regional cricket.
Two powerhouses, mainly dominated by Barbados over the years, except in Guyana for the last 6 years under the new professional setup of really just spoiled the party. Leadership of Leon Johnson. Looking here at Warrican's first class stats, when you look at it, some 325 wickets, a high score of 71, so he's only half century, Mali, and today it looks like he can get
just there
his second half century.
That's what we were talking about, that lapse in concentration. Ali Mohammed looks innocuous more often than not, but every now and again he just produces something. Good end to that over.
And in the end, we will take a small break here because the water cart is coming out, or we call it the water holly, more or less. Carl Tuckett is coming off, maybe to just take a quick break. Umpire Donald Shekels, who would have made his debut in this game, and Avoy Knight, they're getting a recount. Jason Holder is just getting Jackie King to come out and just check out a couple of things. As you rightly said, Mali, he's had a couple of niggles, especially when being bowling. Maybe a change over from the white ball format to the test cricket. Your body, your mind, everything has to change.
Yeah, it demands more of the body and the
it
mind.
looks like his hands
the longer format.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna maybe a couple of knocks there on his fingers. She's just gonna sort him out. 291 for 7. Only a busy day at the Visibird International Airport.
Yeah, maybe just a few little muscle issues as well in the hands. He's been gripping that bat for a while. When was the last time probably Jason Holder would have batted for a couple hours out in the middle, such as this?
Yeah.
Also getting the body acclimatized back to the longer format of the game.
Guyana look worried, Mali. They look worried. They're concerned. They're beginning to look at the scoreboard. Everything is just in front of them. They don't quite understand. It's a testing time right now. 291 for 7. This could be their last effort. Somebody have to put their hand up, and if Imla is listening, you gotta get your trump card on from the CIU road end. Have to get Permar on from that end.
Well, he's chosen Ronaldo Ali Mohammed at this stage. Can Ali Mohammed provide a massive breakthrough for the Harpy Eagles? So playing a miss from Jason Holder on that final delivery, just past that outside edge. As you said, Vernon, Guyana Harpy Eagles deep in conversation here. As we said, would have been ahead in this game for much of the 4 days. Probably came into day 4 thinking there's only possibility of one result. That's a Guyana win, but Barbados have just knitted together partnerships at crucial periods.
They need one more big effort, Mali. Just one. If they get this partnership broken, Guyana can win the game. And they know that. Jason Holder and Jamal Warrican, who are two test players, they also know that if they get out now, that there could be a twist to the game. And so that is why it's going to be very important where leadership matters now. Tevin Imla needs to flick the coin and ask himself a question. So we have Moti, who will come from the media center end, and you have to die with Versame Pomal. That's my concept.
Yeah, I think you live and die with your best players. But also sometimes some players who you don't even expect can produce something. They'll be hoping that, in this case, Ali Mohammed can produce something, just one delivery here.
I think it's now Carl Tuckett is signaling to the scorers. The final 15 overs, Mali, starts now. So action time.
Does that make that 90 deliveries? 51 to get. Comfortable, really, just 3 wickets in hand.
I think we're going to have a 15 right now.
I think that break came at a good time for
Jason Holder.
for the Guyana Harpy Eagles in particular. I think they just needed a bit of time to regroup. As we see Moti coming on from this, it looks like media center end. So someone's been listening.
Somebody has to listen.
But can he produce that delivery though?
And that's why, and I think they have to approach it in a way now, Mali, where Warrican is facing, yes, he's been there for some time, but if Moti coming from this end, you got to look to put pressure on him right now, so you got to attack.
And also, we haven't seen Thorn for a while. He's only bowled 10 overs in this innings. In fact, Niall Smith has bowled 11 overs.
Barbados require 52 runs. The final 15 overs start here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The defending champions, Guyana Harpy Eagles, without their former captain, Leon Johnson, is under pressure. This is a good experience for Tevin Imla, but I don't like this move. He's putting Machu Nandu in the mid-wicket area. Gotta talk about that a little bit. You want your taller fielders at this point in time in those hot positions. Maybe have a Sinclair roaming on that side, especially for Warrican. Down the onside, poor delivery.
Poor.
Another boundary. That's all what has been happening all day here by the Ghana bowlers. They're just giving away deliveries.
In fact, he's probably signaling his intentions in terms of posting Nandu on that deep mid-wicket boundary. Not sure why you would start that way, even thinking about bowling that line, middle and leg stump to begin with. You're looking to threaten that outside edge. Just there. It'll take a serious bit of bravery, I think, from Jamal Warrican to have a heave across the line.
Yeah, I can't see Warrican doing that. But you never know. We've seen stranger things have happened.
We have.
We saw Shane Dawes just give his hit away. We saw Brathwaite play a shot which really is out of his character as a leader. That's not his style.
Dorridge gave it away twice.
Oh, completely. Barbados require 48 runs. 70 to Jason Holder. Warrican is 39.
Trust me, those 48 runs will come pretty easily here. This outfield's lightning quick. Pitch still good.
Who will have the last laugh here in this game? That's the big question that is being asked.
Wicket needed from Moti. Starts quick again, a bit too fast. He's got to look to lure Jamal Warrican into that loose stroke.
Outfox him.
Yeah, just
slow it up.
At the end of the day, his 28th over goes for 4 runs.
Guyana have to believe. Barbados believes that they're going to win because once Jason Holder is there on 70 for 133, that presence of that big, tall, giant player sends a message to the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Shamar Holder looks as if he can hold a bat a bit as well.
Don't think they want to get down to that, Mali. I think they're treating this as the last pair as we speak.
Would be a good way to look at it, but at the end of the day, still have 3 wickets in the hut.
New ball comes out, Mali. 80 overs bowled.
And I think it's Isaiah Thorne who's off the field. Raymond Perez on for him.
So, which means it's even a further headache for.
He's going to come back on. I think he's just probably gone off just to get loosened up slightly for one more burst with this new pill. Isaiah Thorne. Yeah, he's posted on the just off the field at the moment, just waiting to come back on. Seemed a bit stiff a few overs or so ago.
295 for 7. The Barbados Pride require 48 runs. Jason Holder and Jamal Warrican stands between victory here. The Guyana Harper Eagles, defending champions, have to dig deep. Can Niall Smith produce a snorter?
He's got the new ball in hand. Definitely need to.
Is there another twist to this game?
I think these two could bat pretty normally and still win this game at this
They
stage.
just need 48 singles, Mali. That's all they need.
Still 14 overs remaining.
They just need 48 singles. Can't get any easier than that, Mali. Niall Smith taking a long time to get his rhythm going. This would be in the favor of a Jason Holder. Give him some time to relax and get his composure. So let's look at the field, Mali. One slip, a gully, wide backward point, down the onside, just came off the hip, short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover.
He's lucky actually now, Smith, that
He did.
Jason Holder didn't get a little more on that, or just a tickle.
That would have raced away again.
Yeah, down to fine leg.
I think when they look back, whatever the result is, Mali, it is something that they have to seriously work on. They got to take away those boundary balls. Just too many in the game.
Yeah, I was just going to say Isaiah Thorne at fine leg was very wide there, so Smith was lucky to get away with that one. He's been brought just a little bit finer.
They're flat. They're flat. They need a buzz. Somebody needs to step up. Sinclair got to find some energy.
Can Smith provide it?
Easy.
Just
True square leg.
timed.
It's gone for 4. Nando won't get there. Hits the rope now. Offline delivery again.
Another classy stroke from Jason Holder, allowing that one, played that one right under his eyes. Timed sweetly down the hill. Gave Matthew Nandu no chance. So another boundary added to the total. Just inching closer. The Barbados Pride.
At this level, you can't be giving a team 300 and add, and then just come and just lie down, just give up so many boundaries. From last evening, Barbados just started and just continued. They're still going. They haven't stopped. Without any effort at all. $299 for 7. They require 44 singles. Holder knows that he stands here of getting a big 100, his 4th first class 100, and he's going to make sure that he try and register that for the Barbados Pride.
And he's made it look quite easy so far, hasn't he, Jason Holder?
No effort. No fight. Wasn't challenge.
He's hit 7 4s and 3 6s in that 74.
He's been the towering strength here in the lower order. Smith. Holder easy on the eyes, punching it through cover. Shanda Paul is after it. The 300 comes up for Barbados Pride, a cricketing nation rich with history. Sir Garfield Sobers and company.
And with no real movement through the air or off the pitch for Niall Smith here. This new ball is just coming onto the bat quite nicely, especially for a batter who's set in Jason Holder. 137 deliveries he's already faced. I think Barbados probably have just inched forwards now as favourites, in my opinion, Vernon. Oh, he's given, it's kept down. Oh my days, the commentator's curse has struck once again. Niall Smith produces the delivery.
Caught Jason Holder on the crease.
Hard length once again, didn't bounce, inward movement. Holder, disappointed.
Goes for 76, 137 balls. He's upset with himself because he knows that's the game.
Not exactly sure what he could have done in that circumstance. Probably would have just been hoping for a little inside edge or something to save him.
Partnership of 84 from 156 deliveries has come to an end. Holder flicks off his helmet. He knows that that is the game, and Niall Smith has produced the ball of the game so far.
Well, I think the ball of the game would have been that wicket, the ball that dismissed Cheyenne Brathwaite in that first innings. But in this second innings, for sure, it's the biggest wicket in the context of the match.
Is there another twist to this game? Barbados require at least 42 more. Shemar Holder comes out, played the lone test match against New Zealand, and he really is a human interest story coming out of injuries, all what he's gone through for the last, you could say, 24 months. It's been remarkable to have him back on the park.
Yeah, it's been good to have him back. Played a few games and he stayed healthy as well, which is a good sign. Put in a lot of work into that rehab process.
All down now to the mindset and how he prepares himself. Because sometimes you can get a little frustrated when you're trying so hard. You want to get wickets, you want to get back onto the team because the competition for places is tight. Niall Smith bongs away, goes past Bassarat.
Oh, goes past that outside edge once again. Almost 2 and 2 there for Niall Smith. So he's been expensive in his 12 overs. He's gone for 79, but he's produced that magic delivery almost. As we see it again, Jason Holder going via the LBW route. Hard length, outside off stump, extravagant movement in. Didn't really get up. Caught Holder on the back foot, on the crease, as you said, Vernon. And the 8th wicket down for the Barbados Pride. A big, big wicket in the context of things. Prior to that dismissal, I was just saying that I think Barbados would have just inched ahead based on that partnership of, what, 84 for the 7th wicket between Warrican and Holder.
Yeah.
But that wicket now, and with Isaiah Thorne, seems all loose and ready to go. From this media center end, new ball in hand. I'm not sure if you're up for a bit of a flutter or a bet today, Vernon. But
nah, I'm not going to bet against it with this new ball based on this pitch here. These times I'm not going to challenge trying to bet you, Mali, because you're on song, you're always winning. Here is Warrican deciding that he's had enough. He's not going to hang around here either. So there's one thing for sure that we know, that Warrican is going to play shots.
yeah, he's going to look to stay positive here. It's 39 from 88. The more senior batter in this partnership.
But Thorne has to keep his composure. Jamaica Scorpions require 36 runs to win against the West Indies Academy. They are 198 for 7 at Sabina Park in Jamaica. So today is turning out to be a historic day. Brandon King scored 65. Mansing is on 36 not out, and Green is on 36. We have a game on in Jamaica. Bishop 3 for 63. Ned 3 for 73.
Abajai Mansing, that's a player I like, actually. Leg spinning all-rounder.
301 for 8. Thorne to Warrican. Warrican is popping this one up. Oh.
No short leg, no one in there, no close fielders around.
Got to attack. You have to attack.
New ball in hand.
Have to get somebody. The fielder deep backward square is wasted. There's no reason to have him there. You on top. You have 301 for 8. They need 42. You need 2 wickets.
I don't mind having him there. I think if you're going to bowl that length, though, there's no need for a mid-on. So mid-on could move into that position, and you still have that short leg in position. Actually, they've taken a slip out.
Which to me is suicide. Because the way how Warwick bats, you want to be able to make sure with Torn space, you want to make sure you give Torn that support.
Yeah, if he's going to be consistently short, then mid-on isn't really necessary. He could still have that slip. That one doesn't bounce once again.
He just needs to bowl the ball on the stump.
Yeah, he needs to be.
Warwick is not going to hang around, and I don't know if Shema Hola is going to hang around either.
Is that man behind square there at square leg? He looks so. He's just moving slightly in front now.
And that's what I'm saying. All you need to tell Torn is just look at the stumps, Mali, and demolish them. There's no need for a deep backward square. It's not like a Jason Hola is batting.
Big gap there between keeper and second slip. Goes short once again. Almost dies on the way through to wicketkeeper Savory. One for the over. Signal by umpire Carl Tuckett.
Both umpires have had an excellent game so far.
I think so.
Leeward Islands Hurricanes require 35 runs with 3 wickets remaining. 281 for 7. This has been exciting cricket, 4-day cricket here in the West Indies. It's going down to the wire.
That would be a
Jeremiah Louis got 30. Well. Cornwall, the captain, is on 25 not out.
They've gone up hard here. No bat on that one, though. Matthew Nandu at short leg.
Sorry, Mali. Hayden Walsh at the crease with Raheem Cornwall. Louis scoring 30. Graves 61, Carty 61.
We've got a humdinger here at the CCG. I know that for sure. An absolute humdinger. 2 wickets for Guyana Harpy Eagles. Just 42 for the Barbados Pride.
Trinidad and Tobago getting past the Windward Islands. So the competition is even thrown more wide open. Wasted by Thorn. Look at the stumps. Bowl the ball at the stumps. Short ball is certainly not going to work right now.
End of that over. Maiden over from Thorn.
They got to make something happen. I hope Guyana knows that. Anything can happen. They got to make it happen.
I think it's looking most likely from Niall Smith. That length that he's bowling at times, and he's threatening the stumps more often than not.
82 overs bowled. 301 for 8. Conversation taking place with Kevlin Anderson and his good friend, Shema Holder. The spirit in this game has been very high, Mali, on and off the field.
It has. A lot of these guys who have played a lot of cricket together and also grown up together. Isaiah Thorne, Shema Holder, I've been told are pretty close friends.
Yeah, they are.
In fact, Isaiah Thorne looks up quite a bit to Shema Holder.
And Kevlin Anderson seems to be a star boy on this tour as well, too. I guess, you're coming out of the A-team tours, and as you rightly said, you're at some point in time with a form of friendship. Machu Nando is another guy who's very much liked on the tour. Torn. Down at fine leg, but it's Smith. Can he win this game for Guyana? Every now and again, Mali, he just gives you the slight indication that something is wrong with him, but then produces a Jaffa.
Yeah, he does. He's moving quite gingerly there, back to his bowling mark.
I think he will get a lovely ice bath, get himself prepared, because in a couple of days' time, he comes back to the same venue.
Interesting to see how they'll use him, actually, considering he's been out for a fair bit and not just managing his workload.
Barbados require 42 runs.
It's a good hand, that, from Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah.
Had a disappointing day with the ball, but he's going to give his all when out in the field.
What is going to be so interesting about the remaining round of matches, Mali, is the performances of some players, because no one is guaranteed a spot. And so everybody has to be on their P's and Q's, got to keep performing.
I think it's interesting, not interesting, but good timing from Kyron Powell as well in terms of just rounding back into form. Got a half century in the previous match, 100 here in this round. Especially with what, maybe West Indian fans would consider competition for places for the opening spots. That one
Somebody in trouble.
Comfortable.
No, going down. Sort of hit him hard anyhow. Sort of cramped him there. He's limping a little bit. That was a heavy ball there from Niall Smith. I think his muscle memory from Niall Smith, if he just understands that he has to bowl that hard length every time he does, he produces something spectacular.
Especially on a pitch that maybe at times hasn't bounced as much as maybe not even the bowlers or the batters expect. Bowling that hard length, just back of a length, doesn't give the batters much time to react or to readjust if the ball just manages to scuttle through.
Good afternoon, George Ferris, if you're viewing, and John the Dentist Maynard. They'll be very keen about this. I know John Maynard, the dentist, he likes Niall Smith. He's a big fan of Niall Smith.
I think it's all about fitness for Niall Smith. I think if he can get as fit as he possibly can and stay on the park for considerable length of time.
And fit doesn't mean going into the gym and bulking.
No, I think
it means putting some miles on his legs.
Endurance and stamina.
Yes.
Fitness we're talking about.
And I think that is something which is missing from most of the West Indian fast bowlers around. I don't think they run enough.
And core strength, leg strength.
Courtney always says to me and Sir Curtly, Springs, you got to put some miles on your legs.
Yeah, it's all well and good having that massive upper body, but we all know where fast bowling and bowling truly fast, actually where the power comes from. It's not the shoulders. It's all from the lower half until the core, that strong core.
Remember a conversation with Courtney Walsh and Curtly Ambrose. I caught them together at the casino and asked them, I was trying to ask them, so how many miles you run so I could be able to share this conversation with Mali? And they said, we never timed anything, we just ran.
Once again, no ball from Niall Smith. Wrong time for that. Can't afford to give away any easy runs here. Seems to be limping now, actually.
Yeah, he's limping. And I think that from the CIU in Mali, a lot of the seamers are having a problem with if we look here, the footholds. And so I think maybe
the
landing area right there every
being
now and again uneven.
Yep.
I think that's been a worrying factor since yesterday. And every time either Turner himself or bowled from that end, it's been a challenge.
Need to have that confidence to slam down that front foot.
Got it braced.
Yeah, and
he did there.
Yep. Maybe just went a little wider or got closer to the stumps. Just trying to avoid those holes there on the crease.
Barbados require 39 runs, Manny.
Yeah, 3 runs coming from that over.
They still believe they can win this.
Both teams think that they can win this, and that's what's so great about this match. Right down to the end here. What's it, 11 overs of the 15 remaining.
Warwick 40. He's batted stoutly. He's lost holder, but he's still there.
You mentioned his best first-class score is 71.
Yeah.
He's also got a test best of 40-odd.
Yeah.
Tells you he can hold the bat a bit.
Born in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Was one of the players who turned his time and lived in Barbados and got a breakthrough.
Yeah,
and became a test player.
Yeah, we never seem to mention him in that regard in terms of, for a long period, I actually thought he was Barbadian.
Mm.
You know, he would have played for the CCC in first-class cricket to begin with.
And I guess this comes down, Mali, to what we're talking about. Sometimes you have to find opportunities. You got to go somewhere where you can be able to, especially if you decide that that sport is your passion, especially like cricket.
This one's aerial.
Ooh, didn't carry. Imla. at mid-on. Now I think, Mally, that was a good option. So Thorne now has to understand, just pace off. His white ball skills have to come in here. It's going to be very, very important. The slow sometimes you bowl, the easy might be for you. And just a while ago, he almost outfoxed Jamel Warrican.
He's just got to be clever. Caught him on the back foot there once again. Probably expecting another shot delivery from Isaiah Thorne. He's going fuller though. Just pushing that ball slightly.
Is there another twist to this game?
I anticipate there is, Vern, 39 still to get.
You know, Mally, I'm looking at my crystal ball, and somebody tell me to put Vasami Pomal on the ball.
Yes.
304 for 8. Barbados Pride required 39 runs.
Well played from Jamel Warrican, standing quite tall.
Three or four for 8. Warrican 40. Holder 1. Barbados Pride require 39 runs. Everybody in Barbados and around the world, they're glued to the YouTube Cricket West Indies channel.
It's gone slow again.
White ball skills got to come into play.
Full toss. I think Warrican will be disappointed to miss out on that one.
But he lost his balance because he was looking for a short ball. He was already pulling. He was going leg side of the ball.
He was indeed. Fascinating contest this.
Just relax, young man. Just relax. Don't try anything. Keep it simple. Keep it simple, Thorne.
What a remarkable game cricket is. Just got to hang in. Barbados just hung in.
Well played. Well played. Somebody could. Where is he going? Where is he going? So, over completed. 10 overs to go, Mali. Gripping.
Yeah, as I was saying, Barbados has just hung in, especially in that second innings when they came out to bowl. It didn't really allow the Harpy Eagles to get away. Could have been easily chasing 450 or so, 400 here in their second innings, but they stayed pretty disciplined in the end. Maybe something that's the Guyana Harpy Eagles not quite as good at here in this second innings. Too many boundary deliveries.
Over 39, Mali. High proportion.
Not managing to really string dot balls together and build pressure in the way in which they would like.
But this has been a remarkable comeback by the Barbados Pride to get to this close. 304 for 8. Smith. 2 holder.
Boom! Castled! Now Smith produces another Jaffa here. 9 down now. Shamar Holder departs for just 1. Harpy Eagles 1 wicket away, Vern.
Barbados need 39 runs to win.
Definitely favourites at this stage. The Harpy Eagles, it's just turned, it swung in their favour once again. Did that go under the bat? Looked like it did. Didn't bounce. Let's see that one again, Jace. A lack of bounce once again. Coming to the aid of Niall Smith and the Harpy Eagles. Bit fuller this time. Nah, beat the outside edge. Hit a bit low down on that off stump. But just missed from Shamar Holder. 9 wickets down now. Niall Smith with his 3rd.
And what was complete about that, Mali, is that his front foot was braced and he completed his action. There was no worry about anything, and he went right through his action on the money. And Shamar Holder bowled all over the place. We could have heard that in Bridgetown. And now,
and I think that's an area, that's a good point that you make there, Vern. That's an area in which I'd I think over the next 12 to 18 months or so, I'd love to see Isaiah Thorne improve. That front leg just tends to splay and collapse a little bit, forcing him to just push balls down the leg side, maybe not as balanced and as strong at the crease as he can be, but you expect him to with a bit of work, to get that. I think Jason Holder over the years, that's an area in which he missed out in terms of adding a yard or two of pace to his game. Just having that front leg slightly more braced as opposed to collapsing as much as it does.
He might tell you that Dale Stein never had his foot braced as well.
But Dale Stein was a fast twitch. He had fast twitch muscles, so he still managed to produce that pace. Jason Holder maybe not as twitchy, per se.
Got you. I'll give you. Call this game. It's over to you.
Well, that's it. Guyana Harpy Eagles favorites. 9 wickets down. 304 for 9. J.A. McAllister at the crease. We saw him play a little plucky innings, though, on that A-team tour of South Africa when we came back to win that test match.
Not today.
Let's see. It's not over till it's over, Vern. This one's creamed through the covers. So just as I said, J.A. McAllister putting back to ball here. It was a similar shot in which he played to win that match. No ball as well, so 5 runs. Insult to injury here.
34 more needed.
34. Just needs to produce 1 though, Niall Smith. Wicket.
Still got 5 deliveries, and he got to back himself.
Yeah, he was aiming for the stumps. We saw J.A. McAllister just backing away. Freeing up that offside.
Would you go full again?
Hard length. Wouldn't go full. I'd go that hard length back of. Similar, something like that. Maybe not quite a bouncer. I wouldn't necessarily have gone for the bouncer, but that hard length. Look to exploit that area in which we've seen a little bit of inconsistent bounce. Jason Holder, his last 2 wickets actually. Niall Smith's going via that route. The ball just scuttling through. Extra pace, new ball.
Look at the stumps. That's all you got to be thinking about. The top of off stump. In fact, nothing else. And you know, that's why Joel Garner and Malcolm, the late Malcolm Marshall and those guys, they just finish you. They're not going to hang around with you. They'll be looking at the stumps, looking at the pads. No need to bowl a bumper.
The Ambrose as well, very accurate.
Yeah. Right on the money.
Yorker bowlers. Good take from Savory. Once again, McAllister going leg side though, but looking to go over the leg side as well. 1 man deposited behind square in Shandapal on the boundary.
He's wearing a big number. Number 47, the number of the champion, DJ Bravo. He could be a champion for Barbados today.
Or for Guyana, indeed. Hasn't scored the runs that you would like, but to be a member of the team. Won the previous match, round 3. Here in round 4, looking for consecutive wins. It'd be a good effort from this Guyana Harpy Eagles unit. Can they do it?
What? I might have to bet Mali.
Stayed leg side of that one. What would we say that was back in the day? We'd call that running, but in modern cricket, it's called staying leg side of the ball.
Oh, yes. Things have changed. A lot of terminations have changed now. You know, you hear all sort of people saying all kind of stuff, you know what I mean?
But he's keeping his eye on the ball, though.
No, certainly. He is. He's up for the fight. And Warrican.
Tell you, don't count him out just yet.
Not yet. 34 needed.
2 deliveries remaining in this Smith over. He'd love to wrap it up here.
3 for 87 could be 4 for 87.
This
3 for 87 could be 4 for 87.
It's gone!
3 for 87 could be 4 for 87.
It is 4 for 87 for Niall Smith. And the Barbados Pride go under in a truly spectacular match. They go under by 34 runs.
What a game of cricket.
Yeah, that Jason Holder wicket really turned the match, I think, in the favor of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Jair McAllister just looking to back away, get baton ball really. Hustled by the extra pace of Niall Smith. And fair play to him, he's come back with this new ball and he's produced the goods, Vernon.
He certainly has. And this game has been played in a magnificent spirit. A spirit to indicate of two powerhouses in the Caribbean's game called cricket. The demonstration of leadership and how competitive all of these teams were was just amazing. Joel Manning is moving somewhere around and getting himself out here, but the Ghana Happy Eagles have done what, don't want to say the impossible, but the Barbados pride almost nearly surprised them in the end. And the man that made the entire difference was Niall Smith. With his 4 for 87, he turned the game on his head.
Well, I think the game turned a couple times here on day 4. I think that triple strike from Veersamy Permaul would have turned it in the favor of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. But then we saw a couple partnerships. Jason Holder in particular with his 76, Zachary McCaskey 87. Those two would have gone a long way in bringing Barbados pretty close to winning this encounter. Shane Dowrich as well with his 26 off 37. And in just looking back, when he was dismissed, at the time he was dismissed, playing with complete control, you look back to that wicket as well as another turning point in this match.
Yeah, very, very, very turning point. So, at the end of the day's play, at the end of this game, there's only one winner. Defending champions, Ghana Happy Eagles, winning by 33 runs and are still in this competition to try to create some action. This competition is now thrown wide open with the Windward Islands, the league leaders, losing out to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at home. And I can tell you, this has been an exciting time. Exciting times for regional cricket, Mali. It sets up nicely. Your final thoughts, Mali Richards?
Yeah, fantastic round of West Indies 4-day regional championship cricket. As you said, most of the games in this round coming down to the final day, final session. Here at the CCG, we saw a fantastic contest between two powerhouses of regional cricket. Guyana Harpy Eagles making all the running for 3 and a bit days, but Barbados almost coming late to snatch it at the post, as they would say in horse racing. But Niall Smith, he produced the goods with that second new ball, and the Harpy Eagles pick up 2 wins in a row.
At Sabina Park in Jamaica, Mali, the West Indies Academy are fighting. The Jamaica Scorpions require 23 runs with 2 wickets remaining. That's how tight it is in this round of matches here in the Caribbean.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. Probably some of the best first-class cricket in terms of the results and the excitement being provided for a little while.
The Leeward Islands require 9 runs to win with 3 wickets remaining. 307 for 7. So the combined campuses and colleges, they have pushed also. The Leeward Islands button. Raheem Cornwall is not out 30 and Hayden Walsh not out 19.
Yeah, that would be a pretty good result for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes if they can get up to win that one.
Yeah, they just need 9 runs. They need 9 singles. But we've seen stranger things happen.
Especially with the Windwards losing their encounter and the Windwards coming in, Leewards coming into this round in second position.
Yeah. So, folks, on behalf of the mastermind, I call him the master. You know, in karate, they had different stages, and they call you certain things. I don't want to call him Master Chin.
And he's not the drunken master.
No.
Okay,
I'm calling him Master Jason from the 360 coup, and his camera guy who's done an excellent job. Sean Devers. It's a long time that I haven't sat in the same booth with Sean Devers. And our good friend, Joel Manning. I keep calling him Joel Rain. Joel Rain is from ABS Radio and Television, but it's Joel Manning right here. Vasbrook Vicks just waving to some of the spectators over there. There was a fan over here today with a Barbados flag.
Yeah, there were
who lives in Antigua and Barbuda. A few Barbados
probably
folks
one of the biggest crowds for domestic cricket here in Antigua for a little while.
Certainly. And so just before we go, Mali, let's find out what's happening in the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association to the competition, letting you know that the Leeward Islands and Windward Islands under 15 camp will take place in Antigua and Barbuda. We're getting ready for the Cricket West Indies under 15 championship, which will run from the 24th of this month, March, until April 4th. Cricket action taking place. All of the big boys, all of the territories will be here, and I don't want Sean to remind me of the Guyana captain because he keeps reminding me all day. When he comes here, I'll be able to make an assessment as to if he will go to the next level. In fact, Sean indicated to me, Mali, that maybe he was on the verge of making his debut for Guyana. That's how good he is. So we have to write that name down, Mali, to make sure that we pay attention as to what's happening. So in the semi-final action, Mali, Empire Nation lead by 4 runs. Pigot Squashers were bowled out for 110, Empire Nation 106, and then PIC the Bertha Blackhawks, they lead the Jennings Tigers by 127 runs. A lot to play for going into the final day. Your final words, Mali, as we get on our bikes.
Yeah, just as we said previously, it was a fantastic round of West Indies 4-day cricket. Join us again next week here. It's just at the CCG. It will be Guyana Harpy Eagles versus the Windward Islands Hurricanes. Guyana will be pushing for a 3rd consecutive win in this championship. Windward Islands will be looking to bounce back from defeat in Trinidad and Tobago.